everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Players descend. Good thing I have a traversal simulator. Chapter 51 to 100. Chapter 51. Conqueror's Hockey, October 15/18. After the giant's death, Roger seemed deeply moved. He told you he remembered someone once inviting him to rule the world together, but he felt that if a pirate couldn't freely do as he pleased, then what was the point of being a pirate? That giant probably felt the same way. Life is certainly important, but for some people, boldness, loyalty, and freedom are worth even more. You fell silent after hearing this. If you had been in the giant's shoes, would you have done the same? Once, you'd have said absolutely not. You're not so sure. Late October 15/18. The next few days seemed calm, but soon after, you learned that the giant who had escaped that day, and the 36 members of the Longarm Pirates had all been captured. Following the order of a celestial dragon named Calmarco, all 37 were publicly hanged in the plaza of the Sabaody archipelago. The stated reason, infringing upon the celestial dragon's private property. Watching the indistinct silhouettes hanging in the square, an inexplicable unease welled up in your heart. February 15/19. You were finally promoted to Rear Admiral, and continued your post guarding the Sabaody archipelago. March-October 1519. After years of training, your armament hockey advanced further. According to Roger, although he can't remember if it's truly strong, it definitely isn't weak. What a goofball. You acquired the skill, Armament Hockey Intermediate. December 3, 1519. Celestial Dragon Calmarco returned to the Sabaody archipelago. When he arrived at Area 1, he shot a young boy dead just because the child walked in front of him, claiming the boy had sullied his path. Then he shot the boy's grieving parents as they clung to the body. You were too far away to intervene, only able to watch helplessly. The scene completely shattered your moral bottom line. December 4, 1519. Noticing your mood, your former superior and now friend, Strawberry, told you, celestial dragons are world nobles, descendants of the Creator, entitled to every privilege. Even killing civilians is legally permitted. This is simply how the world works. December 6, 1519. Urage, captain of the Mad Monk Pirates, arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. In Area 40, he clashed with the Massacre Soldier Killer. You personally stepped in to handle the incident and single-handedly overwhelmed both men. They barely escaped with the help of their crew. After several battles, you preliminarily assessed that your strength had reached or even exceeded Vice Admiral level. Roger told you that thanks to your help, his soul had recovered significantly, and he could now assist you briefly in combat by taking over your body. You were moved to tears finally. The old man following you around was actually useful. December 12, 1519. Late that night, after a week of preparation, you quietly left the Marine base. You infiltrated the Celestial Dragon's temporary residence and dragged Calmarco out. Without giving him the chance to beg for mercy, you shot him dead with your flintlock pistol on the roadside, then dumped the body into the sea just like that little boy had been. Sir, the times have changed. After doing all this, you felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Roger solemnly told you that he had just seen in you the same incredible spirit he once possessed. You acquired the skill, Conqueror's Hockey Intermediate. December 12, 1519. You rushed to the dock on the Sabaody archipelago and boarded the ship you had long prepared. As you set sail, your fellow Marines arrived at the docks, flintlocks in hand, lining the path to send you off. Touched by their gesture, you released your Conqueror's Hockey in return. Instantly, your comrades dropped like wheat under the sickle. Your former superior Strawberry arrived late. Though he was far away, you could still see the complicated look in his eyes. December 13, 1519. At dawn the next day, Kizaru intercepted you at sea. After all, the Sabaody archipelago is near Marine headquarters. Roger temporarily took over your body. With his aid, Kizaru was forced to flee after only a few exchanges. The final technique, Divine Departure, cleaved the entire sea in two with a surge of sword light. Perhaps because of the exhaustion from that power, Roger fell into slumber once more. Though you hadn't fought yourself, the experience granted you valuable insight into swordsmanship. You acquired the skill, Swordsmanship Intermediate. December 14, 1519. The death of the celestial dragon shook the entire sea. Everyone was stunned by your audacity. Aside from the world destroyer Walder 28 years ago, who also killed a celestial dragon, you were the first to do so. Walder had been imprisoned in Impel Down ever since, frozen in level 6. Yet that very afternoon, the news of Kazara's defeat spread across the seas via news coup, casting a strange silence. A supernova with combat power rivaling an admiral had now stood against the Marines over a celestial dragon. The last person to do something like that was Dragongarp's son. December 17, 1519. Your bounty was issued, 1 billion berries, with Admirals Akiji and Akainu personally assigned to your capture. You became the first in history to debut with such a high bounty and elite pursuit. December 19, 1519. You arrived at Jaya Island, your planned escape route. From there you would ride the island's unique weather phenomenon, the massive knock-up stream, to Sky Island. A good place to hide, and Enel made for a decent ally. December 20, 1519. The next knock-up stream was due in 2 days, but Akainu and Akiji found you before then. Roger awoke just in time, but even he couldn't prevail against the two admirals together. Simulation ended. A brief yet extraordinary life. You dared to draw your blade against the privileged and stood up for the weak, something most transmigrators wouldn't even attempt. In your final battle, you nearly defeated both Akainu and Akiji, with Akainu suffering serious injuries. Though reckless and arguably not worth the cost, your boldness shook the seas. World Exploration, 49. Since your exploration surpassed 40%, you earned 6 Traversal coins. You also altered the course of Across the Seas, earning another 6 coins. Keep up the good work. Simulation ended. Please choose one of the following options. Option 1. Randomly receive 3 of the skills or specialties you acquired during your transmigration. Option 2. Randomly receive 3 of the items you obtained during your transmigration. Zhou Ning. Sure, I was planning to go full berserk mode, but this might have gone a little too far. Killing a celestial dragon. Damn, that's so me. Honestly, it felt amazing. I'd totally do it again next time. As for the choices, option 2 could net me a devil fruit, but option 1 is much more likely to include Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki, which are far more valuable. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning chose the first option. You chose option 1. You acquired the general skill, Dodge. You acquired the skill, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate. You acquired the skill, Observation Haki Beginner. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Fusion 1377 words. Chapter 52, Fusion not bad at all. Even though he didn't manage to obtain intermediate swordsmanship, or the Navy 6 styles, Zhou Ning got exactly what he wanted most: Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, and even picked up a versatile skill like Dodge. All in all, a huge gain. At the very least, he didn't come out of it empty-handed. A flood of knowledge surged into his mind. Zhou Ning's head was now filled with insights about Observation and Conqueror's Haki, how to project Conqueror's Haki outward, how to use Observation Haki in combat, and more. 3 new skills also appeared on his panel. Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, a qualification only those born to be kings possess. +3 to mental strength. Allows you to project your aura outward to damage and intimidate nearby enemies. The effect depends on the difference in mental strength between you and your enemies. Base duration, 0, 36 seconds. If the disparity is too great, it may also cause stun. This skill cannot be used for fusion. Observation Haki Beginner, passive skill. +1 to mental strength. Sharpens the 5 senses, allowing you to predict and dodge danger. This skill cannot be used for fusion. Dodge Beginner, a general-purpose skill that increases your chances of dodging enemy attacks. What a god-tier skill! Zhou Ning was impressed as he read the description for Conqueror's Haki. Although it couldn't be fused, its effects were essentially a combination of AoE damage and crowd control. Once his mental stats increased, he would be able to handle both powerful enemies and mobs with ease. This one skill alone could elevate his combat power by an entire tier. Checking his EXP, Zhou Ning noted that although he had burned through it upgrading to Alchemy Apprentice, after several days of intense grinding, he had over 73,000 experience points again. Time to spend some and boost his combat strength. Life skills could also be fused, but now wasn't the time. With a major battle looming, every point had to count. Currently, the skills suitable for fusion included Marksmanship Mastery Beginner, Ripple Breathing Technique Beginner, Mozambique Drill Beginner, Shooting Technique Beginner, Dodge Beginner, and Armament Haki Beginner. Rapid Pursuit and Ripple Shot were already fused skills and couldn't be fused again, so they didn't appear in the list. Zhou Ning spent 12,000 EXP to raise both Marksmanship Mastery and Dodge to Intermediate, then chose to fuse them. Since it was his second time using Marksmanship Mastery in a fusion, it cost an extra 4,000 EXP, but it was worth it. Fuse Firearms Mastery Intermediate with Dodge Intermediate. This fusion will cost 12,000 EXP, success rate, 50%. Zhou Ning clicked yes without hesitation. Both Dodge and Marksmanship Mastery were reset to Beginner as their experience was wiped. Fusion successful. You've obtained the skill, Evasive Shot Beginner. Evasive Shot Beginner, a highly mobile shooting technique. While backstepping, consumes an extra for stamina. Fires a shot forward that deals 135% of normal attack damage. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. As expected, evasion was a universal fusion material. This evasive shot was the best combo he could have hoped for, offense and defense in one, and it even added weapon damage. In terms of utility, it was arguably better than a warrior's evasive slash. After all, firearms were ranged weapons and paired perfectly with evasive maneuvers. Riding that momentum, Zhou Ning turned his attention to Armament Haki. Upgrading it to Intermediate cost 3 times the usual EXP, 18,000 points. He spent 26,000 EXP to raise both Armament Haki and the Mozambique Drill to Intermediate and selected Fusion again. Fuse Armament Haki Intermediate with Mozambique Drill Intermediate. This fusion will cost 12,000 EXP, success rate, 36%. A bit too low, wasn't it? Zhou Ning hesitated for a moment, then chose no. Gritting his teeth, he used another 20,000 EXP to upgrade Mozambique Drill to Advanced. The fusion success rate jumped to 58%. Let's do this. Fusion successful. You've obtained the skill, Point Blank Killshot Beginner. Point Blank Killshot Beginner, a close-quarters firearm technique. Fires a headshot with a bullet imbued with Armament Haki, dealing massive damage. Zhou Ning was satisfied. While this skill wasn't as versatile as Evasive Shot, it might even outdamage Ripple Shot when it came to pure offense. He still had some EXP left. After thinking it over, Zhou Ning decided to upgrade Ripple Breathing technique. According to his class plan, combat skills weren't urgent at the moment. Ripple Breathing not only boosted strength and agility, but also provided passive gains with daily training. In just a few days, it had already raised his agility by 1 point. Putting EXP into this was totally worth it. His EXP was now completely spent. As for the 11 free stat points he had left, might as well go all in. He assigned 8 points to mental strength and 3 to willpower to patch up his slight weakness in status resistance. After pouring in a massive amount of EXP, Zhou Ning's stats had been completely transformed. His mental strength, in particular, was now comparable to a mage's. Name, Zhou Ning / Wayne Sturwell. Race, human. Template, Elite NPC Closed Beta Countdown, 42D 0 hours 22 minutes class, Student/Teaching Assistant 1/10 subclass, Linguist 3/10 / Alchemy Apprentice 10/10 Affinity with Natural Force, 0 Affinity with Arcane Power, 0 Talents, Tony Stark Purple, Gunfu, Deadly Rhythm Blue, Athletic Prodigy Blue. Attributes, Strength, 24 Agility, 27 Stamina, 19 Willpower, 25 Mental Strength/Spirit, 40. Charisma, 99 All attributes except Charisma +1 from Hall of Curiosities Synergy Health, 190 190th Stamina, 208 208's Willpower, 17 25ths Free Points, 0 Life Skills, Alchemy Intermediate, Occultism Intermediate, Precision Machinery Crafting Expert, Gambling Advanced. General Skills, click to view personal traits/specialties, Dexterous Hands, your hands are extremely nimble, suitable for delicate operations. Encyclopedic Memory, your knowledge reserves far exceed most. +1 Mental Strength. Extremely Calmness, you maintain composure in all situations. Learning Speed +10%. Intermediate Endurance +0. 15 Stamina Growth per level, +2 Willpower. Slight resistance to hunger, thirst, cold, and other minor debuffs. Firearms Knowledge Expertise, you thoroughly understand the structure of guns. Extraordinary Physique Elite, your body is naturally powerful. 35 Primary Stat Growth per level. Clan Motto, None Influence, 200 Legend Rating, 3 Combat Power Rating, 1295 Note, your combat strength surpasses most ordinary people. Even against professionals, you stand a fighting chance. Zhou Ning. Damn, I finally got a decent evaluation. His combat rating had skyrocketed from 399 to 1295. With the Phoenix battlesuit equipped, he'd probably break 5,000. Right now, he was scarily strong. Itching to test out Conqueror's Hockey, Zhou Ning shifted his gaze from Sherlock to XB. At that moment, XB was brimming with excitement, ready for the next part of the plot. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying gaze sweep over him. Looking up, he met Zhou Ning's radiant smile. "Boss, what's up?" XB had no idea he'd just narrowly escaped being used as a guinea pig, and asked nervously. "Nothing," Zhou Ning said with a calm smile. The carriage came to a stop near the Withers Higher Cathedral Square, a place used to welcome foreign dignitaries, host celebrations, or for public prayer. The carriage couldn't go further. As Sherlock lifted the curtain and prepared to step out, Zhou Ning suddenly had a gut feeling, a near-certain intuition, Sherlock was about to trip. Then he watched Sherlock land lightly, glance back at him, and say, "Let's go." They should be in the plaza. But as if fate played along, in his haste, Sherlock stepped on a protruding stone and stumbled to the ground. Just as expected. Zhou Ning smiled faintly and reached out to pull him up. Observation Hockey was even stronger than he imagined. Even at the beginner level, it allowed him to intuitively sense what someone was about to do. Granted, this sort of intuition might be fleeting in the heat of real battle, and hard to act on every time, but even catching it once could shift the tide of a fight. Crossing the bridge ahead, they approached Withers Higher Cathedral Square, where the Bryston Kingdom's welcoming music, Matilda, was playing. It seemed like everything was normal. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. The dagger revealed when the picture ends. 1550 words. Chapter 53. The dagger revealed when the picture ends. Sherlock walked ahead with the other Sunwatchers following behind, speaking softly. As per usual protocol, the Kingdom of Bryston holds its welcome ceremony for foreign guests in Withers Higher Cathedral Square. Once the bell strikes 12 times, we all enter the Darkland Fortress together. It was drizzling lightly outside, but the moment they stepped into Withers Higher Cathedral Square, the rain ceased and the skies turned clear. This was due to a massive alchemical formation buried beneath the plaza, capable of altering the weather so that it was always sunny here, regardless of the conditions outside. Zhou Ning nodded in acknowledgement. He'd seen this scene several times in his previous life when playing the game. In the game, Bryston was already the most powerful of the Six Nations. Its faction leader, King Charles VI, was a pompous fat man who proclaimed himself the Sun King. Whether receiving players or foreign envoys, he always enjoyed making a late entrance to assert dominance. He consistently ranked first on the list of the least liked faction leaders. To Zhou Ning, Charles VI was basically just another version of King Gigi. As they entered Withers Higher Cathedral Square, the ceremonial band in the distance was playing Bryston's famous tune, Matilda. The envoy from Ruins had already arrived, a black-haired middle-aged man with a hairstyle eerily similar to Ami Donkey's, his face perpetually wearing a kind and gentle smile. As for Charles VI, though the ceremonial unit was here, the king himself was nowhere to be seen. Looks like His Royal Highness is fashionably late again. Zhou Ning let out a quiet sigh of relief. Is there anything I need to do? XB asked in a whisper, hoping to trigger a quest. Not for now. Zhou Ning shook his head. Just then, he noticed Qian West walking over with a middle-aged man dressed in a Sunwatcher uniform. They left the crowd and headed toward them. Qian gave Zhou Ning a friendly nod, then turned to Sherlock and asked, "What's going on?" "The matter at Vic University has been resolved. All wrapped up. I left a few people there to handle the aftermath." Sherlock then repeated Zhou Ning's suspicions to Qian, whose expression turned serious. "That's very likely. Thanks for the heads up." Zhou Ning's interface chimed with notifications. Sunwatchers favorability plus 1200. Sunwatchers, friendly 200/1500 reputation in the Kingdom of Bryston plus 1600. Bryston Kingdom, respect 100/6000 XP's interface also updated, unlocking 2 new factions. Bryston started with a friendly status, treating him as a regular citizen. The Sunwatchers, however, still regarded him coldly. "Men, following the protagonist really is the way to go." XB was on the verge of tears. "Follow me and stand behind me later," Qian West instructed in a low voice as he led them back toward the lineup. "His Majesty the King hasn't arrived yet?" Sherlock asked. Qian West shook his head. "The Ruins delegation is here to discuss the territorial dispute over Pulcloud. His Majesty doesn't intend to make any concessions, so he's deliberately keeping them waiting." Zhou Ning couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the tradition of King being fashionably late was part of the game from the very start. Following Qian to the lineup, they stood behind him and discreetly observed the other side. The mission was clearly centered here, and that envoy from Ruins definitely looked suspicious. Despite the ever-smiling face, Zhou Ning keenly noticed yellowish stains on the envoy's right thumb and index finger, the telltale sign of prolonged contact with crucibles and test tubes. His instincts immediately flagged this man as suspicious. The other entourage members didn't show any obvious signs for now. About 10 minutes later, the sound of wheels echoed from afar. A lavishly decorated carriage rolled in. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. Only King Charles VI, that pompous dog, would dare to ride into Withers Higher Cathedral Square. The carriage came to a stop. An attendant opened the curtain, and sure enough, Charles VI was helped out, grinning as he walked up to the Ruins envoy. "Welcome to Darkland." After a round of diplomatic pleasantries, the envoy opened a box and presented the national letter to Charles VI, as per custom. As Zhou Ning's eyes swept over the national letter, a prompt popped up on his interface: "Unknown artifact." Unknown artifact. Zhou Ning's heart skipped a beat. According to the game's lore, these were peculiar relics passed down from the Age of Heroes, often found amid weather anomalies across the continent. Some were extremely useful, but more often than not, they brought misfortune and disaster. Just as he was about to speak, the Ruins envoy pulled a dagger from within the national letter. With that ever-smiling face, he suddenly lunged toward Charles VI. "This is..." The dagger revealed when the picture ends. T/N, an idiom meaning hidden intentions revealed at the final moment. Qian West had been on guard. He swiftly drew his gun and shot the attacker in the chest. The envoy's body stiffened, blood trickling from his lips, yet he still lunged stubbornly toward the king. The others reacted immediately, pulling their guns and firing. After taking 6 bullets, the envoy finally collapsed, lifeless. But what sent chills down everyone's spine was that even in death, the man's face still bore that gentle smile. The national letter slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a soft plop. Zhou Ning sensed something was wrong and was about to speak when Charles VI interrupted, pointing furiously at the ruins delegation. "Arrest them." Yet before anyone could act, the remaining ruins delegates each pulled out a dagger and, with crazed expressions, stabbed themselves in the abdomen without hesitation. Blood splattered everywhere, and the air filled with the overwhelming stench of iron. Then, the pooling blood on the ground flowed together, forming a strange 6-pointed star array. It began to glow, centering on the book that had fallen open, and formed a narrow rift in midair. Everyone on site was stunned. Through the rift, they saw a bizarre world, a blood-red sky, countless long stone bridges linking ruined structures, and below those bridges, a vast river of blood. That's the Blood Realm. The legendary domain of blood elementals, home to countless elemental monsters. This kind of content wasn't supposed to appear until the elemental chaos expansion. Zhou Ning's hair stood on end. "Fall back." Without hesitation, he drew his gun and fired at the book on the ground. The shot struck true, making the book leap up and close shut. As the pages snapped shut, the spatial rift began to slowly disappear. But before Zhou Ning could breathe a sigh of relief, a shadowy figure squeezed through the closing rift and landed on the ground. It vaguely resembled a human, with a blood-red worm-like body and a face, yes, a human face embedded at the head. 2 glowing red eyes stared out. It immediately burrowed into one of the corpses. Without any explanation, everyone at the scene was suddenly gripped by a terrifying sense of imminent danger. "That's a blood worm. Don't let it get close. It's not strong by itself, but once it absorbs enough blood, it splits dry using fire on it." Zhou Ning shouted while opening fire on the corpse. The body quickly shriveled, and the blood worm split into 3. They immediately lunged toward more corpses, rapidly multiplying and rushing toward the living. Ice storm. Meteor shower. Qian West, one of the kingdom's top meteorologists and night arbiters, unleashed one weather spell after another. Though he managed to stop a good number of them, the swarm of blood worms continued to charge toward the crowd. The scene descended into chaos. And then it happened. A burst of colorless, terrifying aura exploded from Zhou Ning's body, radiating outward in all directions. Since he hadn't had time to distinguish friend from foe, those closest to him were immediately stunned for a second and forced a step back. The entire space seemed to tremble. At the same time, the swarm of blood worms across the plaza was thrown into a stunned state, and the system interface went wild. "Your conqueror's hockey dealt 109 damage to blood worm. Mental gap, 2540 to 15. Blood worm stunned. Target killed. You gain 65 EXP. Your conqueror's hockey dealt 93 damage to blood worm. Mental gap, 2440 to 16. Blood worm stunned. Your conqueror's hockey dealt 111 damage to blood worm. Mental gap, 2740 to 13. Blood worm stunned. Target killed. You gain 72 EXP. You were struck by Wayne Stirwell's conqueror's hockey. You took 79 damage. You are stunned. XB, standing right beside Zhou Ning, was instantly stunned by the indiscriminate effect. His HP dropped to a sliver. Though his character was unconscious, he was fully aware in real life. Mouth agape, trying to say something, he stuttered and finally could only gasp and blurt out 2 words, "Holy crap." The live stream chat exploded. Everyone watching through XB's POV saw exactly what had just happened. Holy crap, that's Conqueror's hockey. That's insane. This has to be another protagonist exclusive skill. Coach, I want to learn this. My husband is too powerful. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones. 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 54, Extraordinary Charisma. 1403 words. Chapter 54, Extraordinary Charisma. No wonder the live stream viewers were going crazy. It was just too mind-blowing, and insanely cool to boot. Before today, none of them would have imagined someone could cause such devastation with sheer presence alone. XB had only brushed against the edge of it, yet he collapsed like he'd been cleaved by an axe. Even Zhou Ning himself was surprised by the effect of his conqueror's haki this time. This skill was especially effective for clearing out mobs. The blood worms were troublesome, sure, but they were under level 10, and had only about 100 HP. What made them annoying was their ability to endlessly split by feeding on blood. At their core, they were still low-tier blood elements driven by bloodlust, low HP, and weak mental resistance, which happened to be their biggest weaknesses. That's why the release of the haki had such an unexpected and overwhelming result. It nearly wiped out the entire wave. Over half the blood worms were instantly killed, and the remaining ones were left stunned. However, the skill also drained over half of Zhou Ning's stamina in an instant. Excessive stamina consumption was probably the one and only drawback of Conqueror's haki. But the cost was clearly worth it. Not only did he save the battlefield, but he also instantly racked up nearly 50,000 experience points, recovering most of what he'd spent earlier on synthesizing skills. As the aura receded, Zhou Ning looked around again, finding the entire battlefield frozen in eerie silence. Everyone stood rooted in place, collectively gasping. They had been bracing for an epic battle, ready for a drawn-out, grueling fight, but the tables had turned so fast that they were completely stunned. They had all personally experienced the weight of Zhou Ning's conqueror's haki. That moment of overwhelming pressure had felt like staring down a giant dragon. Even now, they were still shaken. Even Sherlock, who had fought alongside Zhou Ning many times before, looked completely dumbfounded. He had always known Zhou Ning was strong, but not this strong. Don't just stand there, we've still got monsters to clean up. Qian West reacted the fastest, muttering, "Justice gives me strength." In a flash, 2 radiant wings of light unfolded from his back. Zhou Ning widened his eyes in surprise. There were 19 knight families in the kingdom of Bryston with hereditary mottos, and in his previous life, he had never seen the West family's ability in action. He hadn't expected it to be this flashy. Kinda cool, actually. It was only then that the Sunwatchers snapped back to reality and scrambled into action. Among them were mages who could cast fireballs and agents armed with Zhou Ning's custom bullets, perfect for taking down stunned blood worms with ease. Zhou Ning stood still to recover some stamina, and in the meantime, he edited a new mission and sent it to XB. Then, he pulled out a revolver identical to his own, and handed it over. "Here, take this gun. Use it to protect yourself." XB accepted it with excitement, and a new mission popped up on his panel. "You've triggered a D-rank mission, cleanup duty. Mission tip: see those remaining monsters around you. Kill them. Mission rank, D. Objective: eliminate as many remaining monsters as possible. Don't let them hit you. Reward, 2000 EXP. In the end, XB managed to grab a few kills for himself, finally getting a bit of a sense of participation. Once all the remaining blood worms had been wiped out, everyone on the battlefield finally let out a breath of relief. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if these creatures had made it into the city of Darkland, not only Darkland, but the entire Bryston kingdom might have been doomed. Qian West retracted his wings of light, and when he looked at Zhou Ning, his eyes were filled with admiration. Honestly, that oppressive force just now had stunned even him. It felt like facing a natural predator. Based on his intuition, this had to be some extremely rare spiritual-type secret art. At that moment, Charles VI stepped out from the crowd and made his way over with a broad smile full of appreciation. "Well done. You saved my life." "You're too kind," Zhou Ning replied with a wave of his hand. With the Sun Watchers around, Your Majesty was never in real danger. That's not necessarily true, Charles VI snorted, then unhooked a sword from his waist and handed it over. This is my personal sword. Keep it well. I hope you'll use it to serve the kingdom one day. You've obtained a rare weapon, an ornate rapier. Zhou Ning accepted it with a half-amused smile and thanked him. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Charles VI patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder and climbed into his carriage. The moment Charles VI was seated, Zhou Ning's panel finally chimed in. A-rank mission conspiracy completed. You've earned 90,000 EXP and 1 specialty reward. Finally the damn mission was done. Zhou Ning let out a breath and chose yes. The final step of the mission might have seemed simple, but it had only been possible because he had learned Conqueror's Haki. Without it, the outcome could have been a disaster. Please select one of the following 3 abilities as your reward: Ascetic Cultist Advanced, plus 30% resistance to abnormal mental states. Dragon's Might Elite Specialty, plus 10 defense, plus 8 HP regeneration/SEC, plus 7 stamina regeneration/section. Forest Elf Elite Specialty, partial High Elf Bloodline. Plus 28% movement speed. Enhanced proficiency with ranged weapons. Plus 9 agility, plus 1 charisma. As expected, 2 elite specialties. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. Honestly, he wanted both. One boosted sustainability, the other was a perfect match for his combat style. Why couldn't he pick them all? After a hard decision, Zhou Ning reluctantly chose the third option. With this, his combat power had undoubtedly taken another leap forward, but what surprised him came right after. A new notification appeared on his panel. Your charisma has reached its maximum value. You've gained an elite specialty, Extraordinary Charisma. Extraordinary Charisma, you possess a mysterious, bloodline-originated aura. Your attraction to the opposite sex increases by 15%. All contract creatures, including mechanical constructs, receive plus 15% to their stats. This specialty is effective in both reality and simulations. I can't believe that ever since I crossed over, I've been sprinting down the road of being ridiculously handsome with no brakes, Zhou Ning muttered with a mix of amusement and resignation. Still, it wasn't a bad thing. In fact, he could now consider shifting some resources toward precision mechanical crafting. His puppet alchemy skill could complement it perfectly. Didn't expect a bonus elite specialty out of it. It might not boost his combat power much for now, but it definitely expanded his development path by a wide margin. While Zhou Ning was still going over his panel, Qian West walked over, clapped him on the shoulder and smiled. Sherlock told me what happened. You really saved the day. Sunwatchers won't forget your contribution. No need to thank me. I already told him I did it for my own survival, Zhou Ning replied calmly. He had a hunch about why Qian was approaching him. This was probably a recruitment attempt. Sure enough, after a bit of small talk, Qian got straight to the point. Wayne, as you know, supernatural incidents have been happening more frequently. We need new forces like you. Would you be interested in joining the Sunwatchers? A new notification appeared on Zhou Ning's panel. Qian West, leader of the Sunwatchers, is inviting you to join the Sunwatchers. Accepting will grant you a unique Bryston Kingdom subprofession, Sunwatcher. Zhou Ning pondered for a moment. If this had happened right after he first crossed over, he might have said yes without hesitation. After all, it came with stable income, a solid subprofession, and a convenient way to farm EXP. But now, this subprofession seemed a bit optional. Give me a couple of days to think about it, Zhou Ning replied without committing. After all, plans rarely keep up with reality. Of course, Qian West nodded with a smile. Your firearms trade with the Sunwatchers will continue in any case. I'll have Sherlock stay in touch when you've made your decision, just let him know. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones, 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Unexpected 1356 words. Chapter 55, Unexpected. Alright, Zhou Ning nodded, though he still felt something was off. That ruins envoy seemed far too weak, not at all fitting of a council member of the Life Alchemy Society. Besides, the Life Alchemy Society only had 10 council members. Was there really any need for one of them to come all the way here just to serve as a sacrificial offering? At that moment, several people in black robes rushed over and began cleaning up the bloodstains and dragging away the corpses. It was a special in-game profession, corpse collector. Zhou Ning hadn't expected it to be so faithfully reproduced in real life. A few Sunwatchers began carefully retrieving the strange, book-shaped objects on the ground and the remains of the blood worm. Thinking of Qian's fondness for adding aphid juice to his drinks, such a heavy taste, Zhou Ning couldn't help wondering if he'd use it to brew wine too. Zhou Ning chuckled and shook his head, just about to leave when he noticed XB standing nearby, staring at him eagerly. He had actually forgotten about him. After thinking it over, Zhou Ning edited the quest text, granted him the reward, and uploaded a few new skills while he was at it. On the other side, XB received a prompt: you've completed D-rank mission, cleanup duty. You've earned 2000 XP and 15 roast hens. Wayne Sturwell's favorability towards you has increased by 7 points. Current status, acquainted. Note: personal favorability and faction favorability are calculated differently. Wayne Sturwell's personal shop has unlocked additional items for you. Because you successfully assisted the protagonist, Wayne Sturwell, in resolving the conspiracy of the Cursed Church and the Life Alchemy Society, you've earned a chance to learn a universal skill of the Wandering Gunslinger class. Limited to 15 minutes. What the hell? You can get something this good? After returning the revolver, XB was buzzing with excitement upon seeing the prompt. He immediately opened Zhou Ning's personal shop. Switching over to the skill store, he saw several new skills had indeed been added. Each one was more powerful than the last. The ones that caught XB's eye the most were the newly available Observation Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey. Especially Conqueror's Hockey, the base effect alone was overwhelmingly strong. He was stunned. Conqueror's Hockey, a trait possessed only by kings. +1 to mental power. Releases a forceful aura that deals damage and intimidation to surrounding enemies. The effect depends on the mental power difference between you and your targets. Base duration, 0.16 seconds. If the gap is significant, it can cause a stun effect. A trait only kings can possess. Coach, I want to learn this one. Then he looked at the learning requirements: 266,000 XP, 50 vectas, and 40 favorability points. When would he ever meet those conditions? XB checked his stats. He had a bit of XP left after killing a few bugs and completing the quest. He had 9,520 XP remaining. He dug through the skill list and finally found one he could afford. Our shooting technique, a versatile gunfighting art that works at both close and long range. It includes shooting stances, grip techniques, reloading skills, and melee combat training. Boosts combat effectiveness. It looked badass at a glance. The price was 9,500 XP and 15 roast hens. Perfectly matched, almost as if it were calculated for him. It felt tailor-made. He had just spent all his money, and now the quest gave him exactly 15 rations, just enough to afford this skill. Without thinking too much, XB bought the skill in high spirits. This was his capital for becoming a pro player in the future. You have learned the skill C, our shooting technique. 9,500 XP and 15 roast hens have been deducted. Well then, farewell. Having fully harvested the newbie XP, Zhou Ning finally felt at ease. He waved his hand and turned to leave without the slightest hesitation, leaving behind only a mysterious silhouette. This stalk of chives had been fully harvested for now. He'd come back when it had regrown. Flatbroke XB, meanwhile, was quite satisfied, occasionally giggling as he looked over the 2 new skills he'd gained today. At the same time, in a carriage racing toward Darkland Fortress, Charles VI sat comfortably in his seat, showing none of the panic he had displayed earlier. Across from him was Crown Prince William, who had accompanied him on this diplomatic visit. William was 35 this year, steady and highly capable. Unfortunately, he was just too soft-hearted. As the Crown Prince of the Charles dynasty, authority was everything. Charles VI had decided to use this opportunity to teach his son a lesson. "William, what did you think of how the Sunwatchers handled things just now?" Charles VI asked. "Kien West did a decent job. After all, these are extraordinary incidents. They don't have much experience handling such matters." Charles VI nodded. "I think so too. But I'll still be issuing an order to cut the Sunwatchers' budget by 10% once we return. Because, in the end, he didn't do a good enough job. He even needed outside help to stabilize the situation. In truth, it doesn't matter how well he did. What you need to remember is this: to be a good king, you must first establish authority. If your authority is lacking, your ministers will overstep their bounds, punishments won't be carried out strictly, and bans will be impossible to enforce. The West family is indeed trustworthy. But for ministers you trust, you must both rely on them and keep them in check. You never truly know what lies in a person's heart." William nodded silently. Up ahead was a clock tower about 55 meters tall, powered by alchemical formations. It chimed automatically every hour, synchronized with Bryston time. Beyond it lay Darkland Fortress, the royal residence and administrative hub. Due to the recent incident, many Sunwatchers had been pulled away, leaving defenses rather thin. Even the soldiers along the road were sparse. "I'll have more troops transferred here later," Charles VI thought. The carriage stopped in front of Darkland Fortress. Crown Prince William and Charles VI stepped out one after the other. But just then, from atop the nearby clock tower, a silent crossbow bolt shot through the air, piercing Charles VI's chest clean through and bursting out with a spray of blood and flesh. The bolt immediately dissolved into light. Right before everyone's eyes, Charles VI collapsed with a thud. He hadn't even uttered a final word. He was dead on the spot. The scene went silent. After a moment, someone finally reacted and shouted, "His Majesty has been assassinated." The stunned guards snapped back to reality. Faces pale, they drew their weapons, some running toward the clock tower, others aiming their guns at the top. Atop the tower stood a man in a black alchemist's robe and a white mask. He glanced down, then put away his crossbow. In his hand, he swirled a small bottle. In it, the panicked figure of Charles VI could be seen pounding against the glass, screaming silently. The man made a gesture of thanks toward the people below, then leapt from the tower, landing agilely on a nearby rooftop and vanishing into the distance. Not long after, all of Darkland was thrown into turmoil. Police swarmed the streets, searching for suspicious individuals. Zhou Ning, of course, learned of this but through the game interface. The faction leader of the Bryston Kingdom, Charles VI, has died. Social stability in the Bryston Kingdom has decreased. The economy has entered a recession. Due to your indirect but significant impact on the game's progression, you have received 12 Traversal coins. Zhou Ning. What the hell does that have to do with me? Then again, the game progression had indeed gone completely off the rails. In his previous life, Charles VI had survived all the way into the third version of the game. Now he had died this early. Zhou Ning couldn't help but be curious, just how had he died? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Episode 3 of the series, 1363 words. Chapter 56, Episode 3 of the series. Even though Charles VI was fat, as the leader of a faction, it was only natural that he had a long health bar and decent strength. After all, the royal family's lineage was that of the most prestigious Code Knight. Based on Zhou Ning's deductions, their code likely emphasized authority. Coupled with the close protection of numerous sun-watchers, it should have been practically impossible for him to die. And yet, those madmen from the Life Alchemy Society actually pulled it off. Zhou Ning couldn't help letting out a deep breath. In Apocalypse, the death of a faction leader isn't that simple. Unlike other online games, they don't revive you, only die for real if it's a plot death. And once dead, they stay dead. The game world of Apocalypse adheres to the concept of the divine right of kings. The existence of a monarch is directly tied to the national fortune. With the death of Charles VI, Bryston's economy would inevitably decline in the coming period, and instability would arise across the board. Moreover, many of the main storyline quests from Zhou Ning's past life involving Charles VI would be completely scrapped and rewritten. Even as a transmigrator, he could no longer accurately predict where the plot would go. Zhou Ning cursed toward the sky. Still, things weren't too bad for him. The ones in real trouble were the Sun-Watchers. With their king assassinated, they were probably running around in a panic. Zhou Ning felt lucky he'd turned down Qian's invitation. Otherwise, he'd be caught in the mess, completely locked down like a prisoner. He pulled out his pocket watch and flipped it open with a click. It was only 2 p.m. After some thought, Zhou Ning decided to head back to his alchemy lab. This morning, John had looked at him with such sparkling eyes that it still gave him chills. On the way back, the weather changed again from rain to snow, and in no time, the canal banks were blanketed in white. A few police officers nearby had stopped a suspicious-looking pedestrian, and were questioning him. As if that would get them any useful info. Shaking his head, Zhou Ning continued toward his lab along the canal district. He had 3 main goals for the near future. The most important was to complete his certification for the Wandering Gunslinger class. As previously mentioned, a complete class system required at least 6 class specialties, 2 core buff skills, and over 10 active skills. Zhou Ning had nearly fulfilled those requirements. His class specialties now included marksmanship mastery, ripple breathing technique, precision machinery crafting, occultism, puppet alchemy, and observation hockey, 6 specialties in total. His 2 core buffs were high-speed execution and armament hockey, so those were complete as well. All that remained were 4 active skills to officially complete the class system. Whether by simulation or random mix and match, they were doable. What he really lacked was experience. Finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, Zhou Ning sighed. His second goal was straightforward. He wanted to level up alchemy to advanced in a short time, then use Goethe's alchemy manual to jump straight to expert. Reaching expert was the real threshold where he could start comprehending powerful formulas, and his secondary class, Alchemy Apprentice, could finally be upgraded. As for the third goal, it wasn't urgent yet. He planned to upgrade Puppet Alchemy, but that required a massive amount of experience in Vectas, something he couldn't afford at the moment. Goals 2 and 1 could be pursued simultaneously, since alchemy could earn him lots of experience. Upon returning to the lab, Zhou Ning skillfully lit the whale oil lamp on the wall, and took out his crucible, alcohol lamp, droppers, scale, and test tubes one by one. He wasn't far from reaching advanced alchemy, and now was a perfect time to grind it up during this lull. The Sun-Watchers had only ordered 200 rounds of bullets for now. The extras could be made into flame oil and stored for later use. With practiced ease, he heated the beaker, waited for the potion to boil, and added lead salts. Maybe it was due to his sudden spike in agility over the past few days, his success rate with flame oil had shot up, and his crafting speed was off the charts. By the end of the afternoon, Zhou Ning had brewed around 50 bottles of flame oil and gained over 10,000 XP. If he did this 2 more times, he'd likely hit advanced alchemy with no problem. Honestly, if he hadn't run out of herbs, he might have already made it there today. Knock knock. Someone politely knocked at the door. Just after finishing cleaning his desk and settling into the recliner for a break, Zhou Ning got up, turned the doorknob, and opened it to find Mrs. Turing standing outside with a tray. "Good evening, little Wayne. Come try my homemade cupcakes," Mrs. Turing said with a smile. "Thank you, Mrs." Zhou Ning accepted the tray and sincerely thanked her. "Would you like to come in and sit for a bit?" No need, I'm a little allergic to alchemical fumes. She glanced into the room and smiled. Maybe my husband would be more interested in visiting. Turing's an alchemist? Zhou Ning asked curiously. He used to be a good one. But ever since the Butcher's War, he hasn't practiced. Apparently not wanting to delve further into that topic, Mrs. Turing quickly changed the subject. So, how's the cupcake tonight? I added a bit more cocoa powder. It's great. Zhou Ning smiled and gave her a thumbs up. What a lovely old lady, Zhou Ning remarked after seeing her off, then returned to his recliner and casually opened the forums. Sure enough, XB had already uploaded the live stream recording, and it was pinned to the top. The title, Bits and Pieces with Wayne Sturwell. Clicking in, the video followed XB's perspective, from the start of the celebration to the final kill of the bloodworm, no detail left out. It even included the contents of Zhou Ning's personal shop, a non-stop highlight reel. Zhou Ning did notice, however, that XB had conveniently edited out his embarrassing, "I'm your idol" moment clearly. He had an image to maintain. The thread already had tens of thousands of replies, and was still growing. Holy crap, I'm shook, so this is Wayne Sturwell's true power. Anime voice, I was still debating class choices, but now I've decided. Wandering Gunslinger is my final pick. Damn, I was in the closed beta and stuck in the Northlands. What do I even do now? Lurking and watching people praise him had always been Zhou Ning's favorite hobby. But this time, before he could soak it all in, a prompt popped up on his interface. Important notice, Episode 3 of the Apocalypse series has been simultaneously released on the forum and all platforms. The series is auto-generated by the neural core. Players interested in the game's lore are encouraged to watch. Zhou Ning was already numb to it. Originally, the protagonist of Episode 3 was supposed to be the Sunwatchers. That episode told the story of how, with the help of Leandro de Pessa, they cracked the Striel family portrait case. Zhou Ning had watched it before like a fantasy version of Young Justice Bao, pretty entertaining. But with the sudden death of Charles VI, the Sunwatchers obviously had no time for such side plots. Zhou Ning could already guess what this episode would cover just by using his big toe. Still, he was genuinely curious, especially about the cause of Charles VI's death. The camera started from a bird's-eye view of Vic University, zooming in slowly until it became clear the scene was set during the celebration. Then the camera panned sideways and without hesitation, locked right onto Zhou Ning, dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and black coat. Zhou Ning. What the hell was this AI thinking? Why was it always picking on him for content? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 57, Episode 3 of the Series 2:14:05 words. Chapter 57, Episode 3 of the Series 2. The perspective immediately shifts to the Alchemy Department registration point. After a brief exchange between a man and a woman, the audience learns that both are members of the Sunwatchers, and their purpose is to assist Zhou Ning in uncovering the Life Alchemy Association's conspiracy. A moment later, the camera settles on a sneaky-looking man, prompting a flood of bullet comments across the screen. Yo, isn't that XB? X-baby, sob, you're on TV. Mommy's so proud. Stop calling yourself his mommy. XB fans, stand tall. At that very moment, XB himself was watching the video. Seeing the wave of comments, he couldn't help but feel speechless. He'd guessed the AI might edit him into the footage, but he didn't expect it to include his first-person perspective. Now all he could do was pray that the AI didn't keep the part with his self-introduction. If it did, he'd be publicly executed, utterly socially dead. But fate was unkind. As soon as the perspective cut to him, the video flashed back. On screen, the moment he'd just arrived in-game was shown. He reached into an animal's fur, gave it a squeeze, and even sniffed it. Above his head appeared a caption, Engineer Apprentice/Player, XB. XB groaned, vision going dark. He hurriedly tried to explain on his live stream, "Let me explain, no wait, let me defend myself. I was just trying to check if it was still there. This game's way too realistic." He didn't dare look at the video's comments, just the flood in his own stream was already humiliating enough. Even a dog would want to hang itself out of second-hand shame. The public execution continued. When the view stayed on him as he walked up to the protagonist, spoiler bullet comments all began spamming the same line, "Hi hubby, my name is XB. I'm your idol, wait, no, you're my idol." And when XB actually said that iconic line, the comments hit their first peak. Everyone saw the fleeting look of disgust flash across Zhou Ning's face. LMAO, XB got dissed. XB fans, heads hanging low. XB looks so dumb it's adorable. I'd take him. Is this the so-called lucky player allowed to join the main story? He just looks like a complete idiot. So embarrassed his toes were curling, XB turned off comments for a full minute. Thankfully, the execution soon ended, and the players were quickly distracted by a wave of plot developments. On screen, XB received a task from the protagonist. Like a cartoon cop, he began patrolling around. The camera then shifted back to Zhou Ning. The footage clearly fast-forwarded a bit, and soon the bell struck 9 times. Elvis appeared. When he did, 2 captions appeared above his head, and the mirror he held, lecturer, Vic University School of Magic / priest of the Curse God cult, Elvis Bart. Unknown artifact Damien's ordinary mirror grants access to a mirror world that can be freely entered and explored but may result in being replaced by a ghost from within the mirror, becoming forever lost. Created by Archmage Damien during the era of the 4 heroes, he vanished into the mirror after crafting it. Zhou Ning. How did he not notice that thing at the time? The appearance of an unknown artifact immediately excited viewers. After all, what do players want most in a game? Mom, I need that. What happens if a player gets lost in the mirror? Do they die? They'll just respawn, duh. What else? Zhou Ning smirked. Keep dreaming. While the game does feature quite a few unknown artifacts, they're basically loot boxes. Most are absolute traps. The rare few that aren't are all in the hands of major NPC factions. That said, come to think of it, there was one relatively safe artifact in Darkland City. He should go find it when he has time. Playback continued. After Elvis performed a flashy mirror trick, he suddenly pulled out an alchemy bomb and hurled it into the crowd. The AI instantly locked back onto Zhou Ning's POV, and the audience noticed that Zhou Ning had clearly sensed something was wrong. In a split second, a revolver materialized in his palm, and he fired at the bomb midair. The alchemy bomb exploded into a fireball. Elvis then revealed his true nature. Since the perspective remained on Zhou Ning, the audience saw a massive black fireball hurling toward him, which he dodged with a simple leap. As he was about to land, he seemingly predicted the future, drawing a shotgun and firing at the ground. Using the recoil to launch himself into the air, he narrowly evaded a hidden lightning spell. The fluidity and visual flair of his movements made viewers want to drop to their knees in awe. After a fierce fight, and with Sherlock's help, Elvis was forced to retreat. But before the audience could breathe easy, the scene descended into even greater chaos as more alchemy bombs suddenly appeared, their beeping noises filling the air. The video split into 4 perspectives: Zhou Ning, Sherlock and his Sunwatcher squad, Leandro de Pessa in a new student uniform, XB, wide-eyed and ears twitching like antennae, playing the war correspondent. First, Sherlock's group encountered trouble. Their attacker was a strong clown tossing hand grenades. But with Sherlock's meteorological abilities assisting, the Sunwatchers concentrated fire and quickly subdued the threat. Then came Leandro de Pessa. Zhou Ning noted that this child of Plain had finally started to shine. Already skilled in alchemy, Leandro immediately sensed the danger, drew his greatsword, and charged at the bomber who was disguised as a student. The enemy hadn't even managed to activate the bomb before being stunned and then overwhelmed by a whirlwind of sword strikes, unable to fight back at all. Then it was XB's turn. With a crash, a public carriage burst through the school's wall. The coachman lost control and drove straight into the crowd. XB took the full brunt and was instantly killed, his head lolling to the side. The bullet comments went quiet for a second, then exploded in a flurry. No. LOL, that was brutal, but why is it so funny? You don't get it. XB's job in Darkland is traffic cop. He keeps order in-game. It's the NPCs who are uncivilized. XB died a hero. Who's this XB guy? Did the devs hire a comedian? XB, once again mentally defeated by the barrage of stupid comments, muted them for another minute. Back to the first screen, Zhou Ning was now running toward the fourth scene. The camera zoomed in again and locked on him. Several Sunwatchers fired at the coachman, but after being shot, the man grotesquely transformed into a huge monster, completely ignoring bullets. The footage then flashed back to the previous day, showing Zhou Ning riding the same public carriage. Players learned the coachman had once been a poor man working 16-hour shifts to support his family, only to be turned into a monster by occultists' manipulation. Then the perspective returned. Zhou Ning rushed forward and fired at the coachman's head. The AI slowed the footage dramatically, even highlighting the health bar above the monster's head. Everyone could see it clearly, 3 blazing, spiraling bullets shot from the revolver and pierced straight into the coachman's skull. Instantly, the entire health bar was wiped out. Holy crap. One-shot kill. Did I see that right? You so right. That's my man so OP. After the coachman was down, the beeping of alchemy bombs inside the carriage grew frantic. Viewers held their breath, but Zhou Ning didn't let them down. He took down the rampaging wildebeest with a single blast, then climbed up the tilting wheelbase onto the roof. As he defused the bomb and the beeping finally ceased, everyone let out a breath, feeling like they'd just watched a thrilling action movie. The immersion was unreal. But before anyone could even take a sip of water, Zhou Ning, now on screen again, seemed to have discovered a new clue. Through a conversation with Sherlock, it became clear, the bombing might have been a diversion. The cult's real target was the state visit taking place at Withers Higher Cathedral Square. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Episode 3 continues and 1318 words. Chapter 58, Episode 3 continues and the scene shifted once again, returning to that dimly lit little room, where a group of people were as before discussing their plans. From their conversation, the players learned that the goal of the Curse God cult in this operation was to release the underground evil god Nyastora by sacrificing more lives. Meanwhile, the goal of the Life Alchemy Society was to assassinate Charles VI. To achieve this, they had found a way to take control of the entire Ruins diplomatic delegation, and had even prepared an unidentified mystical item for the mission. Members of the Bryston Kingdom's upper echelons were also working with them. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips. The Curse God cult always had the purest objectives, hellbent on destroying the world. Evil, yes, but their commitment was unmatched. The perspective cut back to the plaza in front of the Withers Higher Cathedral. When Charles VI arrived and the Ruins ambassador presented the official letter, a line of text appeared on the document: unknown mystic item, pseudo-book of blood sacrifice, the 6th replica of the Book of Blood Sacrifice. Possesses partial functions of the original, capable of temporarily opening the gates to the elemental realm through sacrificial rites. Single use only. Viewers weren't especially intrigued by this single-use item meant for destruction. But what happened next stunned everyone who hadn't yet seen the XB video. The Ruins ambassador drew a dagger from a hidden compartment in the Book of Blood Sacrifice, and lunged at Charles VI, only to be shot dead in a hail of bullets. Immediately after, more than a dozen entourage members drew blades and committed suicide. The scene was unimaginably bloody. Next, the blood on the ground pooled into a teleportation gate. Although Zhou Ning managed to find a way to close the portal, a blood worm still crawled out. Feeding on the corpse's blood, it rapidly split into countless wriggling clones. The video was packed with so much information that viewers were completely overwhelmed. Just as the blood worms began to multiply, Zhou Ning couldn't see a thing. Not because he had gone blind, but because, at that very moment, the on-screen barrage of floating comments exploded exponentially. From XB's side. High energy alert incoming. Here comes the hype. My husband's about to strike. They're all dead meat. Zhou Ning. While his instincts told him he should be utterly embarrassed, he was actually thoroughly enjoying it. Shameless as it was, he honestly thought the players weren't exaggerating. In the video, the air seemed to distort in an instant as an overwhelming pressure burst forth from Zhou Ning. The moment his piercing gaze lifted in a flash, the entire space seemed to tremble. The swarming blood worms were hit by a powerful force, either falling into a stupor or exploding outright. It was almost a full-screen clearing effect, visually stunning. The players also noticed that not only were the blood worms affected, everyone present, including Qian West and Charles VI, were overwhelmed by Zhou Ning's unleashed aura. XB, who was the closest to him, didn't even let out a sound before collapsing like he'd been hit with an axe. A helpful overlay appeared beside Zhou Ning, explaining the skill, Conqueror's Haki, a trait possessed only by true kings. Emits a forceful presence that can damage and stun enemies within range. A large gap in spiritual strength may cause targets to faint. How considerate. Zhou Ning's eyes grew misty. Although this damn AI kept leeching off him time and again, he decided to forgive it just this once for such an epic feature showcase. After this jaw-dropping scene, the barrage of on-screen comments surged even more. Tears in my eyes. This is way too strong, too badass. I'm numb from the hype. Even the typically shy XB couldn't help but sneak in a comment, hubby OP. By this point in the video, around 2/3 had played, and Zhou Ning's part had mostly wrapped up. The Sun Watchers moved in to clean up the aftermath. When Qian West spread his glowing wings, using his clan's inherited ability, the players were briefly amazed again. What made Zhou Ning feel awkward, though, was that even after he'd become just a bystander, the damn AI kept the camera focused squarely on his face. The screen went black, and the next shot cut to the top of the clock tower at Darkland Fortress. A figure in a black alchemy robe and a white hard-shelled mask moved swiftly, dodging the sparse patrolling soldiers, eventually reaching the rooftop and taking out a small hand crossbow. 2 lines of text appeared over his head and weapon. Philip Bislok, professor of alchemy at Inyuk University / Evaluation Committee, member of the Life Alchemy Society. Unknown mystic item, Boudica's self-slaying crossbow fires a highly powerful magic arrow. Killing a target with this arrow extracts and traps their soul inside the weapon. Very low chance of misfire that targets the user instead. A divine weapon once granted to the hero Boudica, after she made a wish to the gods. She rose to fame with it and perished by it. So it was him. Zhou Ning frowned. Of course he remembered this person, Professor Bislok, mentioned in the diary of Hallwig Guy. Thinking about it now, Hallwig's fate was truly tragic, betrayed by someone he trusted, used like a pawn, and discarded when no longer useful. A short while later, Charles VI's carriage arrived at the fortress gate. The moment Charles VI stepped out, Bislok pulled the trigger. A magic arrow silently pierced through Charles VI's chest, a fatal shot. Moments later, a screaming soul emerged above the crossbow. Bislok took out a glass tube from his coat, carefully sealed the soul inside it, and corked the tube. The screen cut to black. The video ended there. Zhou Ning shivered. As a mid-level alchemist, he immediately recognized the glass tube in Bislok's hand. It was a standard alchemical test tube. If he had to guess, those lunatics from the Life Alchemy Society intended to use Charles VI's soul as alchemical material. That was insane. What kind of project could possibly require the soul of a king? An intense sense of foreboding welled up in Zhou Ning's heart. Thanks to the heavy focus he'd put into willpower lately, he hadn't had those dreams again for the past few days. But for some reason, an overwhelming unease lingered. Throw in the unpredictable madness of the Life Alchemy Society, and everything just felt increasingly unsafe. He needed to ramp up his experience gains fast. It was time for another jump. He opened the simulator. Last time, he'd received 12 traversal coins from the return trip, and another 12 for altering the timeline, leaving him with a balance of 24. Zhou Ning topped up one more coin with 10 vectas and immediately initiated a jump. Third time's the charm. This time, I'm going to clear one piece. Preparing for traversal. Traversal coins minus 25. Please select a traversal mode. Direct traversal. Use parallel world template. Since it hadn't been 24 hours since his last jump, the 3 templates hadn't refreshed yet. Zhou Ning could only select mode 1 and proceed with a direct traversal. You have selected talents 1, 6 and 9. Your current talents: Mermaid, Medical Doctorate, Grandpa in a Ring. Permanent talent: Tony Stark, Athletic Prodigy. Match successful. In this parallel world, you are a charming playboy and a genius in scientific research. You are also exceptionally gifted in many areas, having earned a medical doctorate and a national swimming championship at age 20. You possess an ancient-looking ring, an antique you stumbled upon at a street stall. Current world exploration, 49. Unlock next map at 66. Boarding time machine. Traversal complete. You have arrived on the high seas in the year 1516. From this moment on, the wheels of history begin to turn. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, The Devil Factor Lineage Factor 1450 words. Chapter 59, The Devil Factor Lineage Factor July 1, 1516, you're adrift in a vast, boundless sea with nothing but a piece of driftwood to cling to. You have no belongings, no food or water, just a ring on your finger. You didn't try to contact Roger because you know that guy won't wake up without a proper feast. After checking, you realize your Conqueror's Hockey and Observation Hockey are still there, albeit weakened. Only your Armament Hockey needs to be completely retrained. You guess it's because the former two are rooted in the mind, while the latter depends on the body. July 2, 1516, you start gathering food while training your Armament Hockey through swimming. Your Observation Hockey range isn't wide, but it's good enough to lock onto an island in the distance. As you swim, you reflect on what you truly want. During your last journey, you experienced firsthand the darkness of the celestial dragons. Perhaps finding the One Piece and toppling the celestial dragons' rule would be a worthy goal. Chaos Tendency +3 July 4, 1516, after 2 days of swimming, you reach the island. Sure enough, it's Windmill Village. The villagers are warm and welcoming, and you encounter that same unlovable brat again. Yes, you again, Monkey D. You've seen a lot in your time, but this is your first time witnessing someone throwing poop as a hidden weapon. No honor in that. And he's the main character of a manga. What a letdown. According to Luffy, it was his way of protecting Windmill Village with poop. You curse not having a camera on hand to document this dark, cringy chapter of his youth. July 8, 1516, as if guided by fate, the village chief collapses with a sudden illness. Right on time, you arrive at his house and cure him effortlessly, astounding the villagers. July 9, 1516, with the help of the villagers, you temporarily settle in Windmill Village and open a small clinic. After all, you need to make a living. At the same time, you begin physical training to rebuild your Armament Hockey. As the saying goes, a man must stand strong on his own. July 10, 1516, in your free time, you begin exploring ways to earn money. According to a nearby shipyard's pricing, even an old ship costs around 100 million berries. For reference, the battleships you once sailed on as a marine were nearly 20 times that size, cost only 2 billion, and were vastly superior in firepower and durability. Do all pirates come from money or something? You also discover that the most lucrative industries in this world are all listed in the criminal code followed by shipbuilding. Isn't that a vicious cycle? If you already had the money to build a ship, what would you even need the money for? After some thought, you decide to submit a manuscript to a magazine in Logetown. There's no shame in being a copycat author in another world. As for the theme, it's the eternal theme of humanity, and it should hold true even in the world of One Piece. July 11, 1516, finally, some good news. Your grumpy old man companion wakes up ahead of schedule. That's right, it's Roger again, the forgetful death row inmate. After spending time together across two worlds, the two of you click like old friends. July 13, 1516, you run into Luffy and Ace. Luffy still has no regard for martial ethics, but with no weapons at hand he fails. You grab him and stretch his cheeks like pancakes. He gets mad, but after you treat them to a meal, you instantly become friends just like that. During the meal, Roger admits he feels a strange sense of closeness to Ace. The bond between father and son really is a mysterious thing. July 15, 1516, today you receive word from the Logetown magazine. Your short story The Necklace will be published in the upcoming issue. Payment, 2 million berries. You'll need to write 100 short stories to buy a second-hand ship. No matter, it's a stubborn goal. Besides, it's a way to leave your mark in this world. Money is secondary. To change the world in a meaningful way, that's worth it. July to September 1516, during this time, you copy down over 10 classic love stories and become the most famous short story writer in the East Blue. Based on what you've learned, the Logetown magazine is part of the media empire owned by none other than Big News Morgans, the only newspaper tycoon in the One Piece world. Unsurprisingly, your royalties start rising. Meanwhile, your bond with Ace and Luffy grows quickly. You pass on your training methods for armament and observation hockey to both of them. Despite this, Ace loses every single sparring match with you. Based on your assessment, Ace's current strength is somewhere between Marine Lieutenant Commander and Commander. His hand-to-hand skills still lag behind yours. Perhaps only after eating a devil fruit will he truly soar. September 20, 1516, your savings reach 25 million berries. 1/4 of your initial goal achieved. On the same day, you successfully retrain your armament hockey 2 months earlier than in your previous life. Roger tells you your current strength isn't bad. He vaguely remembers being weaker than you when he first set out to sea. But if you want to go further, you need to get out there as soon as possible. You agree. After all this time, you've forged a deep friendship with the two brothers. Ace and Luffy both regard you as a friend and an older brother. December 21, 1516, today brings both good and bad news. The good: you've completed 2/3 of your goal, and your reputation as a famous writer has reached the grand line. Even several princesses are now your fans. The owner of the Logetown magazine personally visits and asks to reprint your works in the World Economic Journal, offering you a higher rate. No reason to refuse. The bad: the old coot Garp finally arrives in Windmill Village. Compared to your previous life, he's even more interested in you this time, especially after watching you beat Ace in a spar. He keeps trying to rope you into the Marines. But this time, you stand your ground. No one is swaying your resolve. Not even for a raise. December 27, 1516, after multiple failed attempts to recruit you, Garp gives up reluctantly. He turns his attention to training Ace and Luffy instead. He claims these two grandsons are future admiral material and mustn't lose to you. You smirk. Optimism is good for all parties involved. January 22, 1517, thanks to Garp's iron-fisted training, Ace finally awakens armament hockey. Promptly, he challenges you again but still suffers a crushing defeat. Then Garp personally treats you to a fancy meal. Even Roger snickers at the scene. Those two old geezers really are something else. February 6, 1517, a few days ago, Garp left for Marine HQ on his warship. Today, you finally reach your small goal. For 88 million berries, you purchase a beautiful ship and begin preparations to set sail. That day, Ace comes to you, asking to join your voyage. He says he can serve as navigator, cook and even fighter. When you ask why, Ace tells you a story about his father Roger and his mother Rouge. He wants to see for himself what kind of ocean could make his father abandon his mother and never return. And if he could, with his own hands, craft a legend greater than Roger's, that would be even better. Roger says nothing after hearing this, but he asks you again and again to take care of Ace. February 21, 1517, over the course of 2 weeks, you fashion some basic medical tools: microscope, simple blood analyzer. Not too difficult, given your Ironman-level research skills. You earn the achievement, Leeuwenhoek. February 22, 1517, with everything prepared, you name your crew the Pineapple Pirates. The flag bears a skull with spiky pineapple-shaped hair. You officially set sail. After saying farewell to Luffy, you promise to meet again on the high seas. February 25, 1517, your first destination is Logetown, then through Reverse Mountain into the Grand Line. They say stand users are drawn to each other, but maybe devil fruits and people are too. In an unexpected turn, you come across a devil fruit on a deserted island. You give it to Ace. In exchange, you obtain blood samples from before and after he consumes it. Under the microscope, you observe tiny black granules in the post-fruit sample. Perhaps this is the legendary devil factor. Chapter 60, Sword and Gun 1218 words. Chapter 60, Sword and Gun, February 17, 1517. Over the past 3 days, you haven't stopped researching the devil factor. In the world of One Piece, there are a total of 30 blood types, primarily categorized as F-type, S-type, X-type, and XF-type. Ace originally had the relatively common S-type, but after eating a devil fruit, it changed to SRH-. The mystery behind this fascinated you. You had a hunch that one day, you'd unravel the secrets of devil fruits just like Vegapunk. Besides that, once Ace mastered his devil fruit powers, he couldn't wait to challenge you. The result? You narrowly edged out a win. This sparked a sense of urgency within you. March 2, 1517. You arrived in Logetown, the town of beginnings and endings. Before entering the Grand Line, you decided to rest here for a bit. You needed to resupply for the voyage, and Ace wanted to buy a log pose. During the journey, Roger had remained unusually silent, but once you reached Logetown, he finally spoke. He told you that he'd left something in this town, though he couldn't remember what it was. He was certain it was very, very important. March 3, 1517. After wandering around Logetown aimlessly for a whole day, Roger finally recalled something. In the drawer of an abandoned house, you found a sword, a gun, and an old, yellowed photograph pressed at the very bottom, likely left behind by Roger before he turned himself in. The photo showed a gentle-looking woman standing beside Roger. After looking at it, Roger fell into an unusually gloomy silence. You obtained 2 epic-grade items, Roger's Saber Ace and Roger's Pirate Pistol Jackson. March 4, 1517. After just 1 day apart, Ace somehow managed to bring back a sniper. He was a man with the title of teacher, named Miho. His dream was to travel across the seas and reach children around the world who had no access to education. Though his ideals were a bit unrealistic, after testing his strength, you found him surprisingly formidable. He possessed a sniping technique so precise that people couldn't even tell where the bullets were coming from. That afternoon, just as you were about to set sail, Smoker blocked your path. But he was no match for you. You beat him down thoroughly, and even drew a few tubes of his blood for future research. March 4, 1517. You successfully escaped pursuit by the Navy and charged toward Reverse Mountain. Even though you'd seen it once before, watching the current surge uphill toward the summit still left you in awe of nature's power. March 5, 1517. You arrived at Twin Cape, where you met Crocus and the whale Laboon by the lighthouse. You passed along Roger's greetings, then resumed your journey. March 11, 1517. After seeing Crocus, Roger recalled more memories. He had once visited an island called Laugh Tale, completed a full circumnavigation of the world, and left something there. However, he had completely forgotten how to get back. You smiled and said it didn't matter if you could reach Laugh Tale on your own and become Pirate King. Wouldn't that be even more romantic? March 15, 1517. Michael turned out to be from Alabasta, and had an eternal pose leading there which you found to be quite the coincidence. Based on your knowledge, reaching Laugh Tale requires deciphering for red poneglyphs. After Kazuki Odin's death, Robin should be the only person capable of reading them. If you remembered correctly, around this time, she had already joined Baroque Works. March 17, 1517. You saw your own bounty on a wanted poster dropped by a news coup, 5 million berries. Meanwhile, Ace, thanks to his Logia fruit, started off at 30 million. What an insult! You challenged Ace to another fight, and once again, emerged victorious. March 19, 1517. After more than 10 days at sea, you finally arrived at the desert kingdom of Alabasta, a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. March 22, 1517. The log pose would take about 10 days to reset in Alabasta. You followed Michael to his hometown Yuba, only to discover it hadn't rained there in nearly a year. The people had found dance powder being smuggled into the capital, Alyabarna, from Elmer Port. Because dance powder causes uneven rainfall, many began to suspect that King Cobra was hoarding rain for the capital by abusing the powder. This triggered public outrage, leading to the formation of a rebellion seeking to overthrow the royal family. March 23 to 26, 1517. As a transmigrator, you knew that Crocodile had used his sand fruit powers and dance powder to manipulate Alabasta's climate. Faced with Yuba's plight and Michael's plea, you didn't stand idly by. You chose to expose Crocodile's scheme. March 27, 1517. After establishing contact with King Cobra, you initially earned his trust. He assigned Guard Captain Igaram and Vice Captain Pell to work with you. Together you investigated Rainbase, the city of dreams in Alabasta, where you uncovered further evidence and engaged in a direct battle against Crocodile and Baroque Works. The ensuing battle was especially brutal. You couldn't fathom how Luffy managed to defeat Crocodile in the manga. Even with Roger's help, your victory was hard-won. But during this fight, your swordsmanship improved dramatically. In the end, it was your pistol Jackson that dealt the finishing blow. As the sand crocodile stared at you in disbelief, you almost wanted to tell him, "Times have changed, old man." After the grueling victory, Alabasta was immediately drenched in a torrential downpour. Watching the people of Alabasta cry tears of joy in the rain, you felt the struggle had been well worth it. You gained the skill, Basic Swordsmanship Intermediate. March 29, 1517. King Cobra rewarded you with a large amount of berries. You didn't even count how much, just that it was a lot. You also met Vivi in the royal palace of Alyabarna. She was still just a cute little girl of 12 or 13. You patted her head, silently hoping she'd grow up happy and free, and wouldn't have to suffer like she did in the manga. April 1, 1517. In Alabasta's famous perfume city, Yucana, you found Robin and invited her to join the Pineapple Pirates. Maybe it was your sincerity, maybe it was your dashing good looks, but she accepted without hesitation. April 2, 1517. The next destination pointed to by the log pose was the Jaya Archipelago. You were Northwest stranger to that place. In your previous life, it was where you died killed by Akiji and Akainu working together. Roger told you he remembered more. In the final year of his journey to Laugh Tale, this was the first stop. You knew he wasn't wrong, there really was a poneglyph on Skypiea. April-May 1517. You arrived at the Jaya Archipelago. Out at sea near the island, you encountered Mont Blanc Cricket, a descendant of the infamous liar Noland. A man who gambled his entire life to prove the existence of the City of Gold and break his family's curse. Without hesitation, you told him, the Golden City is real. Your crew was deeply moved by his story. After waiting for 3 days, the knock-up stream finally arrived, and you soared toward Skypiea in one breath. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 61, Niproin. Chapter 61, Niproin, May 17, 1517. Upon arriving at Skypea, you found the pineapple drifting along the sea of clouds, your first time witnessing such a spectacular sight. However, the locals didn't seem very welcoming. Even your seemingly invincible charm couldn't get you through the door. Surprisingly though, you ran into an old acquaintance, the mad monk Urij, a future member of the 11 supernovas. At this point, he hadn't yet set sail. At your invitation, he first fought you, then Ace, and afterward fell into a bit of a depression. But in the end, he happily chose to join you. May 18, 1517. According to Urij, Skypea is currently ruled by someone named Enel. He suddenly appeared 3 years ago, defeated the former god Gonfal, and became the new god. That much lines up with what you know. However, Enel probably doesn't yet possess the level of mantra observation hockey he will 3 years from now. Otherwise, there's no way he wouldn't have heard all the trash you've been talking. May 19, 1517. You sailed to the Island of Gods, Upper Yard. After some exploration, you discovered many ruins belonging to the Shandians, and even stumbled upon the former residence of Mont Blanc Noland. All signs indicated that this was once the fabled city of Gold Shandora. May 20, 1517. When you reached the Shandian altar, Enel appeared before you. The ensuing battle gave you some trouble, but his hand-to-hand combat was frankly too weak. Thanks to your observation hockey and Soru, you easily dodged his attacks in advance. Armed hockey let you strike his real body, and before long, he was soundly defeated. You invited Enel to join the Pineapple Pirates, telling him that on the Grand Line, people with his level of strength are a dime a dozen, and only by venturing out can one truly become stronger. Enel hesitated but ultimately refused, declaring that a god is supreme, and would never stoop to mingle with mortals. But that was fine, you beat him up again. After the third beating, he very sensibly chose to join. May 21, 1517. In addition to recruiting Enel, you also took all the gold he had been stockpiling to build the Golden Ark Maxim. Back to the sea you went, he wasn't going to use it anyway. You don't know exactly how much gold there is, but combined with the berries Cobra gave you, your crew shouldn't have to worry about money for quite a while. May 29, 1517. The news coup dropped off the latest wanted posters. Thanks to taking down Crocodile, Mihail's bounty rose to 50 million berries. Yours hit 100 million. But Ace's? A whopping 150 million. Seriously? You challenged him to another fight, and managed a narrow victory. June 6, 1517. You arrived at Water 7, a city built on the sea, and the most famous shipbuilding hub in the One Piece world. 800 years ago, one of the 3 ancient weapons, a warship named Pluton, was built by shipwrights on this island. A single shot from it could obliterate an entire island. The blueprints said to have survived are likely in Frankie's hands now, and that's your main reason for coming. June 7, 1517. After a day of observation, you confirmed that Rob Lucci and Kaku were already at Dock 1. The bar owner was also Blueno, sporting his trademark bullhorn hairstyle. Who would have thought CP9 had infiltrated Galila this early? Thankfully, you'd already had Robin prepare a disguise. Also, you spent a lovely day with Robin at a local inn. No, this isn't that kind of doujin plot, just natural chemistry between 2 attractive people in their 20s. June 9, 1517. Without alerting anyone, you found Frankie. His home, the Frankie House, was located in the northeast part of Water 7. When you arrived, he was lounging on a recliner, reading a romance short story collection that looked oddly familiar. He was even shedding tears from time to time. This sensitive. You felt a chill down your spine. Didn't the president say he had loads of princess fans across the Grand Line? Why is the first one you meet a burly, half-naked dude? Regardless, you got acquainted. When he found out you were the author of that story collection, he was incredibly enthusiastic. He declared that only someone with a wild exterior and a passionate heart could write such moving love stories just like him. You? June 12, 1517. After a few days of getting to know each other, your vast knowledge and insight won Frankie over. He even thought you might rival the legendary Dr. Vegapunk in scientific prowess, especially when it came to mechanical design, where he considered you a genius among geniuses. Through your conversations, you had a stroke of inspiration. Frankie discovered a special element in the One Piece world called niproin. When mixed with the world's version of cola, it could trigger a reaction similar to nuclear fission. Some element in the cola acted as a bombardment particle, causing niproin's nucleus to emit high-energy particles and release a continuous stream of energy. This energy could serve as a weapon power source and even propel a 100-ton ship for over a kilometer with ease. This world is insane. You were dumbfounded. Was this basically a ready-made arc reactor? Who needs palladium with something like this? And then, a bold idea took root in your mind. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 62, Iron Battle Suit 1149 words. Chapter 62, Iron Battle Suit. June 16, 1517. After discussing with Frankie, you're increasingly convinced that with current scientific technology, your design is entirely feasible. You're fully capable of creating an Iron Man-style battle suit powered by cola and the element niproin. It would just require extensive research and a great deal of funding, 2 things you happen to have in abundance. Tony Stark probably never imagined that his prized arc reactor could be replaced by a 3-berry bottle of cola. June 17, 1517. You gathered the members of the Pineapple Pirates to announce your decision. You and Frankie would temporarily stay behind in Water 7 to conduct research, while the others would continue sailing under Vice Captain Ace's command. You agreed to regroup at Sabaody Archipelago in 2 years. Though surprised, everyone respected your decision. June 19, 1517. Frankie retrieved the blueprints of Pluton hidden inside his body, and Robin translated the ancient script for you. It truly was the schematic of an enormous warship. If possible, you planned to build it. Perhaps it would become the next flagship of the Pineapple Pirates. June 21, 1517. You had Frankie contact Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7, and head of the Galley Law Company. You offered to improve their shipbuilding blueprints in exchange for a 15% profit share. Iceberg was initially dismissive, but after reviewing your modifications, he immediately agreed. June 27, 1517. You spent 7 days revising all the shipbuilding blueprints and handed them over to Iceberg. You could have asked for a higher share of the profits, but you understood the wisdom of not overreaching. 15% from a long-term venture is already a massive gain. Besides, you didn't have the time or interest to personally run a shipbuilding company in competition with Galley Law. June-October 1517. With Frankie's assistance, you completed the first-generation Iron Battle suit powered by cola, naming it Pineapple 01. Frankie proved to be an excellent research assistant, probably even better than Tony Stark's doctor. Not only was he quick to understand your ideas and offer insightful suggestions, but he also had top-notch hands-on skills. When exhausted, you could count on his twin subordinates, Kiwi and Mozu, to perform a cheerleading dance to help you unwind. Fantastic. You were quite satisfied with the final Pineapple 01. The suit was equipped with Sky Island's jet dials and cola propulsion units on the back and soles, with smaller thrusters on the arms. You placed extra focus on flight stabilization. After the successful test flight in Water 7, you could proudly declare, "You can fly now." After completing Pineapple 01, you flew in the suit to the nearby Marine base, G8 Fortress, which was commanded by Vice Admiral Jonathan. The final test exceeded your expectations. After knocking out the guards with your Conqueror's hockey, you sparred with Jonathan. Using your iron battle suit in conjunction with swordsmanship and occasional long-range projectile attacks, you managed to fight him to a standstill. Without even realizing it, you'd become a powerhouse on the seas. Testing revealed that Pineapple 01 had mediocre endurance and overly heavy armor, though its defense was excellent, capable of withstanding a full-power strike from a near-admiral-level opponent. It also significantly boosted your arm strength and sword speed. The only real drawback was the lack of an intelligent AI like Jarvis, which affected combat efficiency. If only you had a ship spirit. Meanwhile, from the newspapers, you learned that Ace and the Pineapple Pirates had passed by Moria's thriller bark. You weren't sure what happened exactly, but the crew now included 2 new members, Gecko Moria and Ghost Princess Perona. No idea how Ace pulled that off. What really annoyed you was that some people were starting to speculate that Marco was the captain of the Pineapple Pirates just because of the hairstyle and the pineapple symbol on the flag. At the end of October, Roger suddenly told you he'd recalled a sword technique he used frequently. It might be useful to you. The move was called Divine Departure, a technique requiring exceptionally refined swordsmanship and best used with his blade, Ace. But you weren't stupid, that sword was way too conspicuous. Unless absolutely necessary, you wouldn't reveal it. November 15-17 to February 15-18. Aside from your research, you were a true master of time management. With a clear goal in mind, you always carved out time to train your armament hockey and swordsmanship, no matter how busy you were. Nearly every night, you paid a visit to G8 Fortress. Eventually, the soldiers stopped bothering to come out. They just watched from a distance as you sparred with Jonathan. After all, you didn't kill anyone. These intense fights paid off. One day in late February, your swordsmanship experienced a qualitative leap, and you finally mastered Divine Departure. Even you were shocked when a clean arc of sword light cut down Jonathan with surgical precision. You acquired the skill, Divine Departure Beginner. You acquired the skill, Basic Swordsmanship Advanced March 15-18. History seemed to shift again. CP9 activity in the area had increased. They appeared to realize that the Pluton blueprints weren't with Iceberg and plotted to assassinate him to uncover their true location. As you predicted, when they made their move, you arrived in your battle suit and took down CP9 single-handedly, though Lucci gave you some trouble and nearly escaped an instant KO. When the infamous tabloid photographer rushed over for an interview, you had the irresistible urge to lift your mask and say, "I am Iron Man." Late May 15-18. After long-term preparation, you began planning the construction of the ancient weapon Pluton. Iceberg agreed to assist you. It would be a massive undertaking, requiring an army of shipwrights and 2 years of work, not to mention astronomical expenses. But you were sure it would be worth it. June-December 1518. With Frankie's help, you upgraded Pineapple 01 twice. Beyond improvements to endurance and armor, Pineapple 03 featured a coating of sea stone on the outer layer, making it far more effective against devil fruit users. Barring surprises, this would likely be your last suit for the foreseeable future. In addition to suit upgrades, you also acquired several devil fruits to research devil factor technology. By late December, you'd managed to produce a semi-finished artificial devil fruit. Its effects remained uncertain. One thing that brought you comfort was the progress your crewmates had made over the past year. Ace turned down the position of Warlord of the Sea and led the Pineapple Pirates into the New World. After returning from Wano, he grew even stronger. After visiting Shanks, he resumed his original path and challenged Whitebeard. Though he was still defeated, he earned Whitebeard's respect, who said he saw the spirit of Kazuki Odin in Ace. In the latest bounty poster, Ace's bounty had reached 800 million berries, undoubtedly stronger than in the original timeline. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 63, The Counterattack. 1111 words. Chapter 63, The Counterattack. December 15-18. The rest of the Pineapple Pirates had made significant progress as well. Enel and Urij, the two Sky Islanders, had both mastered advanced armament and observation hockey. Enel, thanks to his Logia powers and his broken-level mantra ability, had reached a bounty of 500 million. Robin's bounty had also risen to 190 million berries, and the Navy had taken note of her existence, pursuing the pineapple pirates relentlessly during this time. Fortunately, they had managed to escape danger each time. Late December 1519. Frankie helped you acquire a gorilla to test a synthetic devil fruit. However, after eating the fruit, the gorilla turned into a kobold. Its appearance changed, and it even started barking like a dog. Was this a zootype hyena fruit? You weren't sure whether this experiment was a success or a failure. January 1519. The construction of Pluton was progressing much faster than expected. Thanks to the full support of Iceberg and the Galileo Company, about half of it was already complete, and there was a good chance the ship would be fully built by early 1520. With more shipwrights, it could go even faster. Moreover, your research into Pluton's weapon systems had sparked major inspiration. It was said to be a cannon capable of sinking an island in one blast, and the design was far more intricate than anything the native one-piece world could produce. It used compressed air to launch powerful air cannonballs. By miniaturizing its construction, you managed to replicate it in your iron battle suit, completing the fourth-generation pineapple suit. While its power was significantly reduced, your tests showed it was still comparable to modern heavy weaponry. Amid these successes, you also faced setbacks. The composition of devil fruits was too complex, and you couldn't fully decipher the arrangement of their devil factors. You were forced to use a special synthetic compound to imitate their effects. As a result, all the devil fruits you created turned out to be unknown zoan types. This half-success left you feeling both frustrated and, well, still frustrated. You gained the skill, synthetic devil fruit manufacturing. This skill cannot be upgraded. February 1519. You established a devil fruit factory, and began anonymously selling some of your synthetic fruits on the black market to recoup funds. Pluton's construction was bleeding you dry. Even as a transmigrator, the cost made your scalp tingle. Some of the fruits were used to equip a specialized unit made entirely of zoan-type devil fruit users, inspired by Kaido's forces. Late February 1519. Roger informed you that his soul had recovered significantly, and he was now able to assist you in combat temporarily by taking control of your body. This might be your trump card. Even after falling terminally ill in the manga, Roger was still able to fight Whitebeard to a standstill for days. With your iron battle suit enhancing his power, even you couldn't imagine the level of strength you'd wield. A strange idea popped into your head: what if Roger acted as your J? A real AI, except it was the top-tier, living kind. So you headed to the G8 fortress to test things out with Jonathan. What you saw left you stunned. Roger didn't just guide you in battle with pinpoint precision, your suit and weapons were now engulfed in overwhelming conqueror's hockey. With a single divine departure, Jonathan was sent flying. March 1519. After starting to sell synthetic devil fruits, your wealth surged rapidly. A mysterious organization was also buying them in bulk. Even the Revolutionary Army reached out, seeking to purchase large quantities. You assembled a 300-man unit composed entirely of zoan-type users. Though not large, it was already enough to give the Navy and other powers serious headaches. With your newfound wealth, you recruited more shipwrights, and construction on Pluton accelerated. One detail kept bothering you: Ace's bounty had suddenly jumped to 1.8 billion berries. Though no reason was officially given, you suspected it was because they had uncovered his lineage. His surname was just too revealing: Portgas D. Ace, the exact same as his mother's. June 7, 1519. The 2-year promise with your crew was about to come due. Just as you were about to head for the Sabaody archipelago, Robin arrived in Water 7 with the rest of the crew, bringing shocking news. 10 days earlier, in the New World, the Pineapple Pirates had been ambushed by Navy warships. Admiral Akainu had led the assault alongside over 10 elite vice-admirals. To cover the crew's retreat, Ace fought Akainu and was defeated. He was captured and taken to Impel Down. Upon hearing this, you were filled with fury and you felt Roger's rage too. June 9, 1519. News broke that the Navy had officially announced Ace to be the son of the Pirate King, Gold. To sever the so-called evil bloodline and promote their version of justice, they declared Ace would be publicly executed at Marineford in 1 week. You knew that, unlike in the original manga, Whitebeard definitely wouldn't be coming. This might be a battle you'd have to fight alone. But looking at how far the Pineapple Pirates had come in 2 years, you realized your crew now rivaled the top pirate groups. With new members and existing ones like Miho, Robin, Frankie, Enel, Urajivan Moria, and Perona had become formidable in their own right. And then there was the secret weapon nearing completion at Dock No. 1 in Water 7. Perhaps it was finally time to take on the Navy and the world government head-on. June 11, 1519. Over the past 2 days, you reached out to Dragon, the Revolutionary Army leader. In exchange for a free batch of synthetic devil fruits, you asked him to join this war effort. You made it clear, the time had come to strike back at the world government. After reviewing everything you had to offer, Dragon agreed they would be there. June 12, 1519. Today, Water 7 was struck by the annual mega tsunami, Aqua Laguna. As you and your crew arrived at Dock No. 1, everyone was stunned by what they saw: a massive black warship, Pluton, standing against the raging sea. Even years later, the people of Water 7 would remember this sight, a colossal black battleship charging into the ocean straight into the tsunami. June 16, 1519. You arrived at the gates of justice surrounding Marineford. There you rendezvoused with the Revolutionary Army's fleet. Staring up at the towering gates, Sniper Miho began shelling them. With just 2 shots, the gates of justice shattered into pieces. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 64, Simulation End Surpassing the Pirate King 1491 words. Chapter 64, Simulation End Surpassing the Pirate King. June 16, 1519. You once again arrived at Marineford aboard the Pluton, the heart of the entire marine organization in the world of One Piece, garrisoned by 100,000 elite marines, enough to rival even the 4 emperors. At this time, on the plaza of Marineford, the 3 marine admirals and the vice admirals led by Garp were already assembled beside the execution platform. Under the gaze of all present, you stood atop the Pluton in your iron battle suit and fastened your mask. For the Pineapple Pirates, this was a battle where everything was on the line. Even the Revolutionary Army committed heavily, with Dragon personally arriving on the scene, accompanied by Chief of Staff Sabo, Army Commander Morley, Lindbergh, and Karasu. The battle that followed was brutally intense. Thanks to the joint efforts of the Pineapple Pirates and the Revolutionary Army, the deterrent power of the Pluton, and Roger fighting at full strength, you ultimately forced Fleet Admiral Sengoku to concede, successfully rescuing Ace and securing victory. During the battle, Akainu lost an arm and suffered severe injuries, while Marine headquarters was nearly destroyed. June 18, 1519, the sudden war sent shockwaves through the world. Morgans dubbed you the 5th Emperor of the Sea, your strength nearly on par with former Pirate King Roger, and the wielder of the ancient weapon Pluton. Your newly issued bounty soared to 3.5 billion berries, and your epithet became Ironman. Late June 1519. After meeting Dragon at the Revolutionary Army's base on the white-soiled island of Baltigo, you both agreed to a full alliance. The Revolutionary Army would assist you in overthrowing the Celestial Dragons and their unjust dominion over the world. June 1519 to April 1522, over the next 3 years, your power grew rapidly. Aside from a few nations in the North Blue, all nations in the East, South, and West Blue were liberated. Even the scientific Germa Kingdom of the North Blue joined your ranks. You also commanded several subordinate pirate crews filled with powerful warriors, including the Red Pineapple Pirates led by Capone Beej, and the Green Pineapple Pirates led by the gluttonous Jewelry Bonnie. Your influence had already surpassed that of the 4 emperors. And it wasn't just influence your strength had as well. You built 2 more Pluton warships, and Frankie helped you mass-produce Iron Battle Suit. Nearly every core crew member was equipped with one. Your Zoan-type Devil Fruit army had reached around 3,000 members. Even if the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates joined forces, you had nothing to fear. June 1522, you began your global voyage toward the final island, Laugh Tale. Your first stop was Fishman Island, where you found Joy Boy's apology letter to the Mermaid Princess in the Coral Forest. Nearby, you discovered the first of the 4 road poneglyphs and took a rubbing of it. July 1522, the second road poneglyph was in the hands of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. When your 3 Plutons arrived at the gates of Tado Land, even a 4 Emperor had to back down and handed it over. September 1522, you arrived in Wano. Kaido of the Beasts had entrenched himself on Onigashima. Compared to Big Mom, Kaido was far harder to negotiate with. However, under the crushing weight of your absolute power, Kaido suffered a humiliating defeat, and you obtained the 3rd road poneglyph. November 1522, you found the wandering Zanesha at sea and entered the whale forest. Inside the whale tree, you discovered the final road poneglyph. With that, all 4 were now in your possession. March 1523, after 9 months of navigation, you reached the last island pointed to by the log pose Lodestar Island. Here, the log pose spun wildly, rendered useless. But on an ancient tablet on the island, you confirmed that Laugh Tale lay at the intersection of the 4 road poneglyphs. April 1523, after a month of searching, you arrived at the intersection point. Ocean currents flowed from all directions toward a single location. At the edge of your vision appeared a cascade of seawater and oceanic waterfall. Your entire crew erupted in cheers. This must be Laugh Tale. At the base of the ocean waterfall, you found a small island. Roger confirmed this was it. On the island, you read the history of the Void Century and uncovered the truth behind the One Piece. 900 years ago, a spaceship from outer space crashed into the blue sea. The aliens themselves were weak, but they had domesticated a strange race called the Demon Clan, who closely resembled humans. Using the unique genetic traits of these demons, the aliens created the devil fruits to imbue themselves with supernatural powers. After the crash, many aliens were gravely injured. Some demons escaped, others rebelled and killed their masters, seizing control of the ship. They learned to use alien technology and soon crafted the 3 ancient weapons, establishing a strong foothold in this world. Led by their chieftain, they declared themselves gods and enslaved the native humans. To solidify their rule, the demons began doing to their own kind what the aliens had done to them, domesticating them, extracting the demon genes to produce devil fruits for themselves. They even performed gigantification experiments on humans using the same genetic material. The author of these records, Joy Boy, was one such enslaved demon. He escaped with a group of fellow captives and allied with 20 human kings to revolt. Together, they nearly exterminated the oppressive demon clan. Facing extermination, the demon chief begged for mercy, offering to grant the 20 kings eternal life using the powers of the Op fruit on the condition that they spare him. Seduced by the promise of immortality, the 20 kings betrayed their alliance with Joy Boy and turned on him and his kin. On the ruins of the demon kingdom, they founded the world government. The descendants of these 20 kings became the celestial dragons. Joy Boy and his people were the fabled D clan, whose goal was to avenge the betrayal. The demon chief only fulfilled part of his promise, giving eternal life to one of the kings, as the Op fruit could only be used once. That king was Emu, the celestial dragon king. As compensation, Emu promised the others supreme status for their descendants. Joy Boy and part of the D clan reached this final island and carved the poneglyphs to mock humanity's broken promises. The rest of the truth is scattered across the Grand Line on other stone tablets. Only by collecting them all can one grasp the full history. The so-called One Piece was, in the end, a mask with a smiling face, and the name Joy Boy written on it a joke. A crown for the king of comedy. Staring at the long-lost history, you couldn't help but laugh. So this was the legendary treasure. How ridiculous. The name Laugh Tale had never been more fitting. After recording the Void Century's history, you left Laugh Tale. Achievement unlocked, Pirate King. May 1523, news of you becoming the second Pirate King spread across the seas. A month later, you met Dragon again at Baltigo and shared the truth about the Void Century. With the Revolutionary Army's reach, this almost comical history quickly spread. Now all pirates knew the truth. Laugh Tale really was a tale to laugh at. Perhaps the pirate era would now come to an end. July 1523, you issued a formal declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons. Unexpectedly, allies poured in beyond the Revolutionary Army, both Redhair and Whitebeard joined the cause. Even the Navy fell silent, tacitly opposing the Celestial Dragons. August 1523, you led your 3 great pirate crews to Merigios, the Celestial Dragon's holy land. Your Plutons lined up and began bombarding the city. When Emu and the 5 elders arrived wielding the ancient weapon Uranus, the battle became dire, but you ultimately triumphed. Most celestial dragons were executed, only the least vile were spared, sentenced to live out their days in prison. At last, facing an empty Merigios, you used Uranus to blast through the red line, uniting all the seas into one. From then on, the world had no east, west, north, or south blue, only the all-blue. November 1523, a new world government was founded, and the Navy officially submitted. As the new Pirate King, you became its first leader and ushered in a long era of rule. The Great Pirate Era officially came to an end. December 1523 to March 1556, under your governance, the world transformed. People lived in peace and prosperity, and the mad dash to the sea became a thing of the past. Roger wasn't too happy. He believed real men should sail the seas. March 1556, surrounded by your wife and children, you passed away peacefully of old age. Simulation complete. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 65, New Map, New Features, 1300 words. Chapter 65, New Map, New Features. Summary. Congratulations. You've completed a brilliant and glorious life. You've cleared this map perfectly. In this journey across worlds, your life surpassed 99% of other travelers. Not only did you find the grand treasure and become the Pirate King, but you also personally ended the Celestial Dragon's rule. You even brought an end to the infamous and controversial Great Pirate Era. What's more, you ushered in a 300-year-long golden age. After your death, historians of this world regarded you as the one who changed the course of history, and your deeds will be remembered for all eternity. Evaluation: S World Exploration Rate, 98. 20 Traversal Coins for achieving over 90% exploration, 10 Traversal Coins for your major contributions to the world's scientific history, 4 Traversal Coins for your minor influence on world literature, 22 Traversal Coins for your unprecedented impact on world history. Because you perfectly cleared across the seas, you are granted a one-time opportunity to retain a talent in the real world. Since you earned an S-rank evaluation and cleared the world, the Pirate King Zhou Ning has now become a hidden time travel template. With exceptionally good luck, it may be selected randomly. This template carries the exclusive title Pirate King, and will bring the flagship Pluton during the traversal. Congratulations, player, for completing the game. A new map and new features have been unlocked. You've obtained the right to revisit cleared instances with a paid rewind. Please check the relevant tabs for more details. Your current alignment tendency, lawful neutral, chaotic neutral. Please select your reward. Option 1, randomly obtain 3 skills or proficiencies gained during your journey. Option 2, randomly obtain 3 items acquired during your journey. That damned Pirate King world really turned people into demons. He'd been doing just fine as lawful neutral, and got forced into chaotic neutral. Still, raking in 56 traversal coins in one go felt amazing, like getting rich overnight. But choosing between the 2 options was seriously tough. Option 1 had some of the skills he desperately wanted, like divine departure and basic swordsmanship. As for the devil fruit technology, it was likely a bottomless pit since its materials were probably unique to the Pirate King world. There was no guarantee he'd find substitutes in his current world. Option 2, on the other hand, had more tangible benefits. Clearly visible among the options were a sword, a gun, and Skypea shells. Although the simulation process had been vague, there was a good chance it also included devil fruits, Pluton, or Uranus. Any of them would be a major addition to the Hall of Curiosities. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Ning ultimately chose option 1. As tempting as option 2 was, what he really needed now were skills. No matter how rare an item was, there'd probably be a chance to pull it from the reward pool later. You selected option 1. You've obtained the skill, Divine Departure Beginner. You've obtained the skill, Synthetic Devil Fruit Manufacturing. You've obtained the skill, Basic Swordsmanship Advanced. Divine Departure Beginner, a sword technique unique to Pirate King Roger, infused with both armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. A tremendously powerful strike that requires the exclusive weapon ace to reach full potential. Synthetic Devil Fruit Manufacturing, a technique for creating artificial devil fruits. Only Zoan-type fruits can be randomly produced. This skill cannot be upgraded. Basic Swordsmanship Advanced, fundamental sword techniques. Passively increases sword damage and precision. Zhou Ning let out a breath of relief. He'd gotten everything he wanted. Divine Departure and Basic Swordsmanship significantly boosted his close combat abilities. While he still wasn't on par with melee-focused professions, at least now he could hold his own if things got up close. He opened up the details on synthetic devil fruit manufacturing and instantly relaxed. Thankfully, the simulator had shown some Mercy Devil Factor conversion materials could now be replaced with a catalyst called Starlight reagent. This substance was one of the base ingredients for superpower-enhancing potions, and could be crafted once his alchemy reached expert level. The other ingredients were just fairly common herbs. This instantly filled Zhou Ning with motivation to grind alchemy. He could already picture a future swarming with kobolds and minotaurs. Sure, it might be a bit of a scam, but maybe players would like kobolds. Time to check the rest of the rewards. Detected, player has perfectly cleared across the seas. You are eligible for a one-time draw to retain a talent in the real world. Draw complete, you have obtained the purple talent, Grandpa Ring. Grandpa Ring Purple, your ring houses the soul of a powerful local warrior. You might as well call him your portable grandpa. Note, works especially well with loser protagonist type builds. A simple, ancient-looking ring had suddenly appeared on his finger, making Zhou Ning pause for a moment. Zhou Ning. What kind of twisted setup was this? Was the talent going to bring Roger's soul along for the ride too? He tried muttering, "Hey," to the ring silence. Looks like just like in the simulation, he had to feed it first. After finishing his haul, Zhou Ning opened the simulator panel again. Sure enough, a small red dot had appeared on the map. Clearly, the next map had been unlocked. A new tab had also appeared on the right, Rewind. The new map had a great name, War of the Gods. Just hearing it evoked the grandeur of an epic mythological tale. The price was surprisingly reasonable, only 60 traversal coins. Zhou Ning had just received 56 coins, which wasn't quite enough for a traversal, but at least it wasn't multiplied by 5 again. Clicking into the Rewind interface, he saw the 3 maps he had already cleared: Miss Lost London, Endless War, and Across the Seas. Reading the instructions, Zhou Ning suddenly understood. This feature allowed him to spend double the usual traversal coins, minimum 20, to either use a completely random character template, or one he already possessed. He could select any point in time to begin his traversal, but it might be a world already altered by his previous time travel. Just like regular traversal, Rewind also let you bring back 3 things regardless of whether they were items or skills. For example, in Miss Lost London, you could choose to start in 1938 New York for Part 2 of the storyline, or 1988 for Part 3. But in 1938, you might encounter your legendary vampire self or maybe just your normal self. In 1988, you might find Dio Brando, who had just been rejuvenated by legendary vampire Zhou Ning. Or perhaps the world hadn't changed, and it was still the evil savior you'd once met. This setup was actually quite appealing. Pricey, yes, but full of potential. Zhou Ning walked briskly along the Canal District, umbrella in hand, heading toward the school. The shockwaves from Charles VI's death hadn't settled yet. Police and black-uniformed sunwatchers were still stopping pedestrians everywhere to ask questions. Normally, this would be the market's busiest hour, but now the marketplace was strangely subdued. It was as if, overnight, the city of Darkland had fallen into a quiet slump. The new semester would begin in a few days, and today Zhou Ning was heading over to formally resign from his teaching assistant job with Professor Wesley. He wasn't particularly short on money now, and brewing basic potions in the alchemy building no longer advanced his skill proficiency. So that 5 vectas per month job had become dispensable. Reaching the campus, he noticed the usually quiet grounds were now bustling with students. Suddenly, among the students by the roadside, Zhou Ning spotted a familiar figure, short, black-haired. Wasn't that the child of the plane, Leandro? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/cracks translation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 66, Survival Mission. 1323 words. Chapter 66, Survival Mission. At the moment, Leandro looked rather bewildered. Standing nearby were 2 players with visible usernames. One of them had a shifty look and was clearly XP, the other was a petite female player named Jinx. That name rings a bell. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow as a memory surfaced in his mind. She's the star player of Deep Blue Club, an alchemy master, ranked among the top 5 warrior class players in the country. In my past life, she was the one who maxed out Leandro's favorability and uncovered the secret of flame oil. I didn't expect her to be one of the closed beta players too. Zhou Ning's lips curved into a faint smile as he walked over. Compared to XB, Jin's was clearly the more promising leak. He had read the forum logs from back then. Jin's had stubbornly completed 492 quests to raise Leandro's favorability. She was basically a god-tier simp. A top-grade leak like this was best harvested personally. At the moment, Jin's was feeling a bit frustrated. She had spawned in Vis County near Darkland and immediately headed toward Darkland after unlocking her map. Unfortunately, she had perfectly missed the main storyline. This morning, she hurried to Vic University hoping for a lucky break, only to encounter a seemingly random NPC Leandro who wasn't very talkative. Thinking back to the NPC Wayne from the previous episodes, who had been so friendly toward players, she couldn't help but sigh. Why was the difference between NPCs so dramatic? Ha, what's this? Jin's eyes, sharp as radar, scanned the area, and locked onto an NPC walking toward her from a distance. He was ridiculously handsome. Isn't that Wayne Sturwell? He really is handsome. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face turned as red as if she'd had too much to drink. Snap out of it. Now's not the time to be love-struck. Jin's came back to her senses and noticed that a new task had suddenly popped up in her quest list. You've triggered an instant task. Give NPC Wayne Sturwell a cupcake. Who knows, you might get a surprise. Her eyes lit up. She immediately selected yes, her eyes gleaming as she scanned the area. She quickly spotted a breakfast shop nearby and dashed toward it. Meanwhile, XB had also spotted Zhou Ning and eagerly ran over, abandoning Leandro on the spot. Hey boss, morning. Zhou Ning nodded at him and casually issued him a task to buy breakfast. Before long, Jin's came running back with a steaming hot cupcake. Boss, here. Zhou Ning pretended to be slightly surprised, smiling as he said, is this for me? Jin's could barely contain her urge to scream, and nodded furiously. That smile is lethal. I'm getting dizzy. Thank you. Zhou Ning accepted the cupcake and asked casually, wait, do you happen to know alchemy? I do. Jin's kept nodding, feeling more and more like this NPC was deep and mysterious. Her transmigrated identity was an alchemy apprentice, and she currently had a basic alchemy skill. I have some simple work here. Would you be willing to take it on? Zhou Ning asked. Jin's was overjoyed and responded immediately. Although the closed beta had less than 2 days left, forging a connection with the protagonist now would make things much smoother when the official release came. Zhou Ning scribbled down the address of his alchemy lab on a slip of paper and handed it to Jins. Come by this afternoon and give it a try. If you're not up to the task, I won't go easy on you. Just then, XB returned with breakfast and looked on eagerly. Boss, what about me? Zhou Ning smiled as he took the food and instantly completed XB's task. Then he turned and walked toward Leandro. He felt awful. Absolutely miserable. His current mood was like watching the person he loved most get into another car hand in hand with someone else while he was still stuck under the first one. I was here first. Leandro, too, was a bit dazed. He had just wanted to ask for directions, but somehow 2 complete strangers had randomly come up and started chatting, only to walk away moments later and focus all their enthusiasm on someone else. He didn't particularly care, but why did he feel this inexplicable twinge of disappointment? Zhou Ning handed the breakfast XB had bought to Leandro and smiled. Good morning. Lovely weather today. Yes, it hasn't changed for 2 hours straight. Very good weather indeed. Leandro accepted the breakfast, hesitated a moment, then asked, Do you know where the Pig and Whistle breakfast shop on campus is, senior? Are you looking for Mr. My father sent me to greet him, Leandro said. Zhou Ning pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Turing probably isn't at the breakfast shop at this hour. I know where he lives. If you don't mind waiting, I'll take you there shortly. That would be wonderful, thank you very much. Leandro bowed deeply to Zhou Ning. Leandro de Pes's favorability toward you has increased. Current status, friendly. Walking along the cobblestone path, Zhou Ning made his way to the 3rd floor offices of the Alchemy Department and located Professor Wesley's office from memory. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Come in, came Professor Wesley's voice from inside. As Zhou Ning pushed open the door, Wesley looked up with a serious expression. Hello, Sturwell. What brings you here? Good morning, Professor Wesley. Zhou Ning got straight to the point. I'm almost at advanced alchemy now. I recently rented an alchemy lab off campus, so starting next semester, I likely won't be able to continue as a teaching assistant. That's great news. Wesley stood up, clearly pleased. What's your current level? Can you brew intelligence potion? I don't have the formula, but I should be able to, Zhou Ning answered honestly. The intelligence potion was a mid-tier alchemy recipe not at all difficult for Zhou Ning. But for some reason, seeing how happy Wesley was made him feel a bit. Wesley plucked a quill from its holder, tore off a sheet of paper, jotted down the formula, and handed it over. Here's the recipe. The school is organizing an expedition related to weather tides soon, and will need a large quantity of these. We can provide the herbs and pay you 2 rose hens per bottle as a crafting fee, or, if you provide your own ingredients, I'll authorize a purchase price of 15 rose hens per bottle. Interested? Zhou Ning's mouth twitched slightly. As expected of stingy old Wesley, there was profit to be made, but just barely. Still, the free experience was worth it, so he held his tongue. With business concluded, Zhou Ning removed his hat and took his leave. In the sunlight, he unfolded the piece of paper with the recipe. Intelligence potion, Gastrodia leaf plus daisy root plus golden agave root. Not too hard. Wait a sec, what's this? Zhou Ning's sharp eyes noticed part of a header still visible on the torn-off sheet. It looked like Inyek University. Why would Professor Wesley be using paper from Inyek University? Zhou Ning frowned. As far as he remembered, Wesley was from North this county. His family, relatives, and friends were all over there. Back on the tree-lined avenue, Leandro was still waiting. Zhou Ning called him over, and the two of them walked side by side toward the campus gate. Just as they stepped outside, UVE triggered the survival mission, Survive. Mission hint: cultists from the shadows have taken notice of you. Be on high alert. Mission objective: survive the cultists' attack. Reward: unknown. Zhou Ning's heart sank. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, as if pierced by needles. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Killing Across Levels 1378 words. Chapter 67, Killing Across Levels. An intense sense of danger surged through Zhou Ning. With his current mastery of observation hockey, there was no way he could be mistaken. The enemy had to be stronger than him. There was no other way to explain such a dire feeling. And that enemy must be hiding nearby. Zhou Ning subtly scanned his surroundings through the corner of his eye. This road in front of Vic University was a main thoroughfare. The people passing by were all students and teachers, nothing suspicious at all. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ning quickened his pace, his alertness growing by the second. Leandro, not knowing what was happening, hurried to keep up behind him. When Zhou Ning passed a shop window, he suddenly saw a man's face flash in the reflection of the glass. Without hesitation, he drew his gun and fired at the glass. The sound of shattering glass rang out, followed by a heavy thud in his head. It was as if he'd been struck. In the next moment, he found himself transported to an utterly unfamiliar world. Everything here was distorted, light twisted, stones warped, buildings skewed, as if the entire environment were made of irregular blocks. Looking back, he couldn't see an exit, yet he could still see everything from the real world, including the confused Leandro frantically searching for him. Not far off, a man with brown hair stood there, shrugging casually. "Welcome to my world. Elvis Bart." Zhou Ning was startled. For a moment, he even wondered if this guy was another transmigrator. Honestly, this pixelated world looked eerily similar to the Minecraft game he'd once been obsessed with. This bastard had to be the source of his crisis. In their last fight, Zhou Ning had managed to injure him, but only with Sherlock's help. Elvis's true mage level had to be over 40. Now he was considered a suspect in the attempted assassination of Charles VI, with a bounty of 1,000 vectas equivalent to 10,000 rose hens. Zhou Ning silently drew a breath. With a flick of his hand, a gun materialized in his palm. He pulled the trigger, sending a hockey-coated bullet flying straight at Elvis. But the next moment, a chilling sense of death washed over him. He leapt back just in time to dodge a flaming bullet that shot down from above and struck the ground. What the hell? Sweat beaded on Zhou Ning's palm at the strange sight. Just then, he sensed another threat, and whirled around only to see a massive bloodsucker worm erupting from the ground, lunging at him. Zhou Ning twisted his footing and activated evasive shot, instantly teleporting behind the worm. He fired at it in one smooth motion, but strangely, the bullets veered off from another direction, entirely missing the mark. A mocking smile played on Elvis's lips. "Don't get it yet? In this distorted world, bullets are useless. You'll never know where they'll actually go. But my spells and my companions can still hit you." He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Zhou Ning's instincts flared. He ducked and rolled forward in a tight tumble. A lightning bolt struck the ground behind him. Elvis's voice followed, tinged with madness. "Now you have a chance to live. Worship the true god Nyastora. You'll escape certain death. When the true god descends, the world will become his kingdom, and we will become angels. High Priest Elvis Bart of the Curse God cult has invited you to join the Curse God cult. Do you accept? Note: joining the Curse God cult will turn your reputation into hostile in all 6 nations, and your alignment will change to chaotic evil. No thanks, not interested." Zhou Ning curled his lip and flatly chose no. Become an angel. What, grow wings and play guardian for you? What a pity. Elvis shook his head in disappointment. Then, more bloodsucker worms burst from the ground around Zhou Ning. Over a dozen of them swung like pendulums as they lunged toward him. Zhou Ning flipped, sidestepped and dove with extreme agility, evading 3 consecutive attacks before activating another evasion skill. He slid backward, drew the ornate rapier gifted by Charles VI, and used divine departure. A gleam of silvery sword light flashed. 2 worms were instantly sliced in half. But with a brittle crack, the rapier snapped in 2. Seriously? Zhou Ning was momentarily dumbfounded. His stamina was running low, so he didn't hesitate to use a long-forgotten item from his inventory. Epic Vampire Zhou Ning Character Possession Card. Card activated. It will now disappear. Zhou Ning's eyes suddenly turned ancient and profound. He no longer dodged, instead, he dashed forward. His right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing a bloodsucker worm by the neck with pinpoint precision. The worm thrashed, but he had it by the throat of fate. With a heave, he flung it aside. Shockwaves rippled through the air as 3 or 4 charging worms were sent flying. The others recoiled at a single look from Zhou Ning, scared into burrowing back underground. Elvis's eyes nearly bulged from his head. What the hell? Everything he'd read and experienced yesterday said Wayne Sturwell specialized in firearms, with weak melee capabilities. But what was this? Could it be some kind of burst-type secret technique? That had to be it. This kind of state couldn't last long. The more Elvis thought about it, the more convinced he was. He urgently chanted a spell, conjuring red firebirds that locked onto Zhou Ning, and streaked toward him. The birds hit dead on, flames erupting skyward. But the triumphant smile froze. Through the flames, Zhou Ning emerged, calmly brushing down his hat. His eyes met Elvis's with unsettling tranquility. A drop of cold sweat slid down Elvis's face. Before he could react, Zhou Ning was suddenly right in front of him and threw a punch. Elvis barely opened his mouth to scream silently. A massive psychic shockwave burst from Elvis's body, surging toward Zhou Ning. It was strong enough to reduce a normal person to a drooling fool, but Zhou Ning didn't even blink. He leaned forward and hammered a vicious uppercut into Elvis's face. Blood gushed from Elvis's nose. He grunted in pain as his ice armor shattered into shards. Staggering backward, terror filled his eyes. Without that armor, he would have been killed by that punch. Why didn't the psychic shock affect Wayne? Gritting his teeth, Elvis teleported to a boulder, where a colorless, spiritual flame flared on his arm. Between his fingers, a dark iron-black fireball began to form. But before he could release it, Zhou Ning appeared beside him like a shadow and punched again. One punch, just one, and the ice armor he'd just recast shattered once more. Then came a storm of fists. After a few more blows, Elvis's body swelled grotesquely and morphed into a bloated monster covered in sinister tentacles. He tried to fight back, but was promptly smashed to the ground by a single punch, and moments later, he lay still, returned to his original form. You have slain Curse God, called High Priest Elvis Bart LV, 44 Fire Mage across levels. You gained 31,500 EXP. You killed a target 30 levels above you. Bonus, 300% EXP. You gained 94,500 EXP. You completed the survival quest Survive. You gained 65,000 EXP, and a temporary template card. 159,500 EXP. This was Zhou Ning's reward for killing Elvis. With the tens of thousands of EXP he'd previously saved up, he now had enough to fuse the remaining skills needed to construct a new class. Zhou Ning pulled out his pocket watch. 3 minutes left before his main account was forced offline. He searched Elvis's body briefly, but shook his head. The mirror wasn't on him. However, he did find a key with a room number, room 304, Green Shade Inn. He pocketed the key and dragged Elvis's body to the world's entrance. Through a thin membrane, he could still see Leandra waiting outside, surrounded by a group of Sunwatchers and police, familiar face Sherlock among them. Zhou Ning drew a deep breath and suddenly slammed his fist forward. A crack appeared on the membrane. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 68, A New Profession 1422 words Chapter 68, A New Profession. Leandro was resting his chin on his hand, intently studying the store window, while Sherlock was off to the side interrogating the shop owner, a chubby, middle-aged man who was now trembling with fear, and couldn't answer a single question properly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the glass window, quickly spreading outward in a spiderweb pattern until the entire pane shattered. The space behind it collapsed with a roar. Startled, everyone looked over just in time to see Zhou Ning pressing down his hat with his left hand, dragging a corpse behind him as he crouched and climbed out from within. Leandro's eyes widened with curiosity. He had just stepped forward to ask what had happened when Zhou Ning glanced in his direction. That one look stunned him, causing him to instinctively retreat a step, filled with a sense of alarm and uncertainty. Although there was no apparent hostility in that glance, he keenly felt as if he'd come face to face with a natural predator, one that could bring about his death at any moment. What happened? Sherlock walked over with his team, giving Zhou Ning a strange look. Why is it always you? He did it. Zhou Ning pointed to the corpse of Elvis on the ground and stated tersely, this guy was tough. Took a lot of effort. Don't forget to transfer the money. Elvis Bart. Sherlock immediately recognized the name. Wasn't this the fire mage, one of the suspects in the attempted assassination of the king? A genuine supernatural class professional, already approaching the high-tier level, extremely dangerous. That was why they'd offered a sky-high reward of 1,000 vectas. Wait, don't tell me you took down Elvis Bart all by yourself. Sherlock was stunned. Then, seeing the half-smiling look on Zhou Ning's face, he gave him a once-over. All right, fine. I believe you. No doubt about it. The deceased is indeed Elvis Bart, said a Sunwatcher after completing the autopsy. Over 100 bones in his body were shattered like he got trampled by an elephant. Took a lot of effort. Sherlock glanced at Zhou Ning again, noting that he didn't even seem to have broken a sweat. He couldn't help but feel speechless. He'd known this guy for a while now, and Zhou Ning never failed to overturn his expectations. Just then, the possession effect of the epic vampire wore off. Zhou Ning looked at his own fists with a hint of awe. When he pummeled Elvis earlier, he'd clearly felt that monstrous strength, something that had already surpassed the bounds of a human being. Considering that, Elvis was surprisingly durable to only end up with 100+ broken bones. He opened his panel, and the temporary template card he'd just earned popped up. Temporary template card contains one rare character template. Single use only. Can only be used in simulated worlds or rewind worlds. The image showed Zhou Ning in a black suit, black vest, white shirt, slicked back hair, and a rose pinned to his collar. He sat on a sofa, right leg crossed over the left, a cigar between his fingers. Character: the Godfather. A Zhou Ning personality: gentlemanly, determined, authoritative, ruthless, unpredictable. Talents: born leader orange, criminal genius orange, extraordinary charisma purple. Skills: negotiation techniques expert, basic marksmanship advanced, basic hand-to-hand combat advanced. Uses remaining, 0 out of 1. The Godfather. Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned. Based solely on the skill set, this card wasn't actually that powerful. Its combat capabilities were even relatively weak. But this was the only template he'd ever seen that came with 2 orange tier talents. What the effects actually were would only be clear when he used it. Closing the control panel, Zhou Ning casually asked, "How are things today?" "Not great," Sherlock admitted with a bitter smile. "We've been working non-stop these past couple days. His Majesty was attacked, and somehow it's all on us. We've been chasing leads around the clock with no rest. Honestly, you taking care of Elvis is the first break we've gotten. Should we still continue the gun and ammo deal these next few days?" Zhou Ning asked. "Of course. Did you think the Sunwatchers were just a handful of people?" Sherlock replied, exasperated. I'll have someone waiting for you at the Westland General Store again tomorrow. I'll also have them bring your 1,000 Vecta's bounty. Zhou Ning gave him a thumbs up. Once the conversation ended, Zhou Ning walked up to Leandro and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Leandro, still a little stiff, nodded and followed a few steps. Once he felt sure he wasn't in danger, he finally relaxed. Honestly, this child of the plain had a personality that reminded Zhou Ning of Luffy, or Naruto, a classic hot-blooded shonen protagonist. Before long, he had completely forgotten the earlier scare, and was chatting cheerfully with Zhou Ning again. During their conversation, Zhou Ning learned that just like in his previous life's game, Leandro was a genius alchemist, 3 years younger than him, yet already an expert-level alchemist, far more impressive than Zhou Ning himself. But the most enviable thing about him was a general skill called hot-blooded focus, which Zhou Ning had coveted for a long time. At the current pace, he might be able to learn it someday. Turing's residence was right next to the alchemy lab, not far from their location. When Zhou Ning pointed it out, he noticed Leandro suddenly turn serious, fixing his collar before knocking. It made Zhou Ning wonder, was this Mr. Turing some kind of big shot? Back in the alchemy lab, Zhou Ning eagerly opened his game panel. He now had 190,000 experience points, mostly from today's mission. Now that he had learned Divine Departure, he only needed 3 more active skills to complete his basic class build. His skill list included the following: eligible for fusion, marksmanship beginner. Ripple breathing technique intermediate, Mozambique drill beginner, shooting style beginner, dodge beginner, armament hockey beginner, divine departure beginner. Basic swordsmanship advanced throwing beginner. After 2 previous fusions, his options were limited. Zhou Ning hesitated briefly, then attempted to fuse basic swordsmanship and ripple breathing technique. Fuse basic swordsmanship advanced and ripple breathing technique intermediate. This fusion will consume 12,000 experience. Success rate, 68%. Zhou Ning selected yes without hesitation. Both skills were reset to 0 and reverted to basic level. Fusion successful. You have obtained the skill, Ripple Swordsmanship Beginner. Ripple Swordsmanship Beginner, infuse ripple energy into the blade to perform a powerful strike. Attack power is 235% of weapon damage. Double damage to dark creatures. Although swordsmanship was only a secondary combat style for him, the attack stat here was quite high. Could come in handy. Next, Zhou Ning spent over 20,000 experience upgrading both marksmanship and throwing to intermediate, and attempted a fusion. Fuse marksmanship intermediate and throwing intermediate. This fusion will consume 12,000 experience. Success rate, 56%. Fusion failed. Your marksmanship intermediate and throwing intermediate have been reset. Zhou Ning. Good thing he'd saved up enough experience just in case. On his second try, the panel finally displayed, fusion successful. You have obtained the skill, Aerial Shot Beginner. Aerial Shot Beginner, fire at the ground to propel yourself backward, then shoot at enemies while airborne. Damage, 135% of weapon damage. This one was decent. Not amazing, but certainly stylish, and that's what really counts. Still not done. Lastly, Zhou Ning spent over 60,000 experience to upgrade marksmanship to advanced, and both armament hockey and dodge to intermediate. Fuse marksmanship advanced, armament hockey intermediate, and dodge intermediate. This fusion will consume 36,000 experience. Success rate, 65%. Skill fusions weren't limited to 2 abilities. Each additional skill added 5,000 XP to the cost, and multiple fusions scaled up the expense dramatically. That's why Zhou Ning had waited until he'd saved enough to attempt a triple fusion. Fusion successful. You have obtained the skill, Fatal Countershot Beginner. Fatal Countershot Beginner, evade an enemy attack while simultaneously striking back with a devastating blow enhanced by armament hockey. Damage scales with the level of armament hockey. Zhou Ning clenched his fists in excitement. Compared to luck-based draws, He had exceptional fortune when it came to skill fusions. He'd never failed at a critical moment. This fatal countershot was even more impressive than evasive shot, arguably a god-tier skill. Based on the description alone, it outclassed most advanced profession abilities. With this, Zhou Ning's new profession build was now officially complete. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 69, The Wandering Gunslinger. 1315 words. Chapter 69, The Wandering Gunslinger. At this moment, beneath the ascetic church in an elegantly furnished room, Qian West was hunched over a stack of recent investigative reports, peering through his monocle with intense focus. The king's assassination had already left him at his wits' end, and now a surge of supernatural incidents far surpassing the past decade combined had cropped up in just a few days. In the dock district, workers were mysteriously dying in quick succession. Some even claimed to have seen the undead wandering near the docks, utterly absurd. Meanwhile, in the slums, an unknown small-time gang had been slaughtered overnight, the scene a mess of blood and flesh, with traces of heretical rituals left behind. Connecting this to the earlier sacrifices and the king's assassination, Qian West sensed a deeply sinister malice at work. His instincts told him that all of this was undoubtedly linked to the Curse God cult and the Life Alchemy Society. Although the assassination likely bore the signature madness of the Life Alchemy Society, it was still the Curse God cult that inspired more fear. Unbeknownst to most, the cult's tendrils had already infiltrated every corner of Darkland. Who would have imagined that even Elvis Bart, a lecturer at Vic University, was one of theirs? Qian was even convinced that members of the cult had made it into the upper echelons of the kingdom. There were just too many suspicious elements surrounding the king's assassination. And that wasn't the only thing weighing on his mind. In the past few days, there had also been sightings across Bryston of strange, undying individuals. Their behavior was bizarre. They would vanish mysteriously, walk like the floor was on fire, often hopping about. When they died, they'd resurrect nearby after a short time. This perfectly aligned with Elon's prophecy. These people might just be the chosen ones foretold. But what if they too joined the Curse God cult? The thought alone made Qian shudder. Meanwhile, in the alchemy lab, Zhou Ning was working on creating a new class. In the game, players had to travel to the northern lands to find an old NPC named Kale, who would verify whether a new class was valid. But in reality, it was much simpler. The game interface itself showed the skill progression and had a Create New Class option, sparing players the trip north. That said, the option had always been grayed out before. Now, when he reopened the control panel, the Create New Class button next to his profession was lit up. Clicking it brought up the following prompts: validation complete. Create new class. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. In his previous life, he had never created a new class. He had no idea what the process entailed, and he was strangely nervous. The interface prompted, "Please enter the new class name." Zhou Ning was ready. Wandering Gunslinger. New class name set to Wandering Gunslinger. Please select a primary attribute. There was no hesitation. In Apocalypse, agility determined movement speed, attack speed, evasion, and provided a bonus to ranged attacks. All of these were essential to a Wandering Gunslinger. Selection successful. Your mana points have been replaced with focus points. Initial focus equals agility times 3. Most of your skills now consume focus points to activate. Stamina cost has been adjusted accordingly. New class creation complete. You have earned the milestone, Class Mentor. A class badge has been sent to your inventory. Proceed with class change. Of course it was a yes. Class change successful. You have acquired the new class, Wandering Gunslinger LV1, Agility +3, Extraordinary Physique +0. 35, Stamina +1, Spirit +1. You've received 2 free attribute points, and as a first-time main class change, an additional 1 golden skill point. Your primary class has changed. Your stamina bonus has improved. 1 stamina equals 12 HP, 1 stamina equals 15 stamina points. In that instant, Zhou Ning felt as if his body were undergoing a massive transformation, a new power coursing through every part of him. Simultaneously, a flurry of updates filled the panel. Your primary attribute is now agility. You now have a new energy bar, focus. Initial value based on agility. You've gained a new talent, long-range vision blue. You've gained a new specialization, quick draw. You've gained a new specialization, stylish gunplay. Zhou Ning immediately felt a profound transformation. His body was brimming with leopard-like agility, and his senses were significantly heightened. Especially his vision, he could now make out the veins and herbs on the shelf, the tiny bubbles in alchemical test tubes, and even the dripping whale oil on a distant lamp. It was insanely awesome. He now had the eyes of a hawk and the speed of a leopard. If he could add a wolf's hearing and a bear's strength, Zhou Ning figured he could play Sheriff Brastor himself. He had finally succeeded. Clenching his fists, Zhou Ning opened his game panel. Name, Zhou Ning / Wayne Sturwell Race, Human Template, Elite NPC Beta Launch Countdown, 40 days 22 hours 19 minutes EXP, 53,200. Class, Wandering Gunslinger LV1 1/30th Subclass, Linguist LV 3/3 Alchemy Apprentice LV 10/10 Nature Affinity, 0 Arcane Affinity, 0 Talents, Tony Stark Purple, Gunfu, Deadly Rhythm Blue, Athletic Prodigy Blue, Long Range Vision Blue, Grand Pioneering Purple. Personal Stats, Strength 24, Agility 32, Stamina 20, Willpower 25, Spirit 41, Charisma 100. HP, 240 240th Stamina, 300 300ths Willpower, 25 25ths Free Points, 2 Golden Skill Points, 1 Life Skills, Alchemy Intermediate, Occultism Intermediate, Precision Machinery Crafting Expert, Gambling Advance, Puppet Alchemy Beginner, Synthetic Devil Fruit Manufacturing. General Skills, Dodge Beginner, English Mastery Expert, Universal Language Mastery Expert, Pickpocketing Intermediate, Marksmanship Beginner, Flirting Mastery Expert. Class Skills, Ripple Breathing Beginner, Mozambique Drill Beginner, C, Shooting Beginner, Ripple Shot Beginner, Rapid Pursuit Intermediate, Conqueror's Hockey Intermediate, Armament Hockey Beginner, Observation Hockey Beginner, Evasive Shot Beginner, Point Blank Kill Shot Beginner, Divine Departure Beginner, Ripple Swordsmanship Beginner, Aerial Shot Beginner, Fatal Counter Shot Beginner. Specializations, Dexterous Hands, Encyclopedic Memory, Extreme Calmness, Endurance Intermediate, Firearms Knowledge, Extraordinary Physique Elite, Extraordinary Charisma Elite, Forest Elf Elite. Quick Draw, your innate reflexes grant enhanced draw speed. Drawing a firearm is 25% faster. Stylish Gunplay, the signature of every true wandering gunslinger. Skill Flair plus 50%, Skill Damage plus 3%, Agility plus 2. Clan Motto, None Influence, 200 Legend Rating, 4. Combat Power Rating, 2142. Note, you now possess a complete class framework. Your power has grown significantly but still pales in comparison to your looks. Zhou Ning. He had learned to ignore the panel's snide commentary. After the class change, his combat power jumped by a full third. But Zhou Ning believed the actual boost was likely even higher. He could probably take on 2 versions of his old self now. It wasn't just the stat and skill gains, the addition of the focus bar drastically improved his sustainability in battle. With 53,000 EXP left, and no need to save it anymore, he poured it all into his main class, leveling up twice in one go. Wandering Gunslinger LV2, Agility plus 3, Extraordinary Physique plus 0. 35, Stamina plus 1, Spirit plus 1, 2 free attribute points times 2. Upon reaching LV3 in Wandering Gunslinger, he gained 4 more free points, all of which he invested into agility, now a whopping 43. His range damage, attack speed, and mobility all improved significantly. At this point, although he still wasn't on par with bosses like Leandro or Qian West who were stacked with elite specializations and secret inheritances, Zhou Ning was clearly on the right path. With the simulator and the player base at his disposal, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Chapter 70, the first Wandering Gunslinger player 1420 words. Chapter 70, the first Wandering Gunslinger player experience came quickly and went even faster. Fortunately, Zhou Ning could still rely on alchemy for a steady income of experience. Once he reached expert-level alchemy, he'd be able to try obtaining a powerful divine-grade recipe, and he could even start experimenting with devil fruits. Currently, he was about a third of the way to leveling up to advanced alchemy. Zhou Ning planned to push through within 2 days, though this would require the help of his tools. Compared to potion making, processing herbs was undoubtedly more time-consuming. Zhou Ning's assistant duties mainly involved helping Professor Wesley handle this kind of work. He still had plenty of flame oil left for crafting special bullets, so there was no urgent need to make more. At this point, producing intelligence potions was clearly the more efficient path to leveling up. According to Professor Wesley's recipe, the intelligence potion required Gastrodia leaves, daisy roots, and golden agave roots. Daisy roots were a very common herb, and Zhou Ning still had plenty in stock. The combined cost of a portion of Gastrodia leaves and golden agave root came to about 8 rations, not bad in terms of profit margin. So, around noon, Zhou Ning made a special trip to the Golden Oak Herbal Shop to place an order for a batch of herbs. Around 1 p.m, a knock came at the door. Zhou Ning opened it to find the person he'd already lined up, tool #1 Jins. "Hello, miss. You're even more punctual than I expected," Zhou Ning said in his best NPC tone. "Hello," Jins replied, her tone slightly reserved. After inviting her in, Zhou Ning had her try processing the Gastrodia leaves and golden agave roots. Herb processing was work suited to an alchemy apprentice. It also provided decent experience and proficiency gains, as long as the person wasn't completely clumsy. Zhou Ning planned to cultivate Jins as his representative among the player base, someone who could become a solid support. As for XB, that guy was promising too. He'd see how things played out. To his pleasant surprise, Jins was impressively skillful sorting and grinding herbs with efficient precision. She saved him a great deal of effort. As expected of a future great alchemist truly talented. He nodded approvingly. "Very good. I'm satisfied. Would you be willing to accept my offer and become my alchemy apprentice? The pay is 8 vectas a month, only 4 hours of work per day, just processing herbs for me. If your performance is good, your wages could go up. On top of that, as an employee discount, everything in my shop will be 10% off for you. 10% off the items in your shop." Jin's eyes widened in surprise, her head practically spinning from the sudden wave of joy. She nodded eagerly. "I'd love to. But I'll be leaving Darkland in a few days, and won't be back for over a month. Don't worry, though, I can work for free until then. It's just the end of the closed beta, right? You'll have to wait for the open beta to re-enter the game," Zhou Ning said with a knowing smile. "Very well. I appreciate your honesty. The job will be held for you. Wayne Sturwell's favorability toward you has increased by 12. Current level, acquainted." After adjusting her favorability rating, Zhou Ning pushed a pre-prepared standard contract across the table. Watching her sign with a cheerful grin, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt, like a shady employer taking advantage of someone. After all, even stingy old Professor Wesley wouldn't be able to hire a reliable alchemy apprentice for double the price. Zhou Ning himself had only accepted the role because he could use the alchemy lab materials for free. As soon as Jin signed, her system panel notified her, "You have become the alchemy apprentice of NPC Wayne Sturwell. Wayne Sturwell has unlocked his private shop for you." Jins immediately clicked into the shop. She'd already watched XB's stream and seen the shop inventory before, but seeing it in person was a whole different experience. Sure enough, everything had a discount. The stone mask that used to cost 30 vectas was now only 27. The devil fruit that used to be 500 vectas was now 450. Jins was tempted by everything. When she flipped to the second page, her expression froze. A knowledge book for the hidden class Wandering Gunslinger, which previously required 30 vectas and 30 favorability points, was now only 9 vectas after the discount. This had to be a bug, right? It had to be a bug. Jinx couldn't believe her eyes. Boss, is this knowledge book priced correctly? Zhou Ning's smile deepened. No problem, limited time offer. In truth, he had already planned to reduce the price. That earlier sky-high price of 30 vectas had just been a placeholder while the class wasn't fully set up. Now, with everything in place, volume sales were the better way to extract profits from players. If the entry barrier was too high, it would drive off impatient players, and then who would he sell his skills to? Based on his past gaming experience, the closed beta had been running for nearly 3 days. Including the beginner quest rewards, high-level players like Jinx should have around 40 rose hens saved up. If she was smart enough, she'd probably try to prepay a month's wages to buy the class, and still have enough left to learn a few skills. Limited time offer. Jinx was practically bug-eyed. Wasn't the protagonist losing money like crazy? What should I do? She muttered, visibly stressed. She touched her pouch, less than 4 vectas left. That was everything she'd scraped together after working her tail off for days. But she really wanted that knowledge book. If she could change class now, she'd gain a huge lead over all other players. Missed this chance, and who knew if such a great deal would ever return? Then a flash of inspiration struck. Jinx hesitantly asked, Boss, can I get an advance on 1 month's pay? I promise I'll work super hard. Hook, line, and sinker. Zhou Ning smirked to himself, then pretended to deliberate. After a pause, he nodded. I understand your situation. Jinx, who had been bracing for rejection, was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. He's so kind. I'm going to cry. She immediately used the advance to purchase the Wandering Gunslinger knowledge book and activated it. Do you want to change class to Wandering Gunslinger? Player Jinx has purchased your knowledge book. You received 8 vectas. Marksmanship has been learned. You gain 2000 EXP and 9 rose hens. Mozambique drill firing technique has been learned. You gain 12,000 EXP and 24 rose hens. And just like that, the 8 vectas returned to Zhou Ning's hands in under 10 seconds. In essence, he'd gained a free labor, and she got a substantial in-game advantage. A textbook win-win. Watching the money and experience roll in, Zhou Ning smiled. He might have lured a future top-tier warrior into switching to a gunslinger class, arguably a scam, but at least in his opinion, the Wandering Gunslinger wasn't weaker than other classes, especially in Season 1. As for the long-term meta, who could say? After spending her money, Jinx was more motivated than ever. She dove into her work with renewed enthusiasm, and even voluntarily extended her working hours. In just one afternoon, Zhou Ning successfully brewed 60 intelligence potions. What a model employee! Zhou Ning couldn't help but marvel. By evening, after Jinx left, Zhou Ning didn't continue brewing. He had something more important to do. In his hand was a key he'd gotten from Elvis, room 304 at the Green Shade Inn. If his guess was correct, Elvis's mysterious item, the Damien's ordinary mirror, was most likely stored there. In the later stages of the game, nearly every powerful local NPC possessed one or more unknown artifacts. Zhou Ning was especially curious about this mirror that had pulled him into a mysterious space. He headed to a nearby clothing store and spent 5 rose hens and 7 Venice on a nondescript shirt and pants. After leaving his old clothes at the store, he made his way to the Green Shade Inn, 3 blocks away. Zhou Ning was no stranger to the place. It was one of Darkland's 4 logout points. He had even bound his rest location there once. TN, sorry for the late update. This fanfic is currently on the drop list. If you would like me to continue translating it, please vote on my Patreon. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, The Idle 1462 words. Chapter 71, The Idle. Green Shade Inn was quite far from Vic University, located in the southwestern part of the Western District, in the Rustiborough. Public carriages didn't go all the way there due to a hazardous weather zone along the route, where thunderstorms, hurricanes, or even acid rain could break out at any moment. Most people heading that way usually took a transportation method called the mine tunnel metro. Long ago, Darkland had been a massive mining area. The ancient Farlic people excavated a network of crisscrossing underground tunnels here. Presumably due to a need to seal away an evil god, the mines beneath Darkland were forbidden from further excavation. The Bryston Kingdom maintained this policy, but with technological advancements, about 15 years ago, some of the existing tunnels were converted into the mine tunnel metro. Quite a marvel, really. There was an entrance to the mine tunnel metro nearby. The game recreated it quite accurately. The entrance was marked with stair and train icons, making it easy to spot. The metro operated until 9 p.m. and wasn't expensive. Tickets were sold by attendants, costing 5 Venice for a one-way trip, or 9 Venice for a round trip, regardless of distance. The only drawback was the limited number of stations and the lack of seating. Passengers had to stand for the entire ride, which wasn't very friendly for frail women or the elderly. Advanced but with room for improvement, a fair assessment from the transmigrator, Zhou Ning. The ride was smooth, and after a little over 20 minutes, Zhou Ning arrived at the Rustiburo station. As a district known for its concentration of non-human residents, Rusta had a reputation for poor public safety. Kuhn Avenue within it was even nicknamed Murderers Avenue. The moment Zhou Ning got off the metro, his observation hockey picked up on 5 or 6 hostile stares. But as soon as the onlookers noticed the revolver spinning casually in his hand, they quickly withdrew their gaze. Green Shade Inn was located at number 227, on the southern end of Kuhn Avenue right at the entrance of Murderers Avenue. Fortunately, Zhou Ning encountered no trouble along the way and arrived safely at the inn's entrance. Just like in the game, Green Shade Inn was a 3-story building right on the roadside. Zhou Ning tugged down his hat brim and strolled inside. The reception counter was right at the entrance. Behind it was the same 50-something northern woman from the game. She had the unmistakable features of someone from the north, rough looks, and a frame even larger than Zhou Ning's. "A room," Zhou Ning said in a low voice as he walked up to the counter. Without looking up, the front desk lady lazily pushed a guest register across the desk. "Fill this out first. 4 roast hens for a large room, 2 for a small one. If you don't mind bunking with strangers, it's only 5 Venice. But if you go that route, keep a close eye on your coin pouch and your backside." Zhou Ning. He had no idea this woman had such a wild side in his past life. "I'll take a large room. On the 3rd floor." He pulled 4 roast hens from his pocket and stacked them on the counter. After casually scribbling a name into the register, he flipped through a few pages as if unintentionally. Soon, he spotted the name, Elvie Beller, listed for room 304, clearly an alias for Elvis. "Room 306. Check out by noon tomorrow," the woman said, sweeping the money into her hand and handing him a key. Zhou Ning ascended the dim, narrow stairwell to the 3rd floor. The corridor stretched east to west and had 10 rooms in total. Room 304 was on the south side, directly across from 306. Treading silently, Zhou Ning approached room 304 and listened carefully. After becoming a wandering gunslinger and officially stepping into the realm of supernaturals, his senses had sharpened significantly. With the aid of his observation hockey, he could clearly sense that the room was silent, no sounds, no breathing. It appeared empty. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled Elvis's key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and gave it a slight twist. The door clicked open. Zhou Ning exhaled in relief. Though the window was open, the room was stifling hot, easily over 30 degrees Celsius. It was an ordinary inn room: a bed, a row of wardrobes, a desk, a small sofa set, a full-length mirror, and a gas stove on the desk. The tenant had clearly stepped out temporarily. The expensive gas stove was still running, with the meter pointing to 36 roast hens. Even someone with a mine at home would think twice about letting it burn like that. Zhou Ning quietly circled the room. At the head of the bed, near the mirror, he found an open suitcase. On top was a small, archaic-looking mirror. At first glance it seemed ordinary, but when he looked directly at it, a system prompt appeared: unknown relic. Damien's ordinary mirror grants access to a mirror world you can enter and explore freely. However, there's also a chance a ghost within might replace you, trapping you in the mirror forever. Origin: crafted by the Archmage Damien during the Age of 4 Heroes. He vanished after making it. Effect 1. Travel freely between the mirror world and the real world. Effect 2. This was it. Zhou Ning felt a jolt of excitement and cautiously reached for the mirror. The moment he touched it, a chill ran down his spine. Shadows writhed across the mirror's surface, as if something monstrous within couldn't wait to burst free. As expected, every unknown relic in the apocalypse world had its dangerous and eerie side. Without further thought or examination, Zhou Ning tightened his grip and swiftly stored the mirror in his inventory. It was definitely worth studying, but only in a safe, private setting. Next, Zhou Ning turned to Elvis's suitcase. A quick search revealed basic clothing in the top layer. The second layer contained loose cash, herbal powders, silver talismans, and casting dust. At the very bottom, tucked away under silk and incense wrappers, was something else. Gently unwrapping it, he uncovered a red idol, about the size of a palm. The idol depicted a grotesque deity. Tentacles sprouted from its shoulders and sides, each carved with eyes, some open, some closed in densely packed clusters. 2 massive ram horns curled from its head. In the world of Apocalypse, ram horns were a common symbol of evil gods. This was unmistakably the image of Nyastora, the curse god worshipped by the curse god cult. Right then, the room's lights suddenly went out. An overwhelming dread surged from the idol, causing Zhou Ning's legs to go weak. The system promptly bombarded him with alerts. You have drawn the attention of Nyastora, the evil god. Spirit, 41, willpower, 25, judgment failed. Willpower -2. You are under the gaze of Nyastora. Spirit, 41, willpower, 25, judgment failed. Willpower -3. You are being lured by Nyastora. Spirit, 41, willpower, 25, judgment failed. Willpower -4. In an instant, Zhou Ning's 25 willpower points plummeted into the single digits. Alarmed, he bit his lip hard, using the pain to shake off the paralyzing fear and stiffness. With trembling hands, he hastily rewrapped the idol in silk. Only then did the crushing aura vanish. He carefully tucked the idol into his inventory and let out a long sigh of relief. If he guessed correctly, the idol was also an unknown relic, possibly imbued with a sliver of Nyastora's divinity. He had barely escaped disaster. Just then, Zhou Ning's observation hockey suddenly alerted him to a foreboding sense of imminent danger. Something deadly was approaching. Moments later, footsteps echoed up the stairs, heading straight for the 3rd floor. Zhou Ning didn't dare linger. He quickly decided to retreat. With practiced ease, he climbed out the window onto the balcony, scaled down a water pipe, landed agilely, and swiftly exited the area, stopping at a street corner to glance back. Few gas lamps lit the area, so Zhou Ning remained concealed in the dim corner. From his hiding spot, he saw the light in room 304 come back on. A figure looked out the window. The man appeared to be around 40, bearded and unfamiliar. He wore a blue coat, likely a noble, as only nobles were allowed to wear colored garments in this world. Zhou Ning didn't stick around. He immediately left Kun Avenue and took the mine tunnel metro straight back to the city's eastern district. TN, sorry for the late update. This fanfic is currently on the drop list. If you would like me to continue translating it, please vote on my Patreon. Chapter 72, Chapter 72 Experiment. 1336 words. Chapter 72, Experiment. It wasn't until he returned to his alchemy lab that Zhou Ning finally let out a long breath, the tension in his chest easing. While he hadn't encountered any real danger tonight, both the mirror and the statue had left him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Especially that statue of Niastor. The chilling sensation it gave him was etched deeply into his memory. He had come dangerously close to losing his sanity and descending into madness. This kind of thing was like a hot potato in his hands. Zhou Ning was seriously considering handing it over to the Ascetics Church. The Ascetics Church was the official state religion of the Kingdom of Bryston, devoted to the Sun Goddess. It was also one of the 4 major Orthodox churches on the continent. Zhou Ning believed they'd be more than willing to destroy such a profane artifact. It took a full 2 hours of rest before Zhou Ning's willpower returned to a safe level of 13 points, bringing his mental state back to normal. He then took out Damien's ordinary mirror from his inventory and examined the surface carefully. To be honest, he was quite curious about the world inside this mirror. According to the game panel's description, there was an unexplored world within one that could very well hold unimaginable value. But right now, the mirror looked completely normal, no different from an ordinary mirror. It made him wonder if what he saw earlier had just been an illusion. Thinking back to the scene in room 304, when he first touched the mirror, he had clearly seen a shadow trying to pull itself out of it. That had definitely sent chills down his spine. However, his observation hockey told him the danger level was still within a controllable range. Of course, he wasn't going to let his guard down. At the very least, he wouldn't enter the mirror without safety measures in place. To ensure absolute security, he donned the Phoenix battle suit in advance and shot a grappling hook up toward a ceiling beam. That way, if anything went wrong, he could yank the rope and pull himself out immediately. The Phoenix battle suit came from the Marvel Universe and shouldn't exist at this stage of the world at all. It provided over 100 points of defense and significantly boosted Zhou Ning's strength. It was an incredibly powerful piece of gear. With this suit, as long as he didn't run into anything absurdly powerful, Zhou Ning was confident he could put up a good fight. Following the method for using unknown artifacts from his past life's experience in the game, Zhou Ning bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the mirror's surface. The mirror rippled like water, and the blood silently soaked in, emanating a deep, tranquil black glow. Moments later, Zhou Ning sensed that he had established some kind of special connection with the mirror. He lightly touched it with his left hand. The surface rippled like water, and his hand slipped inside. Caught off guard, Zhou Ning suddenly felt a strong grip pulling his hand from the other side of the mirror, trying to drag him in with tremendous force. Thankfully, he had already equipped the Phoenix battle suit. Without hesitation, he grabbed the attacker's hand in return and yanked on the grappling rope to launch himself upward. A shadowy figure was dragged out of the mirror, stumbling to the ground. It was a humanoid figure entirely composed of darkness, shrouded in black smoke, with no discernible facial features, struggling frantically. Zhou Ning released the grappling hook, and, while still airborne, raised his gun and fired 3 shots in quick succession, all enhanced with armament hockey. Aerial shot. Ripple shot. Point-blank kill shot. All 3 bullets struck the shadow. The final point-blank kill shot hit it square in the head, blowing it apart into shards of broken glass. Your point-blank kill shot dealt 459 damage to Mirror Phantom. You have slain Mirror Phantom LV, 25 spirit form, and gained 7,200 EXP, Mirror Phantom. Zhou Ning murmured, thinking of the description of Damien's ordinary mirror. If it had managed to pull him in, it really might have replaced him. Retracting the grappling hook, Zhou Ning landed nimbly, approached the mirror, and carefully tested entering it. The bright light of the whale oil lamps in the lab flickered, and in the next second, he was inside the mirror. The scene before him was strange. The surroundings were an exact replica of his alchemy lab, except everything was reversed. The alchemy table that was originally on the left was now on the right. Further away, a misty membrane shimmered. It had to be the entrance to the mirror world. Interesting, Zhou Ning muttered with a slight smirk. He took the card Mini Mechanical Warrior from his inventory and activated it. After a puff of smoke, a waist-high mechanical warrior holding an M1 Garand rifle appeared. Under Zhou Ning's control, it marched toward the fog. No battle initiated. No change in HP, Cautiously, Zhou Ning followed behind the mini-mechanical warrior through the mist. The sight that greeted him on the other side left him stunned. Instead of the twisted realm he'd seen last time, he found himself amid ruins built in an ancient elven architectural style. White mist drifted everywhere. The once ornate and extravagant elven structures were now reduced to ruins, connected by long corridors. His mini-mechanical warrior was advancing along one of them. Beyond the walkways was a fog-covered void, too deep to see the bottom. From a distance, the ruins appeared to be suspended in an infinite abyss, an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. Zhou Ning inhaled silently and stopped in place. The walkways branched in every direction, leading to numerous ruined structures. Within them, he saw countless black shadows wandering. Those were the same mirror phantoms he had encountered earlier. It seemed they were guarding the ruins. Looks like some kind of dungeon, Zhou Ning muttered to himself. He tried counting the ruins visible in his field of view, but gave up quickly. The number was simply too large to track. No wonder the Archmage Damien, who created the mirror, had lost himself inside it. In the distance, Zhou Ning saw a staircase spiraling upward into the clouds. Where did it lead? Who had built such a massive complex inside a mirror? Why was it abandoned? Were there still any inhabitants inside? And who had connected all these ruins with corridors? The sheer mystery and madness of this mirrored world made Zhou Ning's scalp tingle. Nearby, he spotted a mirror suspended in midair. He crept toward it and saw the neighboring room. Mr. Turing and Leandro were sitting on a sofa, chatting. It was essentially a perfect spying tool. Zhou Ning had a very strong hunch. He could use this mirror to travel directly into Mr. Turing's home. And if someone got close to the mirror on the other side, he could just as easily pull them in. Looking farther ahead, he saw numerous mirrors hanging in the corridors, meaning he could potentially travel to any location through any of them. No wonder it was an unknown artifact. That function alone was something countless people would kill for. Zhou Ning didn't continue exploring. The world was too vast, so vast it sent chills down his spine. Perhaps once players gained full access, that would be the right time to explore it thoroughly. Over the next 2 days, Zhou Ning didn't take a single step out of his alchemy lab. He even ate there. With the help of his tool assistant, by noon on the second day, his alchemy skill leveled up, and with it came a long-awaited system notification. Your proficiency has reached 100%. Alchemy has advanced to high rank. You have unlocked a new skill, Applied Alchemy. You have learned new recipes: high-grade healing potion, high-grade mana potion, petrification elixir, dream elixir. Zhou Ning took out Gerda's alchemy manual from his inventory and immediately chose to use it. Chapter 73, Crafting Devil Fruits. 1346 words. Chapter 73, Crafting Devil Fruits. You used Gerda's alchemy manual. Your alchemy skill has reached expert level. Your secondary profession, Alchemy Apprentice, has met the advancement requirements. Please choose one of the following 3 specializations: Transmutation Master, Applied Alchemy Master, Potion Master. The alchemist profession has 3 branching paths. Once chosen, switching paths would require forgetting all related skills and retraining from scratch, an extremely costly process. The Transmutation Master excels at converting elements using alchemy stones. Advancing into a Transmutation Master allows for deeper research into elemental transformation and unlocking many exclusive recipes, all with greater efficiency. In the late game, players who unlocked the Silver to Mithril transmutation recipe made an absolute fortune. The Applied Alchemy Master focuses more on the practical use of alchemical arrays. After advancing, they can craft all kinds of peculiar little trinkets using these arrays. This path bears some resemblance to Zhou Ning's puppet alchemy, but leans more toward daily leisure. However, the Church of the War God holds a rare blueprint for an alchemical armor that is exclusive to this specialization. A player successfully crafted it in the previous timeline. It was incredibly cool. As for the Potion Master, the name says it all. They specialize in brewing all kinds of potions. Advancing into this specialization allows one to experiment with potion trial formulations to develop new and useful recipes, most of which are exclusive to potion masters. They also gain a higher success rate when crafting potions, and have a chance to create superior versions. To Zhou Ning, options 2 and 3 were initially both viable. But given that he already had puppet alchemy, option 3 was the only logical choice. Advancement successful. You've acquired a new secondary profession, alchemist/potion master. Willpower +1 extraordinary physique +0. 35, spirit +1 extraordinary physique +0. You've comprehended a new skill, potion trial formulation. You've learned new recipes, starlight reagent, fortune elixir, super health potion, and super mana potion. Not bad at all. Zhou Ning let out a quiet sigh. Reaching expert level in alchemy marked the true beginning of his journey. To advance further, he'd have to engage with the Alchemist Guild and various major factions, since becoming a master alchemist required official certification. The prerequisite: learning 12 recipes ranked expert or above. Here was the problem: such high-level recipes were typically proprietary knowledge hoarded by powerful factions and rarely leaked to outsiders. Advancing to Master Alchemist would be a long and difficult road. Zhou Ning turned his attention to potion trial formulation, and chose to use it. This was the only way for potion masters to acquire recipes above expert level by consuming random herbs and experience points to deduce a formula. The formula's level was random, and the higher the level, the lower the success rate. It could only be used once per day. That's why Zhou Ning had preemptively bought small amounts of various herbs and stocked them in the alchemy lab. Now they finally came in handy. You consumed 4000 EXP, fish scale X1, gillweed X1, castor oil X1. You have deduced a new formula, underwater breathing potion. Underwater breathing potion, intermediate level alchemy recipe. Requires fish scale, gillweed, and castor oil. Grants the ability to breathe underwater for 15 minutes upon consumption. At the same time, the potion trial formulation skill entered a 24-hour cooldown. Pretty average. But Zhou Ning wasn't disappointed. Alchemy was a long-term craft, patience was essential. Compared to the underwhelming potion trial formulation result, the newly unlocked recipes from his advancement were actually quite decent. Super Health Potion and Super Mana Potion were staples for adventurers and had excellent market demand. The Starlight reagent was not only a catalyst for crafting superpower potions, but also a key ingredient for producing devil fruits. As for the Fortune Elixir, it was a quirky potion popular among players, rumored to bring a brief period of good luck upon consumption. He had already finished the 150 bottles of Intelligence Potion that Professor Wesley requested. For now, Zhou Ning's focus would shift to crafting Starlight Reagent and Fortune Elixir. The coming days were tightly scheduled. Classes resumed the day after tomorrow. Though he was already a senior, he still had 2 specialized courses per week and physical training on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons. The thought alone was exhausting. Crafting Starlight Reagent required large quantities of moonstone and dragon scale grass, while Fortune Elixir needed blackroot and icecap flowers, all relatively expensive herbs. The materials needed for crafting devil fruits weren't cheap either. A conservative estimate would cost no less than 800 vectas. And then he looked down at his lunch. All of it combined didn't even cost 1 roast hen. Zhou Ning instantly lost his appetite. No wonder Professor Wesley was so stingy. He was probably squeezed dry by expensive alchemical materials. After a quick meal, Zhou Ning stood up and stretched. He opened the curtains beyond the glass. The sun was partially hidden behind clouds. According to the weather forecast, strong winds were expected that afternoon. Glancing back at Jin's, who was still helping tidy the alchemy table, he asked, "When are you leaving?" "In about half an hour." Jin's glanced at the countdown on her interface and felt a pang of reluctance. She wished she could stay longer to soak up more experience. Even though she hadn't gone out adventuring, helping Wayne with alchemy earned her loads of experience. She frequently triggered various small quests, and over the past couple of days, she had learned 2 new skills. Her combat power had skyrocketed. In short, she was already ahead of the vast majority of professional players, and as a bonus, she got to admire eye candy while working. Zhou Ning was also a bit reluctant to lose such a helpful assistant. He nodded. Then get going early and come back early. Before you leave, help me tidy up the room and lock the door. Jin's. She was reluctant to part ways, sure, but why did this feel so tool-like? After giving Jin's a few final instructions, Zhou Ning left the alchemy lab and flagged down a public carriage bound for the Golden Oak Herbal Shop. Inside the shop, Richard was nowhere to be seen. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with graying hair. He looked familiar. Zhou Ning recalled that he was the NPC who would later become the herbology teacher in the game Apocalypse. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Wayne Sturwell. Is Richard here? Zhou Ning asked politely. I'm Richard's father. Richard, he ran into some trouble, the man said with a bitter smile. Last night on his way home, he suddenly went berserk and stabbed a passing vagrant. Fortunately, the man only sustained minor injuries. But Richard still has to stay at the precinct for a few days. Zhou Ning's expression turned serious. He remembered what Qian had said earlier of the 27 survivors from the sacrificial ritual. Only 9 had come out unscathed. The rest either mutated or took their own lives. Clearly, Richard wasn't one of the lucky few. He was likely teetering on the edge of mutation. Pessa, Richard's situation may be very serious. Zhou Ning relayed Qian's words to old Pessa and added, from what I know, there are 2 options left. One is to seek help from the church immediately. The other is to contact the Sunwatchers. They might have a solution. I have good relations with them, so if you need, I can help make the arrangements. Old Pessa's face darkened, and he gave a subtle nod. I understand. Thank you. I need to step out for a while. If you need anything, speak with the shopkeeper. I'll make sure he gives you a proper discount. After Pessa left, Zhou Ning made a bulk purchase of herbs at the Golden Oak Herbal Shop, spending more than 800 vectas. His once glorious wealth of 1,000 vectas was now reduced to just 185. At 1:30 p.m., the shop staff delivered the herbs to his lab. After a short rest, Zhou Ning began grinding the moonstone and dragon scale grass. He had a thought maybe the Sunwatchers would be interested in zoan-type devil fruits. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Lottery Draw 1275 words. Chapter 74, Lottery Draw. Grinding herbs was not only exhausting but also dull and monotonous. Zhou Ning couldn't help but deeply miss the now-absent tool guy B. Unlike the cheap potions he'd made before, the materials for the Starlight reagent this time were incredibly expensive. According to Zhou Ning's estimate, just one batch cost around 50 to 60 vectas. If he failed even once, he figured he might be up all night, unable to sleep. After advancing to expert-level alchemy, Zhou Ning's every movement had become precise, and aesthetically refined, deft and clean, like a process honed through countless trials. Moonstone and dragon scale grass were only part of the ingredients for the Starlight reagent. As one of the pricier catalysts used in alchemical potions, its formula was extremely complex, and the crafting process was exceptionally intricate. Steadying his emotions, Zhou Ning added auxiliary materials to stabilize the potion in the beaker, followed by distilled water. Powder dispersed throughout the liquid the moment it made contact. Next, he took out moonstone powder and carefully added it to the beaker. Instantly, the liquid turned a starlit black. Wasting no time, Zhou Ning followed up by adding dragon scale grass. A wave of bubbles erupted in the beaker. Holding his breath, Zhou Ning added a buffer agent and began gently heating the mixture. A few minutes later, the liquid inside glowed with a star-like shimmer, on the verge of completion. Just then, a loud announcement rang in his ears. Important notice: the first non-white beta test of Apocalypse has officially concluded. For a full review, please check the forums. Thank you for participating. The next beta phase will begin in 1 month. Stay tuned to the official announcements. Important notice: Episode 4 of the Apocalypse miniseries is now live on the forums and various platforms. Automatically generated by the Quantum Brain, this episode explores the game's backstory. Interested players, feel free to watch. The alerts were so loud and sudden that Zhou Ning jumped. His hand shook and immediately the scent of something burning wafted from the beaker. You've completed an alchemical concoction. Quality, 9, result, failure. You've gained 276 EXP and 9 proficiency points. Zhou Ning. Like a thunderbolt from the heavens. He genuinely wanted to smash that damn smart system to pieces. No time for distractions. Whatever it was could wait. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ning began his second attempt. This time, he focused with laser precision, his movements clean and flawless. Several minutes later, a prompt appeared. You've completed an alchemical concoction. Quality, 95. You've gained 25 EXP and 12 proficiency points. Zhou Ning let out a long breath. The EXP reward was excellent. Just one potion had earned him over 2,000 points. In the beaker sat a tube of shimmering black liquid. Once it cooled completely, Zhou Ning poured it into a test tube. When he focused on the test tube, the interface popped up with a prompt, Starlight Reagent Excellent, one of the catalysts used in synthesizing superpower serum. When consumed alone, there's a slight chance of awakening a latent special ability. Zhou Ning didn't stop. He slotted the test tube containing the Starlight Reagent into the rack, and began prepping herbs based on the method for creating artificial devil fruits. This process required about 15 types of herbs, and the order of mixing had to be exact. Zhou Ning spent some time adding them one by one into the crucible. After the final herb was added, he poured in the Starlight Reagent, sealed the crucible, and began heating it, waiting for the solidification reaction. He flipped open his pocket watch and started the timer with a click. 5 minutes later, Zhou Ning opened the crucible. Inside lay a spiraled red fruit, resting quietly. You've created artificial devil fruit beast type. You've gained 3,000 EXP. What surprised him most was that there wasn't a single trace of leftover herb around the crucible. As expected of simulator-born skills. They're always so unscientific, Zhou Ning thought. When he looked at the red fruit, a prompt immediately appeared, artificial devil fruit beast type, unknown variety. Grants the consumer powerful abilities. Side effect, inability to swim. Can coexist with superpower abilities. Including the failed attempt, this fruit had cost him nearly 230 vectas, a sky-high price. But the practical value matched the cost. Even if the fruit's ability was subpar, the fact that it could stack with a superpower made it worth it. At the very least, it would greatly enhance physical performance. Zhou Ning picked up the devil fruit and stored it in his inventory. Given the cost, he decided to stop at one for now and gauge the market before making more. He then spent another 10+ minutes crafting a batch of fortune elixir. Its cost was under 10 vectas, easy and familiar work for him. You've completed an alchemical concoction. Quality, 87. You've gained 1,500 EXP and 11 proficiency points. Fortune elixir. Quality, excellent type, consumable effect, brings good fortune to the user for 2 minutes. Overuse may cause dizziness and nonsensical speech. Note, just drink it. In the game's previous life, Fortune Elixir had topped the sales chart for alchemical potions. Many players swore it brought them luck, but Zhou Ning had always been skeptical. Luck was a pretty nebulous thing. Still, this was the perfect time to test it. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning drank the Fortune Elixir. He opened the simulator, 56 Traversal coins left. Reserving about 10 for emergencies, left enough for 5-10 pulls. When he opened the prize pool for Miss Lost London, he unexpectedly discovered that the Endless War pool had also been unlocked. However, both had the same price, 5 coins per draw. A total scam, Zhou Ning thought. He really wanted the pricing bureau to investigate. After a brief hesitation, he decided to start with the first pool and draw until it was emptied. As expected, the fortune elixir was completely useless. The first 10 pull yielded no surprises: 6 long guns, 2 short guns, and 2 pieces of useless junk. Zhou Ning immediately did a second 10 pull. Again, disappointment. This time he got just 5 guns, the rest were all worthless items. The third 10 pull was just average too. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Ning went for a fourth. You obtained rare item, Springfield rifle. Includes 7 62mm rounds. You obtained unique item, Roosevelt's double-barreled shotgun. Includes 7 62mm rounds. You obtained epic item, arrow. Achievement unlocked, collector of famous guns. This unlocks a new quest. Your Hall of Curiosities has received a new item. Click to view. This counts as a jackpot, right? It has to count as a jackpot. Zhou Ning, who'd nearly given up hope, was stunned by the sudden reversal. He quickly opened the Hall of Curiosities, and sure enough, on the first shelf under Miss Lost London was a new item, an arrow, with the words claimable below it. He clicked to claim it, and got a refund of 6 Traversal coins. In the Item Synergies section, a new synergy name appeared, Cry of the Stand User, Arrow Plus. This synergy involved 3 items, but since he didn't have them all yet, its effects were still locked. Zhou Ning closed the Hall of Curiosities, and opened the inventory to inspect the newly acquired arrow. The prompt appeared, arrow, a component of the ancient weapon bow and arrow. When used alone to pierce a person, it may cause death. If the person survives, they awaken a stand. Zhou Ning. Why does this feel more and more like a low-budget mobile game? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 75, Strength Analysis Thread 1297 words. Chapter 75, Strength Analysis Thread. Should I go ahead and stick the arrow in while the fortune elixir is still active? Strike while the iron's hot. The idea had just popped into Zhou Ning's head, when he immediately dismissed it. He'd gotten that thing for self-preservation, not suicide. What if it really killed him? He glanced at his Traversal coins. He still had enough for one more 10 pull. Zhou Ning had no plans to save them. Decisively, he tapped the button for another 10 pull. You obtained a rare item, Einstein's Relativity Manuscript. You obtained an uncommon item, the 1953 premiere issue of Playboy magazine. You obtained a rare item, Vampire Zhou Ning's Nobel Prize trophy. Zhou Ning was speechless. This round had given him 3 rare items, a new record, but they were all as good as junk. Not a single one was actually useful. This fortune elixir really couldn't be trusted. Across 5 10 pulls, he'd gotten 14 rifles and 17 pistols. As Zhou Ning piled the guns into his suitcase, he checked his recent haul. During his third 10 pull, he had triggered a hidden quest. After accepting it, a prompt popped up on his interface, Hidden Quest, triggered under special conditions. Collector of famous guns. As a connoisseur, you have a particular passion for collecting renowned firearms. Achieve the milestone of collecting 5 famous guns across both the simulation and real world. Progress, 2 out of 5. Quest hint, true prestige in firearms lies not in firepower or range, but in historical value. Keep going, collector. Reward, random firearm X1 collector Zhou Ning. The quest was simple and the reward mediocre. Zhou Ning had no intention of actively pursuing it. It would complete itself naturally through the course of drawing. He glanced at 2 other hidden quests. For literary life, his reading progress had reached 2,327. Conservatively, it would take 2 more simulated worlds to complete. As for true heroism, his simulation progress was now 2 of 3. If luck was on his side, he could finish it in the next simulation. A long road ahead, Zhou Ning couldn't help sighing. After packing all the firearms into the suitcase, he hurried out the door, heading for the Westland General Store. A public carriage drawn by wildebeests trudged slowly along the muddy, grimy road. This stretch leading to the Westland General Store ran through the old city district. Recently, the number of vagrants here had visibly increased. Outside the window, groups of them could be seen wandering the streets. Probably the aftermath of Charles VI's assassination, Zhou Ning thought, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Currently, in Bryston, a poverty relief policy from the Fowler Kingdom was still in effect. Magistrates were empowered to manage relief efforts by parish, collect poor taxes, and disperse welfare payments. The elderly and those who had lost the ability to work received aid at home. Poor children were placed in foster care until old enough to become apprentices. Vagrants were jailed or sent to reform institutions. It wasn't a bad system on paper. But with the economy steadily declining and poverty worsening, the fiscal burden of aiding the poor had grown unsustainable. The relief policy had become a dead letter. The current situation was the inevitable result. This was what made Apocalypse unique. Unlike other games, Apocalypse's AI never interfered with historical developments. It operated the world with cold precision, relying solely on algorithms and data to simulate the world's evolution. Sometimes it blurred the line between game and reality. Zhou Ning turned his gaze away from the window and shifted his focus to the game forum. He'd been so busy lately that he hadn't had time to lurk. The forum's popularity had grown to a point that even Zhou Ning found difficult to comprehend. 30 million registered users, and the game was still in closed beta. He tapped into the discussion board. As expected, the 4th episode of the drama series had just been pinned, but instead of clicking it first, his curiosity was piqued by another pinned hot thread. The title was eye-catching. Apocalypse NPC Power Analysis thread. It had been posted a little over an hour ago by a beta player named Grantham. He had randomly spawned in the fervently religious West Fowler Kingdom, and had witnessed a knight from the Temple of Earth punishing heretics on the very day he was born. In the video he posted, an armored knight was engulfed in golden flames. He brandished a spear and lunged at a heretic, the spearhead flaring with golden light in unmistakably flashy display. This knight is called Emlyn the Spear of Judgment, a Templar knight, one of the game's main classes. There are dozens like him in the Church of the Earth Mother, and above them are even stronger figures, bishops, cardinal archbishops, and the Pope. Sure, Wayne Sturwell might be the protagonist, but he's clearly a growth-type lead. Right now, he's definitely not strong. Compared to someone like Emlyn, he doesn't even have an edge. And haven't you noticed? All of Wayne's fights have been against weaklings. His win record is inflated. It's not convincing. The only two decent opponents he's faced, Hallwig and Elvis, were only beaten thanks to Sherlock's help. Let's be honest, if he fought someone like Elvis head-on, I'd bet on Wayne losing 90% of the time. Grantham went on to list a host of Zhou Ning's shortcomings, ultimately concluding that Apocalypse was full of powerful characters across all classes. He warned players to be careful in choosing their class, and not to blindly idolize characters. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. To be fair, the guy wasn't wrong. He was certainly more professional than the XP crowd. Zhou Ning himself knew he wasn't that strong yet. But the dumbest move Grantham made was bringing up Elvis. Based on what Zhou Ning understood of the scheming AI behind the game, Episode 4 of the drama was almost certainly going to include his fight against Elvis. He checked the replies. Some agreed, but far more were flaming him. Zhou Ning's fanbase consisted mostly of young women, experienced internet warriors. Grantham had tried to reply at first, but quickly lost his cool after being roasted alive. It had turned into a full-on forum battle royale. Zhou Ning twitched at the corners of his mouth and stopped browsing the thread. Instead, he opened the pinned drama episode and hit play. As soon as the video started, a blizzard of bullet comments flew across the screen. 4th rewatch. Full of hype, no dull moments. At Grantham, care to comment? God knows how many times I've rewatched this. Zhou Ning didn't even need to look to know, this episode clearly starred him again. Unlike the previous episodes, which each ran over an hour, this one was shorter, just over 40 minutes. It opened on a dilapidated house with a garden. The camera cut inside, showing a blood-red altar around which several black-robed figures were plotting. From their conversation, the audience learned that the curse god cult had formed an alliance with two other factions, working together on a major plan called Descent of the Divine Kingdom. The assassination of Charles VI was merely part of the operation. To advance the plan, a few individuals had to be eliminated. Among them, Wayne Stirwell, who had repeatedly thwarted their efforts. He had to be either killed or recruited. Zhou Ning. Seriously? Do they think I'm easy prey or what? He paused the video and rewound to the beginning. The house had a blue roof, a classic middle-class Bryston design, and there was a river not far off. It could be the Seton River, which flowed southeast through the city, or perhaps a canal in Darkland. If he rode a carriage and followed the river, house by house, he could absolutely track it down. Chapter 76, Episode 4 of the drama series 1163 words. Chapter 76, Episode 4 of the drama series. Zhou Ning's lips curled into a faint smile. Didn't expect that, huh? Yours truly can spy on you using high-tech surveillance. It was just about time to show them the power of technology. He resumed the video playback. As Zhou Ning already knew, Elvis had accepted the mission to assassinate him, and had planned to lure him into the mirror world to kill him there. The footage then locked onto Elvis. Through his conversation with Leandro, viewers learned they were on their way to visit someone named Mr. Then, the scene cut back to Elvis, who was in room 304 at the Green Shade Inn. From there he began tracking Zhou Ning using the mirrors near Vic University. When Zhou Ning passed by a storefront display, the screen suddenly went black. He had already been pulled into the mirror world by Elvis. It had to be said, the AI editor's cuts were masterful. With just a few transitions, the desolate, eerie, and uncanny nature of the mirror world was vividly brought to life. It felt like watching a fantasy film. The moment Zhou Ning was dragged into the mirror world, the comment section instantly lit up. Elvis, welcome to my world. Elvis, 15 versus 1, advantage me. I've rewatched this badass scene 5 times already. It's just too iconic. From today on, Elvis is my new husband. 5 minutes ago, Elvis, welcome to my world. 5 minutes later, Elvis, can you please leave my world? Then Elvis made his dramatic entrance. He spread his arms and uttered the now iconic line, welcome to my world. That moment was later clipped into meme videos and even became one of the top 10 most awkward scenes in gaming history. Zhou Ning tried shooting at Elvis, but the bullets curved through the distorted world and nearly hit him instead. Blood-sucking parasites began crawling out of the ground and lunged at him. He fired again but failed. From Elvis's words, viewers learned that bullets don't work properly in this world, but his magical pets and spells function normally. Everyone watching felt a growing sense of dread. Was the protagonist really going to be taken down here? But players quickly calmed down. Because the camera zoomed in on Zhou Ning. Even as the 10-meter-long parasites swarmed toward him, he had the leisure to adjust his hat, a playful glint in his eyes. In that instant, the screen exploded with layered and dense waves of comments. Players who had been holding in their frustration now erupted with uncontainable excitement. Hot damn, my husband is so cool. Warning, epic scene incoming. Ha, bet you didn't know I'm not just a gunman. In the video, Zhou Ning suddenly reached out and grabbed one parasite by the neck. The close-up showed a blur as his hand whipped out a motion trail. The parasite struggled, but with a loud whoosh, Zhou Ning spun it like a fan blade. Wind swept up as the spinning parasite flung several meters to the side, crashing into and knocking away 3 or 4 others. But more than 10 parasites still pounced from all directions. Then the viewers saw, again via close-up, that Zhou Ning didn't even move. He simply cast a calm glance at the man that was enough to scare the parasites into scrambling back underground, as if fleeing from a natural predator. Zhou Ning. At the time, he had done it intentionally, but the battle wasn't entirely under his control. Looking at it now, it was pretty badass. Then, Elvis cast a flashy spell, a high-level fire mage technique called Firebird Art. It launched a firebird that could lock onto and pursue its target. It struck Zhou Ning, exploding into a spectacular burst of flames. Just as viewers held their breath in suspense, Zhou Ning walked through the flames unharmed, pressing down his hat and calmly staring at Elvis. The look in his eyes was effortlessly roguish and cool. Even those silly players weren't the only ones charmed. Zhou Ning himself was feeling the effect. With the camera switching angles, viewers clearly saw a bead of cold sweat trickle down Elvis's face. Elvis, danger. Elvis, is it too late to run now? Elvis, can we negotiate a peaceful exit from my world? At the climax of the fight, when Zhou Ning rushed up and unleashed a half-minute flurry of rapid-fire punches on Elvis, the comments section exploded. The entire screen was flooded with 666 slang for awesome, or hell yeah, expressing everyone's excitement and awe. I'm crying, my husband is just too hardcore. This is why you can always trust Wayne Sturwell, stylish, mysterious, and powerful. Say no more, I'm rewinding to savor Elvis's cringe moment, definitely the highlight of the episode. At Grantham, how do you feel about this scene? At Grantham, how do you feel about this scene? By the end, the entire comment section was flooded with tags for Grantham. Of course Grantham saw them. He was grinding his teeth in frustration. Even though he still thought the main character wasn't as strong as Emlyn, what could he say? He'd used the wrong example, and Elvis had just so happened to run into Wayne Sturwell. To be honest, Zhou Ning felt pretty lucky. Elvis was a level 44 advanced fire mage, an extremely strong opponent. Back then, Zhou Ning hadn't even picked his main class yet. Without the ability to use firearms, not even the Phoenix battle suit would have guaranteed a win. If he hadn't called in his epic card just in time, he probably would have been toast. Still, it was a happy accident. The video was cut into an episode for the drama series, and his powerful image would no doubt become even more firmly established. During the beta, more players would probably pick the Wandering Gunslinger class. As the video approached its end, the final scene showed Leandro visiting Mr. Through their conversation, Zhou Ning learned something astonishing. Mr. Turing was actually a master-level alchemist who had ties with the Life Alchemy Society. He really was a big deal. Just as Zhou Ning wanted to know more, the screen faded to black. The episode was over. He closed the game panel and frowned slightly. The episode was short, but it had given him plenty of valuable information. First, there was the location of the Cursed Church's base. He'd need to make time to find it. After all the hospitality they'd given him, it was time to return the favor. Second, Mr. Turing's identity had come as a real surprise. From Zhou Ning's experience, big shots like that often had awesome skills or hidden quests. He'd definitely have to take the time to build a relationship. Not long after, the carriage rolled to a stop. Zhou Ning, already familiar with the area, arrived at West Lynn's general store at 355 Will Street and knocked on the door. This time Sherlock wasn't there, but the one who answered was another old acquaintance of his, Ian. Chapter 77, Devil Fruit Transaction 1462 words. Chapter 77, Devil Fruit Transaction. It had only been a short while since their last meeting, but Ian looked significantly more worn out. His already receding hairline had crept even farther back. Zhou Ning couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Is the pressure on the Sun Watchers that intense? Even someone as tough as Ian couldn't hold up. Come on in, Ian said, recognizing Zhou Ning. His usually stern face softened into a rare smile. He reached out to help Zhou Ning carry his suitcase into the room. But in an awkward twist, Ian tripped the moment he turned around, stumbling over nothing and planting his face firmly on the ground. Zhou Ning was startled at first, then couldn't help but laugh. He rushed over and helped Ian up. You okay? I'm fine, Ian replied calmly, wiping the twin streams of blood from his nostrils, his rugged face stoic. Once inside the room, the two of them sat down. Zhou Ning opened the suitcase on the table. 14 rifles, 17 pistols, count them. plus 200 rounds of ammunition. That brings the total to 707 vectas. I'll waive the change for you. Ian counted silently, then nodded slightly. The count checks out. He pulled a wad of cash and a card from his coat, and pushed them across the table. Here's 700 vectas in cash. The card contains a 1,000 vectas bounty. You can withdraw it from any state-owned bank. He smiled faintly and added, if I were you, I'd consider investing your money in National Arms Corp and the gas mines. You could see steady returns. Oh, forgot to mention, besides being a sun watcher, I dabble in amateur investing. Zhou Ning blinked, then chuckled. Stocks did exist in Apocalypse, but they were mostly government bonds, foreign debt, mining, or canal stocks. There was even a forum section for stock trading where people constantly boasted about gains or wailed over losses. Zhou Ning wasn't particularly interested. He quietly finished counting the cash and stored it securely. Money only feels real when it's in your own pocket. 1,700 vectas. His wallet had never been this full. Knock knock knock. After a while, Zhou Ning lightly tapped the edge of the long table and smiled. Ian, would you be able to connect me with someone in charge? Sherlock would be fine. I've got a big deal I'd like to discuss. What kind of deal? Ian asked instinctively, blinking in surprise. Then he nodded. Sure, but you'll have to wait. Give me about 30 minutes. All right, Zhou Ning nodded, shifting into a more comfortable, cross-legged sitting position as he watched Ian hurry out the door. Even though I don't know what a stock is, I advise you not to follow his investment advice. He seems to have come into contact with something unclean. Misfortune is clinging to him now. Suddenly, a cool female voice echoed in Zhou Ning's mind. Who's there? Zhou Ning was startled. He glanced around the empty room, but quickly realized that unlike the control panel's system prompts, this voice was forming directly inside his head. Eerily so. The voice continued, I'm inside your ring. Don't worry, I'm just a lingering soul. I can't do anything to harm you. Zhou Ning let out an, oh, finally understanding. This must be the effect of the purple talent grandpa in a ring. He'd originally thought it might summon someone like Roger, but on second thought, the talent description clearly stated, a native powerhouse's soul resides in your ring. This woman must be that native powerhouse. Curious, he asked, how long have you been awake? About 2 days, the cool voice replied. You can ignore me. I won't interfere with anything. Shady old lady, Zhou Ning thought, a little speechless but not particularly bothered. After some brief conversation, he learned that the soul in his ring was named Molly. In life, she had been a devout follower of the sun goddess, a powerful weather mage and priestess, with some alchemy and enchantment skills to boot. She couldn't remember much more for now. Zhou Ning was genuinely curious about her past, but there wasn't time to ask more. Ian had just returned, pushing the door open with none other than Qian West. Zhou Ning hadn't expected Ian to bring Qian himself. He stood and tipped his hat respectfully. I didn't expect you to come. Just happened to be nearby, Qian said with a slight smile, sitting across from Zhou Ning and studying him with interest. I hear you've got a big deal to discuss. That's right, Zhou Ning smiled and nodded. He opened the case and pulled out a devil fruit, setting it carefully on the table. Then he added, this is called a devil fruit. It's incredibly rare. Eating it grants the user powerful, unique abilities. More importantly, it doesn't conflict with any profession, not even superpowered individuals. I wonder if that interests you. Devil fruit. Qian's eyes flickered as he reached for the fruit, running his fingers over its swirling pattern. He looked intrigued. Is it like a superpower serum? Does it have a chance to fail? Any side effects? Success rate is 100%. But a person can only eat one in their lifetime. As for side effects, does can't swim count? 100% success rate. Now Qian was truly tempted. He completely ignored the swimming issue. Superpower serums were outrageously expensive, and even the most potent ones had less than a 50% success rate. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "How much for this one?" Zhou Ning felt a flash of excitement. He had a bite. After some quick mental calculations, he said, "I originally planned to sell it for 1,000 vectas, but considering our good working relationship, I'll give it to you for 800. Qian nodded. The West family had ties to alchemy industries. A single dose of high-grade serum cost about 250 vectas, not to mention the failure risk. If this fruit worked as claimed, 800 vectas was actually a bargain. 700, he countered, and I want to test the effect first. Zhou Ning weighed it in his mind. Once he got proficient, producing a devil fruit would cost under 200 vectas. That still left plenty of profit. And the Sunwatchers weren't in direct conflict with him. This deal was worth making. He put on a pained expression and acted the part. "All right, I'll agree." Qian counted out 700 vectas and pushed it across the table. Then he picked up the devil fruit, sniffed it, and wrinkled his nose. "How do you eat this thing?" "Just bite into it." "You have to eat the whole thing, or it won't work," Zhou Ning replied seriously. He'd heard devil fruits supposedly tasted worse than feces. He didn't know who had made that comparison or how, but he was morbidly curious. "All right," Qian nodded. Without hesitation, he passed the fruit to Ian. "This is for you in recognition of your long-standing service to the Sunwatchers." Ian stood straight as a rod, overwhelmed by the honor. He took the fruit with both hands and, without a moment's hesitation, took a big bite. A moment later, his expression grew grim. His hands trembled as he held the rest of the fruit. Closing his eyes, he steeled himself and shoved bite after bite into his mouth. After a long moment, he exhaled heavily, his expression unchanged throughout. "Zhou Ning. The man's tough as nails." Qian West asked Ian. "I feel something," Ian said, eyes closed. After a moment, his body began to swell. His head transformed into a bull's head, with curved horns sprouting from either side. Even Qian West, usually the picture of composure, couldn't help staring in shock. "That's..." Zhou Ning was startled, too. Seeing a minotaur in real life was very different from watching it in an anime. Ian now stood about 2.5 meters tall, rippling with muscles, an intimidating sight. This should be the bull fruit wild bull form. A fairly powerful ability. Don't worry, he can revert to human form at will. Zhou Ning smiled and raised his voice. "Ian, test out how much your stats improved." Beneath the Westland General Store was a small training area. After some testing, Ian returned to his human form, face lit with excitement. "In wild bull form, my strength increases by about 50%. Agility's only slightly better, but my toughness and stamina see a significant boost. I can also tell that I haven't hit my physical limit yet. The only downside is the transformation drains stamina pretty fast." Qian West nodded thoughtfully. The data confirmed just how potent the devil fruit was. He asked, "The results are impressive. On behalf of the Sunwatchers, I'd like to place a bulk order. My question is, what's the production capacity for devil fruits?" Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Underground Bazaar 1375 words. Chapter 78, Underground Bazaar. The materials for the devil fruit are extremely rare. At most, I can only make one every 2 days. Besides, I'm starting school the day after tomorrow, so I probably won't have time to visit the Westland General Store again for a while, Zhou Ning said with a shrug. He wasn't lying. Crafting devil fruits required a large amount of herbs, and the stock from the Golden Oak Herbal Shop was nowhere near enough. He had to control the production rate accordingly. "I'll take all the devil fruits you make during this period. We'll trade once a week on Saturdays. I'll send someone to pick them up. Is that okay?" Qian looked at Zhou Ning for confirmation. "No problem," Zhou Ning nodded. "Pleasure doing business." Qian extended a hand and shook Zhou Ning's. In the end, after some negotiation, Zhou Ning and the Sunwatcher finalized a procurement agreement for a batch of devil fruits. With a production cost of under 200 vectas, Zhou Ning sold each devil fruit for 700 vectas, pulling in a net profit of nearly 300%. Such were the benefits of having a monopoly. He wasn't being greedy either. In fact, Qian offering 700 had exceeded his expectations. No wonder players in the future would call him Scales Bro. He really did do business fairly. From an NPC's perspective, the value of the devil fruit could only ever be measured against high-grade superpower elixirs of the same level. And even the top-tier ones only sold for around 600. So yes, he'd take a slight loss in the short term, but until he found a more reliable sales channel, this was good enough. In a few days, Zhou Ning planned to try his luck at a supernatural gathering. Qian even paid a 500 vectas deposit up front, bringing Zhou Ning's cash flow past the 2,000 vectas mark, a considerable amount of working capital. After going over a few more transaction details, Qian suddenly shifted the topic, pulling an invitation from his coat and smiling. Wayne, this Sunday is Alan's coming-of-age ceremony. He'd like to invite you to the banquet. Will you be free? I should be, Zhou Ning replied after a moment's thought. After all, the chubby kid had shared hardships with him. Zhou Ning had a good impression of him. Plus, this would be a chance to familiarize himself with the nobles of the Bryston Kingdom. He still couldn't shake the image of that noble in blue he'd seen that night. Seeing Zhou Ning accept the invitation, Qian smiled and said, "See you on Sunday then. Alan will be glad you're coming." After leaving the Westland General Store, Zhou Ning didn't return to his dorm right away. Instead, he caught a public carriage to the other end of the old district. There he arrived at a blacksmith shop called Iron Furnace, a well-known place in the game. He'd thought it over. Back in the mirror world when he'd fought Elvis, he had lacked a decent, durable sword. While he typically fought at range, battles came in many forms. And in a game world, there were plenty of ways to restrict long-range attacks, for example, a type of water magic that caused memory loss, making people forget how to use ranged skills. That meant it would be smart for Zhou Ning to carry a sword, just in case. If he found himself unable to fight at range, and without a melee weapon, it could mean certain death. Pushing open the doors of Iron Furnace, Zhou Ning touched the cash in his pocket and stepped inside. The blacksmith's layout was exactly like in the game. Swords lined the left wall, the center glass cases displayed guns, bullets and daggers, and spears stood along the right side. "The weapons here are also ordinary, they lack a certain spirit," came the voice of Molly, once again emerging from his mind to complain. Zhou Ning's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't bother responding. Classic case of why don't they just eat meat? Everyone knew these weapons lacked spirit. A weapon with spirit was at least epic grade. Why would that be on display here? Scanning the left side, Zhou Ning didn't spot anything particularly good. Instead, a male clerk approached and politely asked, "Sir, is there something in particular you're looking for?" The store was run by Northerners, and the clerk seemed to be one as well, at least by appearance. Red hair, nearly 2 meters tall, and incredibly burly. In Apocalypse, Northerners were most famous for two things, smithing and piracy. Of the game's 3 great pirate kings, 2 had Northern blood. Zhou Ning thought for a moment before answering, "I'm looking for a one-handed sword, around 11 pounds. Something sturdy. Do you have any recommendations? Price isn't an issue." The clerk nodded and led him forward, pointing to a one-handed sword hanging in a corner. This sword was forged by Master Marion himself, infused with a touch of meteoric iron. It's priced at 49 vectas and 9 rose hens. Would you like to try it? Almost 50 vectas. Zhou Ning was taken aback by the price. But since he had money now, it wasn't a burden. He gave the clerk a slight nod. Taking the sword from the clerk, Zhou Ning gave it a few test swings and found it surprisingly well balanced. A notification panel popped up. Rare item, meteoric iron rapier rarity, blue damage, 18 to 36 attack speed, very fast bonus, +2 agility, rare item. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes and ran his fingers along the blade. The decision was made instantly. "I'll take it." Very good, sir. Please come this way to make the payment. Now that the sale was secured, the clerk's smile became noticeably more genuine as he led Zhou Ning to the counter. After paying the painful sum of 50 vectas, Zhou Ning left Iron Furnace with the meteoric iron rapier in hand. A few streets later, he arrived at a downward staircase. In the game, there was a large underground bazaar beneath this spot. The old district had several such staircases leading down. Most of the goods here were cheap herbs or materials, but the main draw was the weird and mysterious occult items. Many struggling old residents or collectors would sell antiques from various eras here. The unidentified mystical item Zhou Ning had mentioned earlier had surfaced here. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning descended the stairs. Opening the door, a harsh wave of gaslight immediately filled his vision. Once his eyes adjusted, Zhou Ning looked around. Just like in the game, a sizable underground market stretched before him. Countless stalls were crammed together in a chaotic maze, stretching nearly a kilometer in length. The bazaar would stay open until about 10 p.m., and this was the peak hour. People were streaming in from all directions. The place was packed with young people, most drawn to the atmosphere of individuality and mystery. They wandered between stalls, pausing now and then to examine or debate items. It was lively. Adjusting his hat, Zhou Ning stepped into the bazaar. In his past life, that unknown mystical item hadn't shown up until some time after the game began. A noble from Bryston had bought it, and a player happened to witness the purchase and posted about it on the forums. So Zhou Ning wasn't expecting it to appear tonight. This visit was more about taking a chance. As a buyer, he didn't rush to find what he needed. Instead, he drifted with the crowd. He had to admit, the occult atmosphere here was quite strong. Moonstones, citrines, crosses, talismans, cheap and plentiful. But from what Zhou Ning could see, none of them were actually useful. One thing did catch his eye though: the herbs at one of the stalls were surprisingly affordable. Especially snakeweed, a key ingredient in crafting felicity elixirs, was even cheaper than at the Golden Oak shop after its 20% discount. There wasn't much stock, but it was a pleasant surprise. Zhou Ning paid for the herbs, happily carrying a bag as he moved to the next stall. Soon, he stopped in front of a vendor selling old books. He had just spotted a familiar name among the covers: Wendigun, the legendary alchemist who had created puppet alchemy. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Wendigun's Introduction to the Life Sciences. 1270 words. Chapter 79, Wendigun's Introduction to the Life Sciences. For a moment, Zhou Ning stood frozen, stunned, wondering if he was seeing things. In his previous life, information about Wendigun in the game had been exceedingly scarce. Only a single player who had received a related quest had learned a few scattered facts through the quest text. Zhou Ning never imagined he would stumble across one of Wendigun's books at an ordinary bookstall selling occult literature. The coincidence gave him an uncanny sense of fate. He examined it closely. He hadn't seen wrong. However, Wendigun wasn't listed as the author but as the book's title. Taking a steadying breath, Zhou Ning calmly walked over, picked up the book from the stall, and began flipping through it. It was roughly 400 pages thick, and titled Wendigun's Introduction to the Life Sciences. The text was written in Ruined script, a language largely unintelligible to most of Bryston's population. The first dozen or so pages discussed Wendigun's theories in life sciences, full of obscure Ruined script terms that required constant dictionary lookups just to make sense of. Zhou Ning attempted to convert the parts he could recognize into ancient Fauric, using a code-breaking method from puppet alchemy, piecing together the second, fourth, sixth, and eighth characters of each line. As expected, the sentences made sense. So the guy really was consistent, still using the same encryption method. Just as Zhou Ning was about to flip a few more pages, the stall owner, a middle-aged man with graying hair, finally lost his patience and let out a loud cough. "If you're not buying, put the book down. You've been reading it for over 10 minutes. Zhou Ning snapped out of it and held up the book. "How much is this one?" 42 roast hens, the shopkeeper replied after checking the title. "It's a medical classic from the ancient Fauric era, and a unique copy at that. This is already a bargain. Zhou Ning, being well off, didn't bother haggling. He bought it outright. The stall owner, pleased to make a sale, smiled. You're a med student at a nearby university, right? I have a complete set of medical texts written by Blaine. Interested? Zhou Ning shook his head, uninterested. He scoured the stall for more books in the same series but found none. To be thorough, he asked, do you have any more of Wendigon's works? I'm willing to pay a premium. No, the vendor replied, then hesitated, perhaps swayed by the mention of a high price. But I can keep an eye out for you in the second-hand book circle. Leave your contact info if I find anything, I'll have someone notify you. But just so you know, it won't be cheap. Zhou Ning gave a faint smile and scribbled down the address of his alchemy lab. Moments like this made him appreciate the power of money. After leaving the stall, Zhou Ning wandered around the other booths. According to Molly, some items here held genuine mystical properties. A few old silver artifacts, aged enough, could substitute for mithril in crafting talismans with unique effects. Zhou Ning had a skill called occultism, which dealt with this kind of thing. After half an hour of browsing, with Molly's guidance, Zhou Ning bought several antique silver pieces and rare materials, spending nearly 10 vectas. Unfortunately, the elusive unknown artifact remained nowhere to be found. That said, this market had plenty of charm, especially now that supernatural powers had fully resurfaced. There were fortune-tellers using crystal balls, illusionists playing with strange sleight-of-hand tricks, and witches casting spells. Zhou Ning noticed many bore the marks of the mystic arts, though most were clearly beginners. It struck him then he had, unknowingly, become a seasoned supernatural. Zhou Ning chuckled and made his way to the exit. By the time he returned to Vic University via public coach, it was nearly 10 p.m. With the new semester approaching, the campus was no longer as quiet as it had been in previous days. Students bustled along the tree-lined paths. Zhou Ning couldn't help but marvel at his own appeal just walking from the school gate to his dorm, a 5-minute trip. He'd been approached 7 or 8 times. Back at his dorm, he found John, surprisingly, not out partying for once, but seated at his desk, writing furiously.
What are you up to? Zhou Ning asked curiously. Writing a business proposal. I'm starting a new venture, John replied without even looking up. My dad said if I submit a viable proposal, he'll invest another 10,000 vectas. Zhou Ning.
He had thought his 2,000 vectas made him wealthy, but compared to John, he couldn't help but shed a tear for his own poverty. John paused, lifted his head, and said, I was going to invite you to start the business with me. But never mind. He smiled and shook his head. I know someone like you, a supernatural, won't be lured by money, nor would you want to be tied down to a little shop. Zhou Ning. Why wouldn't I? You should have at least tried to tempt me with your filthy money. How could you just give up like that without even trying? After a brief chat, Zhou Ning took a long, relaxing shower. Towel-drying his hair, he returned to his room, pulled out a pen, a sheet of paper, and his ruined script dictionary, and began decrypting the book's contents. With the constant dictionary lookups, it took him nearly 5 hours to decode all 400 pages. By the time he finished, it was around 3 a.m. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning picked up the translated manuscript and began reading. To be honest, the content was both disappointing and astonishing. It recounted Wendigon's path after developing puppet alchemy. He became obsessed with the idea of synthesizing life. He believed that everything in existence, be it human or stone, was composed of the same basic elements, merely existing in different forms. With the correct formula, they could be interconverted. To prove his theory, he rigorously studied medicine and conducted countless dissections to understand human anatomy and the placement of each organ. Once he was ready, he began crafting his first alchemical life form. A year later, he succeeded. By mixing pristine earth, primal life, and human sperm and continuously adding blood over a 40-day period, he cultivated a transparent humanoid life form. Although it died 3 days later, he believed he was on the right path. The following sections described his continued experiments, including attempts involving extraordinary creatures. Zhou Ning couldn't fully understand the techniques, but he was deeply shaken by their implications. Just then, a system notification appeared. Through reading, you have learned, Life Alchemy Beginner. Life Alchemy. Zhou Ning glanced at the notification, but chose not to focus on it. Because of Hallwig and the Life Alchemy Society, he had a rather negative impression of that school of thought. He continued reading. After extensive experimentation, Wendigon felt ready to attempt creating the legendary extraordinary creature a dragon. What shocked Zhou Ning most was that Wendigon actually succeeded. Through his saint-level alchemical techniques, he truly created a dragon. The final passage in Wendigon's manuscript read, "In one book, I read of a brutal war between gods. One god wounded another, and divine blood spilled, forming a lake. If gods can bleed, I find myself wondering what are their insides like. Do they have organs like humans? As it happens, I now have an opportunity." The writing ended abruptly. At that moment, Molly's voice echoed in Zhou Ning's mind, full of awe by the sun goddess. This Wendigon is both a genius and a total madman. Chapter 80, Rewind 1137 words. Chapter 80, Rewind. Zhou Ning could fully relate. Wendigon was indeed a madman, but a brilliant one. What intrigued Zhou Ning most was what Wendigon ultimately intended to do. Something in his words had hinted at an unthinkable possibility, a theory so insane that the more Zhou Ning thought about it, the more it made his skin crawl. The more he mulled it over, the more horrifying it seemed. Could Wendigon be planning to dissect a god? The rest of the content was likely recorded in another book. Until he got his hands on it, there was no point dwelling on it, no matter how curious he was. He opened the control panel. Sure enough, there was a new life skill listed, Life Alchemy. Upon clicking into it, he found only one formula: how to create a miniature alchemical life form. The ingredients: pristine earth, primal life, and human sperm. Zhou Ning felt absolutely no interest. At the very least, this would be lower priority than puppet alchemy. Zhou Ning took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time. It was already 3:30 a.m. But perhaps due to just having finished reading Wendigon's passage, he wasn't sleepy at all. Opening the simulation panel, he saw that after the last lottery draw, he still had 11 traversal coins left. With the daily stipends from the past couple of days, he now had 13. Why not dive into a game? The new simulation World War of the Gods required 60 traversal coins, which wasn't worth rushing into just yet. Instead, Zhou Ning turned his attention to the Rewind interface, curious to try out this new function. Upon opening the Rewind panel, 3 selectable worlds appeared: Miss Lost London City, Endless War, and Across the Seas. Rewinding into Miss Lost London City, or Endless War, required 20 traversal coins, while Across the Seas demanded an insane 50. After a brief hesitation, Zhou Ning chose Endless War to rewind into. If he remembered correctly, there were still around 10 empty slots in the Hall of Curiosities from Endless War. Lots of good stuff left. Preparing rewind. Traversal coins -20. Please select your traversal mode. Traverse using a random template. Traverse using an existing template. A brand new feature. Even the method of traversal had changed. At the moment, he only had a one-time use Godfather template, and it didn't seem worth using on this first attempt. After a moment's thought, Zhou Ning selected option 1 and initiated the rewind. 5 cards appeared before him. 3 were familiar: Mad Clown Zhou Ning, Spartan Zhou Ning, and Genius Architect Zhou Ning. The other 2 were unfamiliar, but neither seemed particularly powerful. How anticlimactic, Zhou Ning muttered, curling his lip. He tapped the reshuffle button. All 5 cards flipped over to reveal their backs. Zhou Ning casually clicked one, and it flipped over, revealing himself dressed in a purple suit and clown makeup. His personality traits were erratic, unpredictable. Talents: criminal genius purple, evil charisma purple, explosives expert purple, firearms master purple, dyslexia gray. Negative trait: Skills: intimidation and extortion master, explosives crafting expert, negotiation expert. Match successful. In this parallel world, you are a mad clown roaming the dark underworld. You disregard law and order, delight in danger, explosions, and death. Fear and madness are etched into your soul. In your view, there is no such thing as justice. Everything good is a lie. You want people to resist you. You want the entire world to rise against you, so you can destroy it. What kind of chaos will someone like you bring to this world? Let's find out. Current world exploration progress, 95. This is a previously explored world, Earth 83716. Be aware of your alternate selves. Note: if you die in this rewind session, the game ends. Note: using a template allows you to freely select time and location for traversal. Note: in rewind mode, template characters exhibit strong agency. Mad Clown Zhou Ning's alignment is chaotic evil. You have zero control over the character's actions. You are currently deciding when and where to traverse. You selected Manhattan, New York, USA, in the year 2006. You have arrived in New York City in 2006. From this moment, the wheels of history begin to turn. March 1, 2006, you stood alone and penniless on the streets of Manhattan. No money, no gun. Not far from you stood the towering headquarters of the world's largest tech company, Starlight Corporation. Stark Industries was also nearby. Faced with such a hellish beginning, you whistled and grinned. Isn't this fun? That afternoon, you mugged a police officer in an alleyway, stole his service pistol, and picked up $500 in cash. You used the money to have a hearty meal, and then spent the rest at $56 apiece on 3 homemade bombs. That evening, you robbed a blonde woman at gunpoint. When she thought you were about to assault her, you instead only took her underwear. Staring at her dumbfounded expression, you said, "Why so serious?" March 2, 2006, you dismantled the underwear and extracted a flexible steel wire. Using it with an alarm clock and one of your bombs, you created a crude time bomb. You began planning a bank heist. March 4, 2006, using your silver tongue, you persuaded 5 criminals to join your cause. You needed helpers and fall guys. Under your plan, 3 would rob the bank, 1 would disable the alarm, 1 would crack the vault, and 1 would serve as the getaway driver. Of course, each had a secret assignment as well: kill one of the others. March 5, 2006, you hit a mafia bank in Manhattan's West Side. As you orchestrated, everything played out like a macabre symphony. The one who cracked the vault killed the one who disabled the alarm. Then the robbers killed the vault guy. The driver gunned down the robbers. Finally, your time bomb blew up the driver. You walked away with all the money. Wealth plus 10. March-June 2006, word of you began to spread through Hell's Kitchen. Naturally, S. launched an investigation. But as a criminal mastermind, you left them nothing to hold on to. During this period, you recruited several notable supervillains from the Marvel Universe: Max Dillon Electro, William Baker Sandman, and a disgraced electrical engineer nicknamed the Vulture. You won them over with your astonishingly evil charisma. July 2006, you saw a news report that Stark Industries had successfully developed a human enhancement serum. You immediately set your sights on them. Under your command, Max Dillon kidnapped Pepper Potts and demanded the serum from Tony Stark. Having predicted that S. would intervene, you set up explosive traps in advance. Your meticulous planning not only killed several elite agents, but also allowed you to seize the enhancement serum without issue. You have obtained the item, Tony Stark's enhancement serum. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, Facing Yourself. 1162 words. Chapter 81, Facing Yourself. Zhou Ning couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He had gotten his hands on the super serum this quickly. He vaguely remembered that even the legendary vampire, strong as he was, had laid out plans for a long time before obtaining it. He hadn't expected that the Mad Clown template, whose abilities seemed rather ordinary on paper, would prove so effective in practice. To be honest, He was actually quite looking forward to seeing a showdown between the mad clown and the legendary vampire. Continue simulation. July 2006. You acquired a total of 3 vials of super serum. You watched as Electro, Max Dillon, received an injection of the enhanced serum. His strength and agility increased by roughly 60%. Quite interesting. But what truly shocked everyone was that you gave away all the serum to your subordinates and didn't keep a single vial for yourself. When asked why, you simply shrugged, smiled, and said you didn't need to become more dangerous because you were danger itself. August 2006. Perhaps because you'd blown up several elite agents recently, was pestering you like an ex-wife with 2 kids, and a beer belly trying to win you back, boring and annoying. But you stayed calm. It was Electro who handled the kidnapping, and Sandman, William Baker, who planted the bombs. What did any of that have to do with you? You also stumbled upon something interesting. In the slums, you spotted Bruce Banner. He seemed to have just gone through a traumatic ordeal. Turning into the Hulk had cost him his job, his love, and made him a wanted man. People like him were the easiest to manipulate. After all, madness is like gravity. Sometimes all it takes is a little push. September 2006. Everything unfolded exactly as you planned. You used hypnotic suggestion on Bruce Banner, then deliberately leaked his location to the military. What followed was quite the spectacle. You didn't even need to lift a finger to control the situation. The enraged Hulk slaughtered all the pursuers, including General Ross, the father of his girlfriend. There was no going back. When Bruce finally came to, he was overwhelmed with guilt. He even believed that your hypnosis was just a manifestation of his own subconscious. A few days later, you found Bruce Banner and had a heart-to-heart talk with him. Before long, he started laughing with you. With mere words, you had twisted his mind, dragging him down into villainy. As the saying goes, heroes either die as heroes or live long enough to see themselves become villains. October 2006. Bruce Banner was, after all, one of the smartest people on Earth. With his help, you rebuilt and improved the Joker toxin, a gas that induces fear, madness, and self-destruction. Not long after he joined the Joker gang, Dr. Kurt Connors also came into your fold. A former Army medic and a biology PhD, Connors had lost his right arm in the war and had been researching limb regeneration ever since. You weren't interested in his goal but his lizard formula. Now that sounded fun. Supposedly it could turn ordinary people into lizards. Intriguing. Even more fascinating, during this time you discovered a Skrull named Henrietta and successfully took control of her. She claimed to be an anomaly among Skrulls capable of transforming into any creature, including humans. That surprised you in a good way. By late October, your enhanced subordinates were incredibly active, especially Electro, who had become a real force. Under your orders, they took down the Irish Gang, the Heinz Gang, and the Demon Gang in Hell's Kitchen. The Joker Gang had quietly become the new rulers of the area and even Kingpin tacitly acknowledged it. December 2006. Tony Stark, whom you'd been watching closely, went missing during a business negotiation. In his absence, Obadiah Stane took over as CEO of Stark Industries. Acting on your orders, Henrietta took on the appearance of Tony Stark and signed off on a stock transfer agreement. Just like that, you became the true power behind Stark Industries. At the end of December, when Tony Stark returned and tried to confront Obadiah, he found that his company was gone and he was flat broke. That night, you watched as the guards threw him out and burst into maniacal laughter. Ruining a billionaire and turning him into a penniless nobody. Was that just delightful? Family background +12 January 2007. After taking full control of Stark Industries, you discovered several encrypted folders in its data vault. With Bruce Banner's help, you cracked them and found the complete formula for the superpower serum. You also found several more advanced prototypes in Tony Stark's lab. You had to give Tony credit, he had succeeded in making danger even more dangerous. You obtained an epic-grade item, Tony Stark's Super Soldier Serum. January to June 2007. Using Stark Industries' wealth, you rapidly expanded your influence. More villains were drawn in by your money and malevolent charisma, joining the Joker gang including Mr. Negative, Martin Lee, and Shocker Herman Schultz. On the flip side, after losing everything, Tony Stark chose to join S. By this point, both sides had openly declared war, and sporadic conflicts frequently broke out. Isn't that even better? As a refined criminal, you found joy in stirring up a bit of chaos. Disrupting the status quo was your favorite pastime. But one thing did tick you off. Starting in March, a gorilla in a suit of Iron Man armor began appearing on the streets of New York. Your trusted subordinate, the Vulture, was killed by it. Don't think you hadn't watched Marvel before crossing over. Was this not mecha descent from the heavens? July 5, 2007. Connors informed you that his lizard formula was finally complete. You decided to initiate a rather fun plan. July 13, 2007. You sent Electro to infiltrate S. Triskelion headquarters and release gas made from a concentrated version of the lizard formula. The result exceeded your expectations. Numerous S agents, including top-level ones like Hawkeye, were transformed into lizard people. As you predicted, S quickly focused their attention on you. Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter led a massive force of S agents in a raid on Stark Industries. But thanks to the Joker toxin you had prepared in advance, they soon descended into terror, madness, and self-slaughter. You had the upper hand, or so you thought. What happened next caught you completely off guard. Among the crowd, you saw yourself, a version of you from this world, strangely immune to the Joker toxin. The two of you locked eyes, frozen for a brief moment, then attacked each other without hesitation. You pulled out your gun and fired at him, but to your shock, even after taking 3 bullets, he kept charging as if nothing had happened. One punch later, there was a sickening crack and your right arm was broken. It was only then that you finally understood the cryptic message you received when you first crossed over: beware of the other you who also crossed over. Chapter 82, End of the Rewind. 1177 words. Chapter 82, End of the Rewind. Nice work. You laughed and gave your other self a thumbs up. You hadn't expected the version of yourself in this world to be so powerful. Neither your signature poison gas nor your firearms could harm him. But death doesn't concern you. In fact, dying at the hands of another you sounds like fun. Ultimately, the battle ended without a clear victor. Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk and fought against your other self. Although you inflicted serious losses on S, once the Joker gas wore off, it was clear you couldn't finish off everyone. Afterwards, Bruce Banner told you he recognized that man it was Zhou Ning, the former S director, legendary scientist, war hero, and CEO of Starlight Corporation. Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but burst into laughter. This world is a joke. The most dangerous criminal and the greatest hero turned out to be the same person. In August 2007, you received news: former S director Zhou Ning had returned to lead S again, replacing Steve Rogers. Tony Stark, with Zhou Ning's funding, founded a new biotech company that snatched quite a few contracts from your Stark Industries. But you couldn't care less. You're just the man behind the curtain at Stark Industries. It's run by your subordinates and is completely legal on the surface. Besides, you're not interested in money, you enjoy the process of acquisition. You also noticed that despite lacking the Hulk and Thor, your other self still assembled an Avengers team. The members were himself, Winston, Black Widow, the Lizard, Hawkeye, Captain America, Peggy Carter, and Tony Stark. Actually one more than the original roster. Meanwhile, you became known as the most dangerous criminal, wanted by both S and the police. From September 2007 to February 2008, you and your other self clashed several times, each with wins and losses. But he had more victories. Even though he fell into your traps on multiple occasions, even though you nearly assassinated him, even though you once shot a bullet straight into his heart, he simply wouldn't die. You realized that killing him for good might require an Infinity Stone, or blowing him into atoms with a bomb. From March to June 2008, you began seeking the Infinity Stones. You intended to collaborate with Hydra, hoping to use them. But due to the butterfly effect caused by your other self, you couldn't find a single trace of Hydra anywhere in Europe or the U. So you devised another evil plan. You had someone contact Kingpin, using the public release of the super soldier serum formula as bait, inviting him to meet in Hell's Kitchen for an alliance. You also leaked the news to the Avengers. With everything falling into place, both sides fully believed the trap. You then sent Henrietta in your place to attend the meeting, while you infiltrated headquarters with the Hulk, Electro, and other trusted lieutenants. Sure enough, the moment Henrietta appeared, the entire Avengers team showed up only to be greeted by pre-planted explosives. Meanwhile, you successfully located the Tesseract in S underground base and escaped unscathed. You acquired an epic item, Tesseract. The first half of the plan went well, but the second half was a disaster. The bomb killed Kingpin and your trusted subordinate Henrietta, and only took out a few elite agents, not a single Avenger. Word has it they were all seriously injured, with Hawkeye nearly dying. But what they didn't know was that the bomb had also dispersed your specially engineered ultimate toxin, which, if all went as planned, would slowly alter their minds. You gained +1 legendary point. From July to August 2008, you had Bruce Banner begin researching the Tesseract. If even Hydra could use 1940s technology to create superweapons from it, there's no reason you couldn't. While his research continued, you discovered that your enemies had undergone a significant power boost in just 2 months. Not only Winston and Tony Stark, but even Black Widow and Captain America were now wearing Iron Man suits. Suddenly, there were 7 Iron Men. Even you were stunned. From September to December 2008, Bruce Banner vanished, and your forces were attacked by a joint effort between the Avengers and the U. To deal with you, Tony Stark even teamed up with your other self to design an anti-Joker armor that could completely block neural toxins, and was reinforced against explosions. Their assault was devastating. Your criminal empire crumbled in less than 2 months. Loyal subordinates like Electro and Sandman were killed in battle, Hydroman and Dr. Connors fled early. You always considered yourself courageous, and to you, courage means maintaining elegance under pressure. Even when cornered, you didn't run. You simply stared at your other self. In his eyes, you saw a familiar madness, and in that moment, you knew you'd lost but also won. You couldn't die because you were more than a man. You were an idea. You would live on in the shadows. You raised your pistol at your other self, grinned widely, and pulled the trigger. A small flag popped out of the barrel. The surrounding Iron Man suits, startled by the move, opened fire all at once. Rewind complete. Summary: congratulations. This rewind was quite a ride. You became the most infamous criminal in the entire Endless War world. You disregarded law and order, mastered the art of manipulation, and truly embraced death as a thrill. You caused massive casualties, committed innumerable atrocities, and yet, to your subordinates, you were a charismatic, magnetic leader they were willing to die for. Moreover, just as you hoped, your other self succumbed to the darkness, and became a true version of you, wreaking havoc far beyond your own achievements. His destruction spread across the entire universe. Bruce Banner also succeeded in developing a superweapon using the Tesseract, and inherited your criminal empire, becoming the new supervillain. But that's a story for another time. Perhaps you'll encounter it in a future rewind. Rating: B+ World Exploration, 96. Due to your significant impact on the Endless War world, you've earned 12 Traversal coins. Once your rewind rating reaches A, you'll receive a temporary template card based on this world's random template. You did not receive one this time. Only after the simulation ended did Zhou Ning come to his senses, and let out a long sigh. In his opinion, this mad clown Zhou Ning had performed admirably, making full use of his own strengths. Anyone else would have been pulverized. But the problem was that legendary vampire Zhou Ning's immortality was just too overpowered. And with the added difficulty of fighting on enemy turf, a head-on confrontation was never realistic. Maybe, if he had lasted until Bruce Banner returned with the Tesseract, there would have been a fighting chance. Below the Rewind interface, a Claim Rewards button appeared. When clicked, a prompt instantly followed. You have chosen to claim your rewards. You have acquired the epic item, Tony Stark's Super Soldier Serum. You have acquired the epic item, Tesseract. You have acquired a purple talent, Explosive Genius. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Gains from the Rewind 1284 words. Chapter 83. Gains from the Rewind. 2 new items have been added to your Hall of Curiosities. Please click to view. To be honest, the rewards from this Rewind were unexpectedly great. Not only were 2 new items added to the Hall of Curiosities at once, but he also gained a purple tier talent. For the first time in a long while, Zhou Ning felt the thrill of being an overpowered player. So this is what cheating feels like. It's absolutely exhilarating. He opened the Hall of Curiosities, and sure enough, 2 new items had appeared on the Endless War shelf, Tony Stark's Super Soldier Serum and Tesseract. Clicking the Claim button beside each item granted him 7 and 8 Traversal coins back, respectively. With the 12 coins he'd already received as a reward for clearing the stage, he actually came out of this Rewind with a net gain of 7 coins. That was no small feat. Zhou Ning, who had been keeping the game running by constantly recharging, finally got a taste of the joy of freeloading. Afterward, 2 new synergies appeared in the item bond section, one of which was already complete. Serum Collector 2 halves, Super Soldier Serum plus Tony Stark's Super Soldier Serum. Bond activated, +2 agility, +2 constitution. Infinity Stones 1/6, Tesseract plus. No wonder mobile gamers love gacha mechanics. Collection obsession really is an incurable human condition. Closing the Hall of Curiosities, he opened his inventory and selected the 2 new items to view their descriptions. The panel popped up with the following prompts. Tony Stark's Super Soldier Serum, Epic Tier Item. A semi-civilian product developed and improved by Tony Stark in the Earth 83716 universe. Effects are relatively mild with no side effects. Can be directly injected. Enhances metabolic and all bodily functions, taps into human potential, and is compatible with all enhancement-type serums. Tesseract, a container for the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones from the Endless War universe. Contains a Space Stone. Only effective in the Earth 83716 universe and some derivative universes. In this universe, it is purely a collector's item. Zhou Ning. To think the Tesseract he had high hopes for turned out to be a dud. He could ignore that for now. But Tony Stark's Super Soldier Serum pleasantly surprised him. He would never target Tony Stark again. This guy was truly a genius. Being able to further enhance himself after already injecting the Super Soldier Serum was essentially a brand new path. Zhou Ning took the serum from his inventory and, without hesitation, injected it into his vein. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. His heart pounded, and he felt like his blood was boiling. 2 surging flames clashed and swelled inside him. But the pain faded just as quickly. In about 30 seconds, it had subsided. The 2 flames in his bloodstream had fused. Zhou Ning could feel subtle changes throughout his body, and his physical capabilities had clearly improved. When he reopened the game panel, the notifications had already flooded the screen. One message in particular thrilled him. You have used Tony Stark's Super Soldier Serum. Fusing with Super Soldier Serum. Fusion complete. Attributes permanently increased, Strength +2, Agility +3, Constitution +2. You have used Tony Stark's Super Soldier Serum. Fusing with Super Soldier Serum. Fusion complete. Attributes permanently increased, Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +4. Injection complete. You have gained a total of Strength +7, Agility +8, Constitution +9, Spirit +3. Your elite specialty, Extraordinary Physique, is leveling up. Upgrade complete. Original specialty upgraded to Extraordinary Physique Advanced. Extraordinary Physique Advanced, your physique has reached a supernatural level. Increases primary attribute scaling from 0.5 per level. Passively regenerates for HP/SEC, and for stamina/section. Zhou Ning couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If the previous version of this specialty was already strong, the upgraded version could only be described as overpowered. The primary attribute scaling had increased from 0.5, and now it had a new passive effect: automatic regeneration of health and stamina. It was practically a half-dragon bloodline. His endurance had gotten a massive boost. Even more impressive was that the primary stat bonus was retroactive. Zhou Ning opened his character panel to check his stats. Agility had increased by an extra 2 points, while spirit and willpower had both increased by 3. At level 16, his agility had already broken the 50-point mark. Some level 30 rogues in his previous life didn't even reach that high. At this rate, he really was sprinting straight toward becoming a boss. Because he had stayed up until after 5 playing the game, Zhou Ning didn't wake up until 10:45 Thursday morning. There was still some bread left in the room. He ate a few pieces, threw on a coat and hat, and hurried out of the apartment. He had already decided what he wanted to do today. Professor Wesley's batch of intelligence potions was scheduled for delivery in a week, but since they were already finished, there was no reason to delay. He might as well deliver them now. As for the afternoon, Zhou Ning planned to rent a carriage and take a ride along the Canal District and the banks of the Seton River, to see if he could locate that blue-roofed house from the TV series. Professor Wesley should be in his alchemy lab by now. About half an hour later, Zhou Ning retrieved the 150 completed intelligence potions from the lab and brought them to the alchemy building's workshop. He knocked on the door. "Come in," said Professor Wesley. Zhou Ning pushed the door open and saw that the lab was filled with smoke. Gears and parts were scattered all over the floor. Professor Wesley was in the middle of something, while a somewhat unfamiliar girl assisted him. She was probably the new assistant who had taken over Zhou Ning's duties. She looked up at him and stared for a while, frozen. Zhou Ning gave her a quick glance. The girl looked pretty innocent. Her cheeks flushed red in an instant, and she quickly lowered her head. As he walked closer, Zhou Ning noticed some unassembled mechanical parts lying on the table. They were etched with intricate, cryptic alchemical arrays. It was a form of applied alchemy. Judging by the number of components, this was a large-scale project. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. He had known Professor Wesley was skilled in applied alchemy, but he hadn't expected him to be this advanced. "Give me a moment," Wesley said without looking up. "Sure," Zhou Ning replied, then stood to the side and observed. Although Zhou Ning had already reached expert level in alchemy, he had focused all his specialization on potion making, and hadn't studied applied alchemy deeply. Before long, a notification popped up on his panel: "Albert Wesley LV48 has demonstrated applied alchemy to you. Your alchemy proficiency increased by 17 points. About 20 minutes later, Professor Wesley let out a quiet sigh. He had completed the construction of a half-human tall, somewhat bulky mechanical golem. Its arms had been modified into a sprinkler and a broom. Powered by the alchemy array, it could carry out cleaning tasks. "It's so smart." "Is it alive?" the girl asked curiously. "It's just a golem that runs on an alchemical array. Creating life is forbidden territory. Only the gods may tread there," Professor Wesley said in a low voice. Then he took off his gloves and walked toward Zhou Ning. "Sturwell, is there something you need?" "Sorry to interrupt. I've finished the 150 bottles of intelligence potion you assigned me," Zhou Ning replied politely, placing the potion case on the table. Chapter 84, Infiltration. 1250 words. Chapter 84, Infiltration. That fast? Professor Wesley looked a bit surprised. He opened the alchemy kit, took a bottle of intelligence potion from the rack, gave it a shake, examined the sediment, then uncorked it and sniffed the contents. Excellent quality, not something a novice could make. "Sturwell, have you reached advanced level in alchemy?" Professor Wesley asked. Zhou Ning thought it over and felt there was no need to hide it. In fact, if he hadn't been concerned that advancing too quickly over just a few days might alarm the professor, he would have told him outright. He was already at expert level. He nodded without hesitation. Yes, I reached advanced a couple of days ago. Very good. It seems I underestimated your talent. A rare smile appeared on Professor Wesley's usually stern face. After counting the potions, he reluctantly pulled a roll of bills from his coat pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Zhou Ning. I didn't bring quite enough with me, only 222 vectas and 3 rose hens. Is that all right? Zhou Ning. Are you the devil? At 15 rose hens per bottle, 150 bottles should total 225 vectas. You re-shorting me 27 rose hens. Still, Zhou Ning decided not to fuss over it. Professor Wesley was always stingy and meticulous when it came to money. With a forced smile, he replied, "It's fine." Professor Wesley chuckled. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're a gentleman. By the way, I'd like to know, what deity do you follow?" Zhou Ning's mind worked quickly. Based on his memory, the body's original owner worshipped the sun goddess. In this game world, religion was a serious matter, and consistency was important. "I follow the sun goddess," Zhou Ning said. Professor Wesley gave a small nod. "Then I suggest you get certified by the Alchemist Association as soon as possible and start taking commissions when you can. You'll need to begin preparing for the Master Alchemist stage early." "All right," Zhou Ning nodded. He fully understood what the professor meant. In fact, he had already planned to do just that. In Apocalypse, the Alchemist Association was an ancient organization founded by one of the 4 heroes, High Priestess Louisa. Its influence spanned the entire game world. The guild headquarters was in the capital city of Ruins, St. Ronald, and there was also a branch in Darkland. They provided a range of services for alchemists, including the purchase of herbs, finished potions, rare formulas, and more. Of course, all of that required enough reputation. Fortunately, this wouldn't be difficult for Zhou Ning, as he had a good relationship with the West family, who controlled the Darkland branch of the Alchemist Association. After saying goodbye to Professor Wesley, Zhou Ning returned to his apartment. He changed into a white dress shirt and black vest, pulled on a light trench coat, and left Vic University. He arrived at a nearby rental service. Just like rental companies in his previous life, this one offered not only carriages for rent, but also sedan chairs, all priced by the day and quite expensive. Speaking of renting carriages, Zhou Ning had heard a story in the game, though he wasn't sure if it was true. 20 years ago, there was an alchemist named Charles Hobson who invented a carriage fare meter powered by an alchemical array. It could precisely calculate the fare based on ride time, a very convenient tool. But the carriage company owners didn't like having their earnings determined by a machine. So they conspired to murder Charles Hobson, got him drunk, then drowned him in the Seton River. No one knew if the story was true, but the price of renting a carriage certainly was outrageous. A lightweight 2-wheeled carriage cost 20 rose hens per day. Spending 20 rose hens, Zhou Ning rented a carriage and rode toward the Canal District. He had to admit, Darkland was huge. You couldn't really tell while playing the game, but after living here for nearly half a month, he could feel it firsthand. Even though some areas were sparsely populated due to extreme weather, the navigable area alone was nearly double the size of Chengdu. Zhou Ning sat in the carriage, peering out the window and scrutinizing the buildings lining the streets. Most of the Canal District's buildings were shops. After circling the area for nearly 2 hours, the carriage turned toward the Seton River District. Compared to the Canal District, which was closer to the lower-class residential areas, the Seton River District was considered the heart of Darkland. The famous statue of the 4 heroes stood there, as did Wither's Higher Cathedral Square, where the attempted regicide had taken place. Just before dusk, something caught Zhou Ning's eye, a somewhat run-down 2-story building with a blue roof, typical of the Bryston middle-class style, and a small garden in front. This must be the place. Zhou Ning perked up. He quickly logged into the forums and compared it with a pinned video post. The location, layout, and architecture matched perfectly. But Zhou Ning didn't signal for the carriage to stop. Instead, he let the driver continue to the end of the road, not halting the ride until the building was out of sight. "Thank you. That'll be all for today," Zhou Ning said with a smile. Rain began to fall. After watching the carriage drive away, Zhou Ning rented an umbrella from a nearby shop, opened it, and made his way slowly toward the target building. Up close, the house was even more dilapidated than he had expected. The garden hadn't been tended in ages. The building was eerily quiet, with no sound coming from within. There was a hotel nearby. Zhou Ning used a false name to book a room, then kept watch on the house across the street from his window. Night eventually fell. Zhou Ning stepped out of the hotel and quietly approached the side of the small building, hiding in the shadows and looking up toward the second floor. The front door was shut tight. The second floor was pitch black, windows closed. It looked deserted. But Zhou Ning didn't linger. He turned and walked away without hesitation. His first instinct was to report it to the Sunwatchers. Why not report it, wait for New Year's? But after thinking it over, he decided to investigate first. With Phoenix No. 1 in Damien's ordinary mirror, he should be able to come and go undetected. He locked the hotel room door, selected Phoenix No. 1 from his inventory, and equipped it. In an instant, a golden red battle suit was fully equipped on his body. After checking his gear, he pulled out the mysterious artifact, Damien's ordinary mirror, and chose to enter the mirror world. Once inside, Zhou Ning walked down the endless hallway, heading toward his destination. 135 Ropewalk Avenue wasn't far. The mirror world was reversed in orientation compared to the real world. Once he figured out the direction, it wasn't hard to navigate. As he walked through the corridor, possibly due to the location being in the city center, he encountered countless suspended mirrors within just a short stretch. Through these mirrors, fleeting glimpses of the real world flickered by, as though he were peering into reality through cracks in time and space. After 5 full minutes of walking, Zhou Ning finally reached his destination, a mirror quietly suspended before him. Support me and read ahead on Patreon at patreon.com/crackstranslations. 2 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 85, Family Creed Night. 1260 words. Chapter 85, Family Creed Night. Through the mirror, he could see a corridor wall. It was a mirror hanging on the hallway wall, facing the opposite side. With no lighting, visibility was extremely limited. The mirror only reflected a portion of the dim hallway, where the peeling and mottled paint on the wall could be seen. Zhou Ning stared at the scene beyond the mirror without moving right away. After quietly observing for a while and detecting no movement or sound outside, he hesitated only briefly before finally making up his mind to go out and take a look. The Phoenix battle suit he was wearing had an extremely high frontal defense, far surpassing the level 60 version of the equipment. As long as he didn't run into some major boss, he figured he could handle it. Based on several tests, there was a button on the right arm of the Phoenix battle suit that could fire a grappling hook. Once it latched onto a target, pressing another button would retract the cable, and by leveraging the counterforce, it would automatically pull Zhou Ning outward. If he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem either. A truly smart person doesn't act unless they're sure. He pressed his hand against the mirror. Immediately, ripples of arcane energy spread across the surface. Thanks to the function of Damien's ordinary mirror, it felt like passing through a thin film as he slipped through the mirror and entered the building interior. The hallway was longer than expected and carried a faint musty smell, clearly due to poor ventilation. "Do you sense anything?" Zhou Ning asked in his mind. "I sense a repressive evil." Zhou Ning. "Sis, could you speak normal human language?" A thick carpet covered the hallway floor, embroidered with intricate patterns. It was clear the owner of this house wasn't lacking in wealth. After the brief exchange, Zhou Ning ignored Molly's cryptic reply and activated the night vision in the helmet of his Phoenix battle suit. He advanced silently, analyzing the situation with a calm mind. This hallway stretched across the entire second floor. Both ends connected to balconies and staircases, forming a structure like the character. Rooms like bedrooms, bathrooms, studies, and sitting rooms lined both sides. After several minutes of searching yielded nothing, Zhou Ning arrived at the stairwell. Pausing for a moment in thought, he deliberately softened his steps and carefully began descending. Thanks to his remarkable agility and coordination, not even the wooden stairs made a single creak. Through night vision, he could clearly see a living room below the stairs. Various antique-style furnishings were arranged with taste. Near the entrance stood two statues' lions' heads on human bodies. Above each statue was engraved the word Luanmensch. But what caught Zhou Ning's attention first were the picture frames hanging on the wall. They weren't oil paintings or decorations but portrait sketches. In ancestral homes, it was customary to hang portraits of past generations, a tradition that had been passed down since the days of the Farlic Kingdom centuries ago. In occult circles, there's also a saying, hanging ancestral portraits in the home allows ancestors to watch over and protect the household. At the same time, not far from this location in another mansion, a middle-aged man dressed like a noble was reclining in a lounge chair in the sitting room, enjoying scones and cake. A charcoal fireplace burned warmly before him. Suddenly, a portrait hanging nearby blinked, as if trying to convey a warning. The middle-aged man's relaxed expression vanished in an instant. He rose sharply, strode over to the coat rack, pulled on a black hooded robe, and quickly headed for the door. Just as Zhou Ning reached the bottom of the stairs, he suddenly heard approaching footsteps from afar. Acting swiftly, he fired his grappling hook at the ceiling. His body shot upward, clinging silently to the overhead beams. Moments later, a brown-haired man in a black robe passed by, holding a candlestick. He seemed to have heard something and swept his gaze around suspiciously but never looked up. Zhou Ning waited calmly until the man had gone before silently retracting the grappling hook and landing without a sound. Sure enough, he had spotted a black flame emblem on the man's chest. This place was indeed a base of the curse god cult. Zhou Ning moved without a sound, trailing the black-robed cultist through an archway. What greeted him was a deep red altar, upon which sat a red idol. It was a grotesque-looking deity, with countless tentacles sprouting from its shoulders and sides. Each tentacle was etched with an eye, some open, some closed, densely packed. Two massive goat horns protruded from its head. Around the altar lay more than a dozen long-dead corpses, strewn haphazardly. In front of the statue burned 3 candles arranged in an inverted triangle, a symbol of black magic and of corruption in the world of revelation. Surrounding the altar stood several cultist supplicants. A red energy beam connected each one to the statue, clearly channeling their life force in sacrifice. There's likely a sealed evil god beneath this place. I've seen a similar ritual long ago. They were trying to unseal it by offering up life force, Molly said in Zhou Ning's mind. I figured, Zhou Ning replied, taking a deep breath. He still had some explosives left in his inventory from last night's crafting session. He was seriously tempted to blow something up. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fixed on him, intense and unblinking. He turned his head to find a portrait hanging on the wall. The painting depicted a well-dressed gentleman, brown hair, icy blue eyes, a prominent nose, and a large mustache. A textbook Bryston aristocrat, rendered so vividly it felt as though they were making eye contact. A name was inscribed on the frame, Norman Rhee. Before he could finish reading, a wave of icy air swept through the room. The gentleman in the portrait blinked at him. Zhou Ning. Just then, his observation hockey sent an overwhelming wave of danger through his senses. Jolted to the core, he bolted toward a nearby window without a second thought. All the windows around the house slammed shut at once, curtains drawing together. Zhou Ning's pupils shrank. Not far ahead, a black-robed figure had appeared at some point. The man's eyes radiated malice so intense that Zhou Ning's heart pounded wildly, a chill surging up from the depths of his soul. Mind lash. The black-robed man pointed a finger at Zhou Ning. In an instant, Zhou Ning felt like he'd been struck in the head with a hammer. His vision swam, dizziness overtook him, and something warm began trickling from his nose. A shocking damage number. Nearly half of his 270 HP was gone in a flash. No time to think, Zhou Ning instinctively made the best possible move. His revolver appeared in his hand as he launched a fatal countershot. While leaping backward, a bullet coated in armament hockey streaked toward the black-robed man. Your fatal countershot hit. Armament hockey weakened their defense. You dealt 239 true damage. The bullet struck true, but the enemy's health bar barely budged. The figure bent his knees slightly and chanted, "All things are forged by the will of man." In the next moment, Zhou Ning felt a powerful pressure crash down on him. His body froze, locked in place for a brief instant. He stared in disbelief. A family creed knight. That bastard was actually a family creed knight. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Successful Escape. 1290 words. Chapter 86, Successful Escape. At the same time, several related notifications popped up on Zhou Ning's panel. You have entered combat mode. Based on your level, you are able to access the following information. Name. Total level, 60. Class, Family Creed Knight. Stats, Strength. Agility. Vitality. Willpower 75, Spirit. Charisma 78. Status, Healthy. Further information. Unknown skills, Ancestral Will Advanced, Mind Lash Advanced, Demonization Intermediate, further unknown. The level gap was too wide, leaving most data as question marks, but even from what was visible, Zhou Ning could tell, this wasn't a fight he could win. Zhou Ning almost blacked out. A level 60 Family Creed Knight. Was this a joke? Almost simultaneously, he noticed the black-robed figure moving again. The man raised a palm toward Zhou Ning, and coldly uttered two ancient Frelic characters. Suddenly, Zhou Ning felt as if he'd been weighed down by a mountain. Even the slightest movement was a struggle. You have been subjected to will judgment. Your willpower is 27. Judgment failed. You are afflicted with the stasis status. Movement speed reduced by 75%. Right after that, a blue flame ignited at the man's fingertip and shot toward Zhou Ning like a bullet. If that hits me, I'm dead. His observation hockey screamed a warning. Just as the flame flew forth, Zhou Ning's right hand fired a grappling hook, which latched onto a distant chandelier. The recoil instantly flung him through the air over 10 meters, and he landed clutching the chandelier. Meanwhile, the blue flame struck the wall where he'd just been standing and it erupted in flames. Zhou Ning let out a breath of relief. The stasis effect on his body abruptly lifted. So this Family Creed Knight wasn't quite invincible, after all. At least the range was under 20 meters. Retracting the hook, Zhou Ning grabbed the chandelier with his left hand and activated Rapid Pursuit. Without hesitation, he began pulling the trigger at the approaching black-robed man. But the man's HP was simply too high. For shots in rapid succession: ripple shot, fatal countershot, point-blank kill shot, aerial shot, all slammed home. His special gauge was more than halfway drained, yet he'd only managed to shave off 10% of the target's health. When the man's HP dipped by 10%, Zhou Ning was stunned to see his body rapidly expand into a 2 to 3 meter tall monster. Enormous ram horns burst out from the sides of his head. A heavy stench of sulfur filled the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, the demonized black-robed man closed the distance. He muttered something under his breath, and Zhou Ning's body suddenly felt weighed down, as if an invisible force were dragging him down. Glass shattered mid-air as Zhou Ning, still clinging to the chandelier, accidentally ripped it free and came crashing down with it. The pressure vanished. Zhou Ning released the broken chandelier and braced to land, planning to forward roll on impact and then use evasive shot to create distance. But before he even hit the ground, he felt a force dragging him backward, as though something were altering his trajectory and even his inertia. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. This Family Creed Knight was practically a hard counter for agile classes like his. At that critical moment, he fired into the ground, using the recoil to launch himself into the air again. His grappling hook shot out once more, this time accurately catching the window ledge ahead. Using the momentum, Zhou Ning flung himself straight toward the window. Glass shattered as his body burst through it. After a nearly imperceptible pause, he tumbled out onto the grass beyond. From the very beginning, Zhou Ning hadn't planned to fight to the death once he recognized the strength of his opponent. His only thought had been escape. The black-robed man had already reached the window by now. A glowing fireball coalesced in his hand, and was hurled after Zhou Ning, targeting his escape route. Zhou Ning had barely hit the ground when he rolled aside, dodging the attack, then knelt and fired back toward the window. Earlier, in that brief moment of pause, he'd planted an explosive on the window ledge. A red-hot bullet flew from his gun. Sparks ignited the charge. Chain reaction. Flames erupted. Heat blasted against Zhou Ning's clothes. A fiery column rose skyward. Chunks of rubble and dirt exploded into the air. The ceiling above the window crumbled and began to collapse. Your homemade explosive dealt 372 damage to. Your homemade explosive dealt 294 damage to. Is now slightly burned. Has entered a rage state. Zhou Ning glanced at the prompts and was speechless. The bomb looked impressive, but it had only taken out 20% of the man's HP. He still had no chance of winning. Using the explosion as cover, Zhou Ning nimbly vaulted the iron fence and fled toward the corner of the street. By now, the gunfire and explosion had woken the entire street. Even supernatural patrolmen from a block away had been alerted and were rushing over. Back at the window, rubble shifted. The black-robed man, now returned to human form, stood with a stormy expression. A powerful magical aura pulsed from him, scattering the debris around. He tilted his head, listening carefully, then retreated into the building. Moments later, the entire house was engulfed in flames. Once safely around the corner and out of sight, Zhou Ning's battle suit disassembled itself, morphing back into ordinary clothing. He returned to the inn and retrieved the mirror. Not daring to linger, he continued on to another street. Only when he was among a crowd of pedestrians did he finally exhale in relief. He knew the danger had finally passed. He hadn't expected tonight to be so intense. He'd encountered a level 60 family creed knight alone, and still managed to escape intact. But now that his adrenaline had settled, he realized something. After obtaining that unknown artifact, he'd started acting on impulse. Was that the artifact's negative effect, or was he just getting arrogant? Still, dangerous as it had been, tonight's mission wasn't without its rewards. He now knew there was an family creed knight inside the curse god cult. In the Bryston Kingdom, only 19 noble families possessed ancestral abilities. Each family's ancestral power was unique, so identifying the black-robed man wouldn't be hard, especially if you had the money to buy intel. Zhou Ning gave it some thought and decided not to return directly. Instead, he took a detour to Donald Street in the Canal District. After walking for less than 3 minutes, he arrived at a bar called Booze and Wolverines. In his past life's game, this was one of the West family's properties. It not only sold alcohol but also intelligence. Most importantly, it was the only intelligence outlet in all of Darkland that was open to players. It was still before 8 p.m, prime time for Darkland citizens, who believed that without nightlife, there was no sex life. The bar was buzzing with activity. Zhou Ning could hear the din and clinking of glasses from outside. Inside, the bar's thick heat almost knocked him out. He adjusted his hat, pushed through the crowd, and made his way to the counter. 1 Jinhan beer. This was a fermented brew from the Jinhan region of Bryston, famous for its excellent sunlight and high-quality hops. 5 Venice, the bartender said smoothly, handing Zhou Ning a large mug of beer. Zhou Ning pulled out a few coins, counted out 5 Venice, and took a sip. The beer was rich and flavorful, with a slight sweetness. Not bad, Zhou Ning remarked genuinely, fiddling with the West family's VIP card in his hand. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Harrison 1342 words. Chapter 87, Harrison, I'm not trying to interfere, but next time you drink, can you at least take off the ring? A priest who serves the sun goddess shouldn't be drinking, came Molly's somewhat frustrated voice from the ring. Zhou Ning tilted his head back and downed the glass of beer, wiped the corner of his mouth, and smiled. Next time, I promise. Molly. She simply gave up trying to respond. Zhou Ning chuckled and shook his head, set down the glass, and slid the West family VIP card toward the bartender. He said softly, I need some intel. The bartender picked up the card calmly, examined it for a few seconds, then handed it back to Zhou Ning, and pointed toward a hidden door in the rear right corner. Go through there. Third room. Behind the door was a staircase leading downward. At the bottom stood a guarded iron door. The burly doorman gave Zhou Ning a once-over, but didn't stop him from pushing the door open and stepping inside. Just like in the game, it was an underground fight club, once a hotspot for players when the game launched. You could duel here, or make money. Since players couldn't truly die, fights between them were intense and brutally entertaining. Each punch and kick felt real, and deaths were common. That made them a favorite of the fight club's audience. But that didn't last long. Eventually, the club realized players were rigging fights, dying, respawning immediately, and then coming back to split the payout. Most players ended up blacklisted. As Zhou Ning stepped into the arena, a deafening roar of sound crashed over him. The match had already begun. A fighter from the Northlands was engaged in a brutal brawl with a burly werewolf on the platform. Zhou Ning squinted slightly. With his current strength, he could easily sense that both fighters were quite powerful. The werewolf, in particular, had the advantage of being a supernatural race, probably around level 20. Kill that Northlander. Ghost Wolf. You got this. Don't lose, Northland scum. I bet 70 rose hens on you. The spectators surrounding the ring were shouting furiously, veins bulging with excitement, foul language flying everywhere. The atmosphere was far worse than the in-game version. Zhou Ning felt like he had walked into a chaotic nightclub. The noise was so overwhelming it nearly made his heart seize. Skirting around the ring, he counted off the rooms until he reached the third. The door was slightly ajar. He knocked and it creaked open. Inside was an office noticeably cooler than outside. Behind the desk sat a well-fed businessman with gold-rimmed glasses and a completely bald head. A smile lingered on his lips, giving off an air of sharp intelligence. Zhou Ning smiled and held up the West family VIP card. I'd like to purchase some intel. Hearing this, the businessman stood, took the card, glanced at it, and his expression immediately brightened. He extended a hand toward Zhou Ning. Gino Macaulay. Come in and have a seat, Mister. Through his connections with the West family, he had a vague understanding of who Zhou Ning was and he held him in high regard. After Gino closed the door, the noise from outside dropped significantly. Once Zhou Ning sat down opposite him, Gino poured him a beer and asked, What kind of intel are you looking for? I need information on the Bristonian bloodline knight families. The more detailed, the better. Zhou Ning casually removed the ring, and took another sip of beer. 35 vectas. Gino gave him a meaningful look and quoted a price. That's already the discounted rate. Gathering this information wasn't easy. Zhou Ning pulled for 10 vectas notes from his wallet, and handed them over. Gino took the money, counted it and nodded. Very straightforward. Give me a few minutes. He rushed out, turning down another hallway. It wasn't long before he returned, carrying a thick file folder and a 5 vectas bill. As you'd expect, it doesn't include anything on the West family. But the others are all there. Zhou Ning nodded, took the cash and folder, and flipped through it. It was indeed packed with detailed reports on the bloodline knight families. He stowed it away, looked up at Gino, and asked cautiously, One more thing, do you know if there are any gatherings of supernatural individuals in Darkland? Or places that deal specifically in supernatural goods? It was something Zhou Ning had been thinking about for a while. In the previous life, such gatherings did exist, but they were rarely open to players. He had a few items that didn't belong to this world, like firearms and devil fruits that would likely fetch a high price among supernatural circles. Especially the devil fruits, selling a few might lead to some unexpected surprises. He was also hoping to pick up a few good items himself. Supernatural gatherings. I'll give you that one for free, Gino said with a grin. He had his own benefits from referring the right people to these events. You know, the underground market in the old district. Every Saturday night at 8, there's a supernatural gathering there. After 7:30, go see old Tyler, the market manager, and tell him I sent you. Much appreciated. Got it, Zhou Ning replied, curling his lips into a smile. Today was Thursday, so there'd be a gathering in 2 days. He was definitely looking forward to it. After leaving the Booze and Wolverine's bar, Zhou Ning returned to the room he had previously rented. He lit the gas lamp and eagerly opened the file to start reading. The intel on the Bloodline Knight families was 25 pages long. First up, with the most pages, was a family called the Mortons. Family head, Isaac Morton, Speaker of the Upper Parliament of the Bryston Kingdom. Title, Count. Family motto currently unknown, but likely related to courage. Doesn't seem to be him. Zhou Ning turned the pages without hesitation. Second was the Turner family from the northern frontier. Their motto was cold brings clarity, ice brings resolve. They had appeared during the elemental turmoil, and were skilled in manipulating ice and snow. Not them either. He kept flipping until he neared the end, then his eyes narrowed slightly. The Rivers family, family head Harrison Rivers. Family motto unknown, but likely tied to willpower. That's the one. Zhou Ning recalled the name on the painting. His spirits lifted, and he read carefully. Harrison Rivers held the title of Viscount. He was close to the current king, Charles VII, and served as an Upper Parliament member. He also chaired the Kingdom of Bryston's Legislative Committee, and was currently pushing for amendments to the Poor Relief Act. On paper, Harrison Rivers seemed flawless, trusted by the king, a respected parliamentarian, a political star. No one would ever suspect he was a senior figure in the Curse God cult. Zhou Ning exhaled silently. If only there were players around, he could offload all the dirty work. For now, he had to focus on gathering more intel on Harrison Rivers. He had a nagging feeling the Curse God cult was conspiring with the Life Alchemy Society on some grand scheme. After a moment's hesitation, he penned an anonymous letter reporting Harrison Rivers, and dropped it into the confessional box at the Ascetics Church 2 blocks away. No need to thank me, pal. Name's Lei Feng. On Friday morning, Zhou Ning woke up early and rolled out of bed. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he had to face reality. He had to go to school. Vic University operated on a credit system. Students needed 140 credits to graduate. Credits could also be used like currency within the university, primarily to access specialized knowledge beyond standard coursework. As a top alchemy student with a weak constitution and unbalanced skill set, Zhou Ning's predecessor had unfortunately bombed all the physical-related subjects. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 2 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. Every 100 Power Stones unlocks 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Designing Yu-Gi-Oh! 1320 words. Chapter 88, Designing Yu-Gi-Oh! Despite his reluctance, Zhou Ning still had to attend classes from time to time in the new semester at the very least. He couldn't skip the 3 weekly classes in alchemy and martial arts. This really feels like something out of a manga. Aren't students always the ones saving cities? He chuckled and shook his head, then stepped into the washroom next door to tidy himself up. After that, he took a black and white school uniform off the coat rack. The crisp white shirt and form-fitting black jacket looked quite sharp. When he stepped out of the room fully dressed, John was already up. Unlike Zhou Ning, who had only failed martial arts last semester, John had flunked across the board. The only subject he passed was theology, and that was an open-book exam. Truly the embodiment of a failing student. At the moment, John was holding a thick stack of papers. He greeted Zhou Ning with a wave. "Morning, Wayne." Zhou Ning rubbed the head of John's dog, Bobby, then glanced curiously at the papers in his hand. "What's that?" "My genius project proposal. Want to take a look?" John said, shaking the stack proudly. Zhou Ning checked his pocket watch. He grabbed the umbrella they had rented the night before from the hallway rack, then headed downstairs with John. According to the weather forecast wand, it was supposed to rain all day. But as Zhou Ning stepped outside the dorm, it had begun to snow instead. Huge, fluffy flakes blanketed the campus in white. Zhou Ning was long accustomed to this fickle weather. He glanced up at the sky and didn't bother opening his umbrella, blending in with the crowd heading toward the classroom building. The alchemy department was one of the largest at Vic University. The senior class alone had over 260 students, enough to fill an entire building. When Zhou Ning stepped into the lecture hall, he was taken aback by the sheer number of students packed inside. The room was buzzing with activity. He spotted his other friend, the chubby Fred, playing a card game called Weather Cards. The buy-in was one roast hen. This was a unique card game in the apocalypse world with rules similar to Texas Hold'em, but with weather-based suits. The jokers were Thunderstorm and Blizzard, which was absolutely ridiculous. "There are seats here." Fred's eyes lit up when he saw them and eagerly waved them over. Before long, John had joined the card game. Zhou Ning wasn't particularly interested in weather cards, so he sat down and picked up a nearby newspaper to read. Baron Kimberly's expedition team makes progress on the Puyun Plateau. Bryston Kingdom's legislative committee considers repealing the Corn Act. As Zhou Ning flipped through the Darkland Post, a particular headline caught his eye. A string of murders occurred in the Trade District. 7 innocent victims, including Mitch Cumberland and Blake Mill, were brutally killed. The suspect, Richard Pessa, owner of the Golden Oak Herbal Shop, is currently at large. Sources say the suspect has a history of violence. Authorities believe justice will prevail and the killer will be brought to justice. Zhou Ning read the passage word by word, over and over, a somber expression settling over him. So in the end, Richard Pessa and his father hadn't taken his advice to seek help from the Sunwatchers. Most likely, they'd already undergone aberration. What a shame. Richard had actually been a decent guy, one of Zhou Ning's few real friends in this world. Zhou Ning sighed, a wave of gloom washing over him. Not long after, Professor Wesley strode into the room with his teaching materials, and the classroom instantly quieted down. The morning class was Applied Alchemy, taught by Professor Wesley. It covered almost exclusively content aimed at mid-tier or lower-level alchemists. As an expert-level alchemist himself, Zhou Ning finally understood what it meant to be on pins and needles, restless, uncomfortable, and utterly out of place. He even heard Molly yawn inside his mind. Bored out of his mind, Zhou Ning eventually picked up John's project proposal to flip through it. After skimming it for a while, his brows lifted slightly. Despite being a spoiled rich kid, John had some real substance. The proposal outlined the design of a board game. It involved 4 players, each playing as a meteorologist with 20 initial health points. Players would take turns advancing based on dice rolls, collecting spell materials, weather cards, and companion cards from spaces on the board. When 2 players landed on the same space, they would battle using their cards, drawing to determine the outcome. Once a player's health dropped to 0, they would be eliminated. Isn't this the prototype for Magic: The Gathering? Zhou Ning glanced at John in a new light. He nudged him and asked in surprise, "You came up with this?" As if, John scoffed and lowered his voice. "I paid for it. But it's mine now. You think it's good too. So I did overestimate him." Zhou Ning's smile twitched. Still, after a moment's thought, he said, "It's actually not bad. But why make it a board game? What else would it be?" John asked. "You could turn it into a 2-player collectible card game. Start with a basic set of cards, and the rare ones could only be obtained through booster packs. Like this one, for example. A sudden idea struck Zhou Ning, and he changed his original plan. He pulled out a card sealed with a mini mechanical warrior, placed it on the table, and wrote ATK/700, Def/600 in the bottom right corner with a pen. See this card? ATK stands for attack, Def for defense. Let's say we're summoners and we summon monsters like this to fight. Both players start with 8,000 health, and every time you destroy an opponent's monster, they lose health equal to the difference. Drop to 0 and you're out. He went on to explain the basic mechanics of Yu-Gi-Oh! And outlined the design direction. John's expression shifted from confused to enlightened to downright ecstatic. He leaned in and whispered excitedly, "I think this could work. Write out the full rules, and I'll take care of the rest. You don't have to lift a finger. I'll give you 40% equity, how's that?" Zhou Ning. He had mentally pegged his share at 15 to 20%, since he was only offering the concept and didn't need to invest money or effort. Writing up the rules wouldn't take long. He didn't remember everything perfectly, but he could always improvise. And here John was, offering double that. Now Zhou Ning finally understood how John always managed to lose money in business. Zhou Ning accepted without hesitation. As long as John didn't screw things up, he was confident this would be a success. Once the card game version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was completed, he could even work toward developing a real-life dueling experience. Professor Wesley's class dragged on for 2 hours. When it finally ended, John couldn't wait to drag Zhou Ning back to the dorm to sign the contract. But just then, Professor Wesley walked over, folder in hand. "Sturwell, come to my office for a moment." Zhou Ning shot John an apologetic look and followed the professor. Once they were inside, Professor Wesley set down his materials and looked at him. "Sturwell, if I recall correctly, you're still 12 credits short of graduation." "That's right," Zhou Ning nodded. After failing martial arts last semester, he only had 128 credits. "Well then," Professor Wesley said after a brief pause, "the university will soon be hosting an academic exchange. The principal places great importance on this. Would you be interested in participating? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 2 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. Every 100 Power Stones unlocks 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 89, The Aberrant Richard 1299 words. Chapter 89, The Aberrant Richard Academic Exchange. Zhou Ning asked curiously. "That's right. The participants are from Yule University of the Byron Republic and Inyik University of the Kingdom of Ruins," Professor Wesley replied with a smile. "It might be a bit early to bring this up, though. Due to political disputes, the sunny road at the border is temporarily closed, so the academic team from Inyik University probably won't be able to come for a while." Zhou Ning nodded in understanding. Ever since the death of Charles VI, tensions between Bryston and Ruins had reached an all-time high. Inyik University making it over? Fat chance. Professor Wesley paused for a moment before continuing. "This exchange will focus on the warrior and mage departments. As for our alchemy department, well, with Inyik University involved, the school's only requirement is that we don't embarrass ourselves. As long as the results aren't too terrible, anyone who participates will earn at least 10 academic credits. So are you interested?" 10 credits. Zhou Ning was instantly swayed. With those 10 credits, he could coast his way to graduation without showing up every day like a prisoner. There were so many better things to do with that time. After a moment's thought, he asked cautiously, "What about my alchemy courses?" "You can't skip the final exam," Professor Wesley said, "but since you're already a senior alchemist, you're exempt from regular classes. You just have to show up for the final." "All right, I'm very interested, Professor Wesley." With everything already laid out, he'd be a fool not to take the offer. Zhou Ning agreed without hesitation. A smile spread across Wesley's face. "When the exchange begins, I'll have someone inform you." And one more thing, my advice is to devote more time to alchemy during this period. If you perform well during the exchange, it could be a big help to your career. Zhou Ning nodded. He understood what Wesley meant. These large academic exchanges often drew influential figures. A standout performance could easily land someone a great job, especially for a senior like him. It was a rare opportunity. But Wesley would probably end up disappointed. Zhou Ning had no plans to job hunt anytime soon, he muttered to himself. After chatting a little longer with Professor Wesley, Zhou Ning tipped his hat politely and took his leave. Outside, the weather had indeed changed dramatically from snow to rain. The once snow-covered road was now a muddy mess under the heavy downpour. Zhou Ning opened his umbrella and began heading back to his dorm, lost in thought. There was less than a month until the players descended. He still had a lot to prepare. First, of course, was making money while also trying to gather as many extraordinary items and alchemy blueprints as possible to boost his strength. Second, he needed to trigger high-reward quests whenever possible to earn more experience and level up in preparation for the closed beta. He still didn't know how the game would determine who could give quests to players, but leveling up certainly wouldn't hurt. Third, he had to keep sabotaging the Curse God cult and hopefully uncover their conspiracy. The first goal was manageable. Right now, he had 2 reliable income sources: firearms and devil fruits. And assuming John didn't screw him over, the Yu-Gi-Oh project would bring in even more money. The second goal was trickier. Zhou Ning used to know how to trigger a bunch of major quests, and could have dominated the game in minutes. But for some reason, once he entered the game, the plot had turned into complete chaos, monsters running wild everywhere, leaving him with very few stable ways to gain experience. Aside from the occasional triggered quest, alchemy was his only real option. So, for the time being, he had no choice but to shift his focus to alchemy. While building his proficiency, he could also gain some extra experience. Back in the dorm, John had already prepared the contract. Zhou Ning read through the terms carefully from start to finish. Finding nothing problematic and, with a 40% revenue split still in place, he signed without hesitation. Under John's eager gaze, Zhou Ning began mentally reconstructing and writing out the rules and card effects for Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe it was due to his increased mental attributes, but although he'd mostly forgotten the rules and cards of Yu-Gi-Oh!, somehow with a mix of guessing and piecing things together he managed to recall most of it. In under 3 hours, he completed a rough draft of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulebook. After some consideration, Zhou Ning decided to start with the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist Kingdom rules and tweak them later. 4,000 starting life points, the first player draws a card, and so on. As he looked at the familiar rules, even he couldn't help but mutter, "Ah, youth revived." As for the cards, the game had over 20,000, and Zhou Ning admitted he only remembered the monsters. After racking his brain, he could only list the ones he remembered best, like some low-tier cards, the Harpy Lady series, Blue Eyes White Dragon, the 3 Egyptian god cards, Dark Magician Girl, and so on. The rest could be added later. Of course, out of personal bias, he also included a few powerful machine-type cards, clearly setting the stage for future cash grabs. Handing the draft to John, Zhou Ning smiled and said, "This is basically version 1. You'll have to find someone else to draw the card illustrations. I'm not much of an artist." "Don't worry about it." John picked up the draft and started reading with intense focus. He didn't look up for nearly 40 minutes. When he finally did, he gazed at Zhou Ning and gave him a big thumbs up. "This is amazing. I've got a strong feeling I'm finally going to make it this time." "Let's hope so." Zhou Ning shook his head and chuckled. Honestly, John's entrepreneurial path had been one disaster after another, practically a real-life Looney Tunes character. Zhou Ning figured even John's dad had given up on him. "I'm heading home for a bit." With Zhou Ning's draft in hand, John left the apartment without a second of delay. Zhou Ning guessed he was off to ask his dad for money. "Thank goodness I don't have a son like that." Not bothering to wait, Zhou Ning had dinner, and after just a brief rest, rushed to the alchemy lab. He couldn't afford to slack off. After 2 days of taking it easy, the deadline was looming. He had to deliver at least 2 devil fruits to the Sunwatchers by tomorrow. Plus, he needed to make one extra for tomorrow night's supernatural gathering as a test run. The workload was intense. When Zhou Ning arrived at the gates of Vic University, he happened to see Sherlock passing by with a few men. After a quick greeting, Sherlock approached Zhou Ning and lowered his voice. "Wayne, have you seen Richard Pesa in the past couple of days?" "No," Zhou Ning replied, shaking his head. "What happened?" Sherlock took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "He's been corrupted by an evil god and has undergone an aberration. So far, 9 ordinary people have died by his hand. Someone reported seeing him nearby about half an hour ago. We have to deal with him before he hurts anyone else." "So it's true," Zhou Ning thought, taking a deep breath and forcing down the complicated emotions stirring within him. "What do you need me to do?" Sherlock paused for a moment. "If you run into him, either notify us or take him out." "Got it," Zhou Ning answered without hesitation. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 2 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. Every 100 Power Stones unlocks 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 90, New Temporary Template. 1298 words. Chapter 90, New Temporary Template. As one of the few friends Zhou Ning had in this world, since Sherlock couldn't help him escape his fate, the least he could do was help him find release. Sherlock was highly observant. Zhou Ning had always come across as calm and inscrutable, but just now, his aura had shifted drastically. It reminded Sherlock of that day when Zhou Ning dragged Elvis away. The sudden change made him feel extremely dangerous. "If anything happens, let us know," Sherlock said. Zhou Ning gave a wordless nod. As he focused his mind, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. "You have triggered E-rank mission, the Aberrant One. Accept/decline. Mission brief: your friend Richard has transformed into a monster. Free him from his suffering. Mission reward: 10,000 EXP, Sunwatcher reputation, temporary template card X1. After accepting the mission, Zhou Ning took a deep breath and exhaled slowly before continuing toward the nearby alchemy lab. He hadn't been entirely honest earlier. Through observation hockey, he had already locked onto Richard's location. It was a strange, twisted, and decayed presence, an aura so distinct it was clearly no longer human. With steady hands, he inserted the key into the lock and gently turned it. The door swung inward with a soft creak. In a corner of the alchemy lab, Zhou Ning saw a familiar figure curled up, facing the wall. The figure flinched, then rasped, "Wayne, is that you?" "It's me," Zhou Ning said in a low voice. "I'm Richard. I don't feel so good." Richard turned around. Zhou Ning saw his swollen head, bluish-gray skin, and the rotting aura emanating from his entire body. "Maybe only you can help me now. By the goddess of nature, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. They all think I'm a monster, but I couldn't help it, I really couldn't. There's a voice, it just keeps whispering madness, describing madness, in my ear. What do you want me to help you with?" Zhou Ning interrupted coldly. "Help me get in touch with the ascetics church. I'm willing to convert to the sun goddess so long as they can help me." Richard tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile. The moment he opened his mouth, Zhou Ning noticed blood and bits of flesh stuck to his teeth. His expression turned grim as he said, "It's already too late." "It's not too late. We're friends, aren't we? You saved me once, and I helped you, too. It used to be mine. I only charged you a third of the price, remember? I'm getting married soon. I was going to ask you to be my best man." Zhou Ning hardened his heart and shook his head. Richard paused, voice cracking with desperation as his mood suddenly turned erratic. "I get it now. You never really wanted to help me, did you? Otherwise, why would you knowingly send me to the Sunwatchers, knowing it's a dead end? Don't think I don't know anything. Remember Luke Shaw? You saved him with me. He went to the Sunwatchers and never came back. Whether due to his agitation or despair, Richard's body suddenly began to swell. Faint blackish-green smoke seeped from his body. He stomped forward violently, lunging at Zhou Ning with a gust of wind. Zhou Ning let out a slow breath, narrowed his eyes, then abruptly dodged backward. He raised his right hand and pulled the trigger of his revolver. A glowing bullet shot from the barrel with intense rotation, striking Richard squarely in the chest. The explosive ripple from the impact caused him to let out a howl of pain as black smoke rose from his chest. Richard's HP visibly dropped, but he was already consumed by bloodlust and slaughter. He barely paused before charging at Zhou Ning again. Zhou Ning remained expressionless as he took careful aim at Richard's head and squeezed the trigger 6 times in a row. At that moment, Sherlock heard the gunfire and arrived on the scene with the Sunwatchers, just in time to witness the final scene. Each bullet was either wrapped in golden ripple energy or infused with dark armament hockey, hammering into Richard's skull, causing him to reel backward repeatedly. As the long health bar finally vaporized, the last ripple-infused shot tore through Richard's forehead, leaving a blackened, smoking hole before he collapsed limply to the ground. Zhou Ning stood silently over the corpse for a moment. He holstered his pistol, removed the hat from his head, placed it over his chest, and bowed slightly toward Richard. "I'll leave the cleanup to you," he said to Sherlock with a faint, weary smile. He knew Richard had likely been telling the truth. The Sunwatchers truly had no way to cure aberration. The only solution was physical elimination. From the start, death might have been the only path left for Richard. Such was the tragic fate of a small, powerless figure in this world. The system prompt chimed, "You have slain the aberrant one, Richard Pesa LV. You gain 7,200 EXP. Your reputation with the Sunwatchers has increased by 1,200. Sunwatchers, respectful 100/5000. The Sunwatcher faction shop is now unlocked. E-rank mission, the aberrant one completed. You gain 10,000 EXP. You received temporary template card X1 beginner." Zhou Ning didn't select it right away. He put his hat back on and gave one last glance at Richard Pesa's corpse. Several Sunwatcher morticians were already at work, hoisting the massive body onto a stretcher. "I'll have to find a new place when the lease is up," Zhou Ning thought. Due to staying up late crafting devil fruits, Zhou Ning slept until noon the next day. It took him a while to clear his head and recall the events of the night before. He sighed deeply. After what had happened, he felt a faint sense of disappointment in the Sunwatchers for concealing or even misleading him about how aberration was dealt with. Qian West had once told him that if he ever experienced auditory hallucinations, he should go to him immediately. But thinking back now, was it possible that going there would have been the same as Luke Shaw? Never to return. Would they simply deal with him the same way with bullets? Although he could understand the logic from those in power, it was hard not to feel disappointed when he was the one potentially facing it. Sometimes, ignorance really is bliss. Zhou Ning shook his head slightly, opened his interface, and chose to receive last night's reward. You have used a temporary template card. You have received a random template, Heroic Warrior Zhou Ning. The card instantly took on a 3D form, projecting the image of a tall, burly Zhou Ning with a headscarf and piercing eyes, imposing and authoritative by nature. Character, Heroic Warrior Zhou Ning. Personality, decisive, resolute, loyal, bold. Talents, Born Leader Purple, Martial Arts Prodigy Purple, Extraordinary Strength Blue. Skills, Basic Fist Techniques Master, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Expert, Basic Internal Arts Expert Zhou Ning. Don't think I haven't read Demigods and Semi-Devils. This is clearly Qiao Feng, right? This has to be Qiao Feng. The problem was, what use was this template in worlds where people casually destroyed planets? After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Ning put the card away. No matter, it'll come in handy eventually. After washing up, Zhou Ning quickly got dressed. As agreed earlier, Qian would send someone for a trade. Until he found a better market, Zhou Ning wasn't about to cut off this business. It paid well and fast. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 2 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, The Giant 1252 words. Chapter 91, The Giant. There was still about an hour left before the appointed time. Zhou Ning came downstairs carrying a box filled with devil fruits and firearms. Luck hadn't been on his side the night before. The potion trial formulation in alchemy yielded a useless low-level formula. And even after drawing in the lottery for 5 rounds of 10 draws, he got nothing noteworthy, just 17 rifles, 19 handguns, and a pile of junk. Only one weapon was worth mentioning: the famed Schwarzlos M1909 pistol of Wilhelm II, which brought his collection progress for collector of famous guns up to 3 out of 5. He wondered, would collecting famous guns from this world count toward the progress as well? With his thoughts wandering, Zhou Ning headed to the campus cafeteria. He was doing better financially now, and didn't have to limit his meals to under 1 roast hen anymore. He splurged a little and ordered a beef bagel and a bowl of oxtail soup. I still miss the old days. Zhou Ning ate and drank at a leisurely pace. Even though he had been here for a while now, he was still more used to the cuisine of his homeland. By the time he finished, the clock pointed to noon. Zhou Ning bought a copy of the Darkland Times at the newsstand and casually unfolded it. Sure enough, the headline on the front page was about Richard Pessa, serial killer of 9. Richard Pessa has been slain by a Sunwatcher. Darkland citizens can now rest easy. The Sunwatchers had taken the blame for Richard's death. It wasn't exactly a cause for celebration, but at least he wouldn't have to awkwardly explain things to Leandro and his parents. Apart from that, Zhou Ning scanned the paper and saw no news of Harrison Rivers being investigated, just that the Poor Relief Act was progressing steadily. He exhaled and set the paper aside, then picked up the box and walked to the meeting point. There stood the familiar face and the familiar deerstalker hat. You again? Fine, if it's you, it's you. Zhou Ning didn't have the energy to complain. He handed the briefcase to Sherlock. 17 rifles, 19 handguns, 2 devil fruits. No time to make special bullets yet. Their second transaction went smoothly. Sherlock checked the inventory and handed over a thick stack of cash, completing the deal. Just took on a potentially supernatural case, and passed by here on the way. Don't think I'm actually that free, Sherlock said, shaking his head. This deal earned Zhou Ning a total of 1,800 vectas. After deducting the cost of the devil fruits and guns, his liquid funds suddenly shot up to 3,000 vectas, an absolute windfall. What kind of case? Need a hand? Zhou Ning asked with a smile after carefully pocketing the money. With the Sunwatcher's favorability toward him now at the respect level, he could try initiating some quests himself. Sherlock thought for a moment. Since they'd worked together a few times and built some trust, he didn't see any harm in sharing. He looked at Zhou Ning and said, "It's complicated. Last night, someone reported seeing a giant near the lake in Woodgate Park. It was around 45 feet tall but vanished quickly. When the city guard went to investigate this morning, they found no trace of a giant at all. Couldn't it have been a hallucination?" Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. 45 feet was about 14 meters. He couldn't recall any humanoid monsters that big in the game. What kind of creature could this be? Highly unlikely. There were at least 15 witnesses, one of whom was none other than the former Minister of Finance, Adam Aden. He's not someone who would lie. And that's what makes it so bizarre. According to Mr. Aden, the giant looked exactly like the former king. Zhou Ning looked like Charles VI. Images of Adam Aden's dossier flashed through Zhou Ning's mind. The Aden family was one of the 19 oath-bound families of Bryston, and their family motto was honesty. Bound by such a code, lying was virtually impossible. Which meant this giant was deeply unsettling. Zhou Ning frowned slightly. As an alchemist, he immediately connected Sherlock's description with human transmutation and the soul of Charles VI being taken by the Life Alchemy Society. He fell silent for a moment, then said gravely, "Sherlock, this is definitely not as simple as it seems. As far as I know, the Life Alchemy Society does possess the capability to create giant life forms. Is it possible this giant is one of their creations?" As Zhou Ning expected, a prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. "You have triggered the chain quest, the Giant's Trail. Accept/decline." Zhou Ning accepted the quest without hesitation. Quest hint: rumors suggest that a giant has appeared in Woodgate Park in East Darkland. Try to verify the existence of the giant. This will be a difficult task. Don't trust your eyes too easily. Quest objective: find the trail of the giant. Quest reward: 70,000 EXP, unknown reward. A chain quest with a 70,000 EXP reward right at the start that was already on par with a B-rank quest. It was likely to lead into A-rank or even S-rank territory. Sherlock looked down, fiddling with the gun in his hands as he fell into a long silence. A few minutes later, he finally raised his head and said, "You make a good point. But there are still doubts. Like, why wasn't there any trace of the giant near the lake in Woodgate Park? Not even a footprint. I'd like to know that too." Zhou Ning was equally puzzled. The two chatted a bit more before Sherlock picked up the briefcase and left. After seeing him off, Zhou Ning returned to his dorm and took a nap. During that time, John stopped by and told Zhou Ning he'd secured a 10,000 vectas investment from his father. Over the next few days, he planned to develop a prototype and then apply for a patent at the Darkland Patent Bureau. Zhou Ning was quite satisfied with that. If things went smoothly, he might not have to worry about money for much longer. In the afternoon, Zhou Ning followed his original plan and headed to the library. Thanks to efforts across multiple worlds, his reading progress had now reached 4579/5000. If the mad clown hadn't had a great talent reading disability, he probably would have completed it during the last world reset. Still, at his current pace, he should be able to finish it during the next simulation or world reset. He stayed in the library reading until evening, pushing his progress to 4590. Instead of heading back to the dorm, he took a public carriage to the underground market in the old district, planning to attend the Saturday night supernatural gathering held there. Before entering the underground market, Zhou Ning spent one rosehen at a nearby shop to buy a white hardshell mask. He pulled down his half-height silk top hat, and then stepped into the market. According to Gino Macaulay, Zhou Ning was supposed to find the market's manager, Old Tyler, and have him lead the way. After circling the market and finding nothing of interest, Zhou Ning gave up browsing and walked toward one of the two rooms at the end of the market. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 92, Public Beta moved ahead. 1435 words. Chapter 92, Public Beta moved ahead. According to Gino Macaulay, Old Tyler's office was the second to last room down the hall. Zhou Ning put on his white hardshell mask, knocked on the door, and found that the inside resembled a dentist's reception area. It was divided into 2 sections, and counting himself, there were 5 people waiting in the outer room. Each wore a different kind of mask that obscured their appearance. It was understandable. Most civilian supernaturals didn't want their identities exposed. Without a word, Zhou Ning took a seat behind the others. Just as he was starting to feel bored, several notification messages suddenly popped up. Notice: due to the overwhelming enthusiasm and interest from players, Apocalypse will begin its public beta ahead of schedule. Purchase points for helmets and immersion pods are available in all major cities, and buying links can also be found on the homepage of the Apocalypse forum. New players will enjoy a 5% discount. Zhou Ning. He hurriedly opened the forum. The closed beta had only been running for less than a week, and yet the forum's popularity had again surged. Just his own name-based subforum had already reached 5 million followers. Sure enough, there was a pinned post matching the announcement. The thread was growing at a pace visible to the naked eye, with tens of thousands of replies flooding in within minutes. Come to think of it, he probably had something to do with this. Zhou Ning could sense that the game company had been caught off guard by the sudden changes in the Darklands storyline. Their reasoning was actually easy to guess. In his previous life, there hadn't been so much plot before the game launched. Everything progressed steadily until the second expansion, Elemental Chaos. Back then, Charles VI was still alive and well. When the previous timeline's closed beta began, the Curse God cult was still running around trying to capture people for sacrifices and failing every time. The Life Alchemy Society hadn't even officially appeared yet. It was the perfect environment for players to develop in their early stages. But compared to that version, the current apocalypse was burning hotter than ever, with the plot already going off the rails. The faction leader Charles VI had been killed before players even entered the game. The company was probably thinking, if they delayed any longer, players might log in only to find that eldritch gods and elemental kingdoms had already taken over, leaving no chance for a smooth newbie phase. So from the game company's perspective, skipping the rest of the closed beta and jumping straight to public beta wasn't a bad move. A chaotic time indeed, Zhou Ning sighed to himself. That meant he'd have to speed up his own preparations. Aside from the beta announcement, he also saw posts from various film companies in his subforum. A show with him as the protagonist was about to air, and the actor playing him was a trending young idol with the surname Kai. That actor even posted, saying he would take the role seriously. Zhou Ning was dumbfounded and then furiously indignant. Are you serious? After waiting for a full 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. Zhou Ning pushed open the center door and stepped into a gaslit room. Once the door closed behind him, he sat in the customer's chair, looked at the old man across from him, and said, I want to attend the supernatural gathering. Gino Macaulay sent me. Hearing this, old Tyler gave him a once-over and said in a low voice, come with me. The man looked to be in his 60s, with sparse hair and a large nose, wearing a pirate hat that made him look a bit like Captain Barbossa from Pirates of the Caribbean. Zhou Ning followed him through a side door into another room. Old Tyler walked to a corner of the wall where a coin-operated gas lamp was mounted. He took a 5 rose hen coins from his coat and inserted it into the lamp. As the lamp lit up, Zhou Ning noticed a barely visible hidden door on the wall. Be sure to protect your identity. No one in here is a good person, old Tyler said coldly. Inside was a dark room. Zhou Ning followed him through and emerged into a dimly lit parlor furnished with a circle of sofas. About 20 people were already seated, all dressed similarly to him. Zhou Ning found a seat in a corner and quickly scanned the room. Every person here was at least level 20, and several were clearly over level 40, high-level professionals. As expected, aside from unaffiliated professionals, the gathering likely included members of the Sunwatchers, Circle of Earth, and even some church operatives. At the center table sat an object shaped like a balance scale. As soon as Zhou Ning's eyes landed on it, a prompt appeared. Unknown relic scales of misfortune, capable of fairly assessing the relative value of items placed on each side, but causes its owner to accumulate non-lethal misfortune. Perhaps this is its own form of fairness. Created and once used by an unknown alchemist, who was murdered shortly thereafter. Effect 1 provides a relatively fair valuation of items on each side including goods, currency, and even information. Effect 2. Zhou Ning understood immediately. This scales of misfortune must be the foundation that allowed the supernatural gathering to function, capable of identifying authenticity and roughly judging value. Of course, individual needs varied, so personal valuation wouldn't always align with the scales. Once everyone was seated, a middle-aged man in a silver mask stepped into the center and began to speak. Today's supernatural gathering begins. As usual, we'll start with the guest at the 12 o'clock position and proceed clockwise. No objections. After sweeping his gaze around and seeing no response, the man nodded and returned to his seat. Zhou Ning was at the 9 o'clock position. To his right, for seats over, a figure in a hooded black robe stood up and approached the scales. He pulled out a scroll from his cloak and said, "This is an enchantment recipe called Frostbite. It adds heavy frost damage to a weapon, and has a chance to freeze the target. I'm looking to exchange for an equivalent alchemy recipe, or will sell for Vectas." Frostbite. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. The frostbite effect was similar to his own flame oil. If the price wasn't too high, it was absolutely worth acquiring. Picking up a side profession like enchanter wouldn't hurt either. 180 Vectas, someone quickly bid, starting high. 190 Vectas. Blueprint for a small watcher golem. Someone else, also in a hood, bid beside Zhou Ning. It was clear the seller had a strong preference for the golem blueprint. Ignoring the higher cash offers, he looked at the hooded man and said, "Deal." During the transaction, each party placed their item on opposite ends of the scales of misfortune. Zhou Ning noted that the frostbite scroll clearly outweighed the golem blueprint, but as the saying goes, a fair deal is the one you're happy with. The trade was quickly completed. With the first transaction out of the way, the trading picked up momentum. Some deals went through, others didn't. What truly surprised Zhou Ning was that the scales could even evaluate the value of information. He watched one trade where someone bought a mid-tier ice spell freshly transcribed for 200 Vectas. Before long, something offered by the middle-aged man to Zhou Ning's left, who wore a blue mask, caught his attention. "I want to sell a flintlock pistol." Flintlock. Zhou Ning immediately focused. His current weapon's damage was already falling short. While firearms in this world were primitive, if this one was a supernatural item, it could be worthwhile. A flintlock pistol once owned by the pirate General Victor. After the original owner was hanged, the gun became cursed. When it hits a target, it has a chance of applying a curse to them or possibly to you. The upside is, as long as the curse remains, the bullets are infinite. You and your enemies can test your luck to your heart's content. Only 60 Vectas and it's yours. The gun's drawbacks were so glaring that no one wanted it. In the end, Zhou Ning snatched it up for the base price. Sure enough, his collector of famous guns progress jumped to 4 out of 5. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 93, A New Experiment. 1346 words. Chapter 93, A New Experiment. After purchasing the firearm, the subsequent transactions were mostly magic-related, which didn't particularly interest Zhou Ning. The only highlight was a spellbook for Earth Spear, which eventually sold for 400 Vectas to an overweight man sitting in a corner. Earth Spear. Zhou Ning recalled that this Earth Element spell was exclusive to the Temple of Earth, typically only found within their Circle of Earth supernatural team, or used internally within the temple. If he was guessing correctly, the seller was probably from the Temple of Earth. Zhou Ning observed these deals with cold detachment. The main buyers of these transactions were spellcasters, and none of the higher-quality supernatural items went for less than 200 Vectas. What really caught his eye next was a pair of gold-rimmed glasses being sold by a blonde woman at his 5 o'clock position. It was an unknown wondrous item that, when worn, could detect whether a target harbored hostile intent, an incredibly powerful feature. But the price was even more outrageous, with a starting bid of 800 Vectas. Within just a few rounds, it had been driven up to a staggering 3,200 Vectas, forcing him to give up. Still broke, huh? Zhou Ning sighed, gazing longingly at the glasses. The final sale price reached a sky-high 4,700 Vectas. After this deal concluded, a young man wearing a gray-white mask stepped into the center of the venue from the 7 o'clock direction. He placed a black wooden box on the table and announced, "This is a wooden cube from the meteorological tides of Gadala. If you can open it, there might be something good inside. I want to exchange it for something that can permanently enhance physical attributes, or enable transcendence either items or formulas. From Zhou Ning's judgment, this seemed to be a young man hoping to become a supernatural. He noticed that the surface of the cube was made up of many small tiles, resembling a scrambled advanced Rubik's cube, and it was covered in complex patterns and symbols. "This looks like a moderate cube," said Molly's cool voice in his mind. "You know it?" Zhou Ning asked curiously. "I know a bit. Didn't I tell you? Besides being a priest, enchanter, meteorologist, and alchemist, I'm also an amateur folklorist," Molly replied. Impressive, Zhou Ning thought, giving her a mental thumbs up. As long as one had a general idea of the complete pattern, restoring the cube would just be a matter of time. This box might be worth gambling on. With his thoughts spinning rapidly, Zhou Ning asked aloud, "Does this box accept bids and vectas?" The young man shook his head without hesitation. "Sorry, I'm not in need of money." "Well, nothing to be done, then." Zhou Ning could only give up with a light chuckle, and return to his seat. Having refused Zhou Ning and seeing that no one else made a bid, the young man could only return to his seat in disappointment amid the silence. Later, someone sold a batch of ancient jade materials for 70 vectas, while a supernatural item called Eternal Lantern failed to sell due to its steep asking price of 1,200 vectas. About 10 minutes later, it was finally Zhou Ning's turn. He stepped onto the platform, took out the devil fruit, and said in a firm voice, "This is a rare item called a devil fruit. Upon consumption, it grants the user powerful special abilities. More importantly, it doesn't conflict with any class, and the enhancement success rate is 100%. I'm looking to trade it for a rare alchemy formula, or I'm open to selling it for vectas." His words immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Based on Zhou Ning's description, its value was undoubtedly far above that of a superpower potion, enough to tempt even some spellcasters. Can superpowered individuals use it? Are there any side effects? Questions poured in from all around. Yes, they can. The only side effect is you won't be able to swim anymore. Does tasting awful count? Zhou Ning replied, smiling as he patiently answered their questions. "I'm interested in the devil fruit, but I request an appraisal by the scales of misfortune," said the hooded man who had bought the gold-rimmed glasses. Zhou Ning nodded. Truth be told, he was also curious about the appraised value of the devil fruit. He placed the devil fruit on the left side of the scale, while the hooded man placed a stack of banknotes on the right. Immediately, the devil fruit heavily tipped the scale downward. It appears to be genuine, and its value is clearly well over 500 vectas. Even the middle-aged man hosting the gathering took notice at this point, watching Zhou Ning with a meaningful gaze. The scales of misfortune had the power to determine authenticity. If an item's description didn't match its actual properties, it would be deemed worthless. This clearly wasn't the case now. After a brief silence, the hooded man spoke again. "Devil fruit, 700 vectas, 750 vectas," someone quickly followed up. 800 vectas, the hooded man immediately responded. 900 vectas, the young man who had offered the wooden box joined the fray. 950 vectas. To Zhou Ning's surprise, the price skyrocketed to 1,020 vectas in no time before finally stalling. After a few silent seconds, the young man looked at Zhou Ning and said, "I have a new proposal. I'll offer the wooden box." Zhou Ning shook his head and cut him off. "Sorry, I don't think that box is worth 1,000 vectas. That box is worth at least 400 vectas. I'll add 600 more. That makes 1,000 vectas for the devil fruit," the young man offered loudly. "All right, deal." Zhou Ning nodded after a moment of thought. He cast an apologetic glance at the hooded man, and stepped up to the scale with the young man. Zhou Ning placed the devil fruit on the left. This time, the scale tilted slightly toward the other side, but not by much. Neither side cared about the minor discrepancy. As the young man happily pocketed the devil fruit, Zhou Ning returned to his seat, and carefully examined the wooden cube. It did resemble a modern Rubik's cube, but the challenge was that unlike a traditional cube where each face was a uniform color, or had recognizable patterns this one had for faces covered in symbols of unknown meaning, making it extremely difficult to solve. Staring at the cube's more than 200 tiny squares densely packed together, Zhou Ning felt a headache coming on. After Zhou Ning, the rest of the trading session was relatively uneventful. He did make one more move, spending 70 vectas to purchase an expert-level alchemy blueprint. It was a blueprint for a flight potion, which, when consumed, made the user light as a feather, capable of gliding after jumping from high places. Not a bad effect. Back in his previous life's game, it ranked among the top 5 in potion sales. Once all the transactions had concluded, the gathering officially ended with an announcement from the owner of the Scales of Misfortune. Just like when they had arrived, the attendees would now leave one by one via a separate secret passage. Zhou Ning was the third to exit. After emerging from the hidden passage, he carefully scanned his surroundings. Once certain that he wasn't being followed, he removed his mask and made his way toward his alchemy lab. Inside the alchemy lab, he eagerly locked the door and pulled out the mini mechanical warrior card to activate it. A burst of mist erupted, and when it cleared, a mechanical warrior about half as tall as a human stood before him. Zhou Ning took the M1 Garand rifle from its hands and replaced it with the flintlock pistol once used by Pirate General Victor. Click. The mini mechanical warrior gripped the flintlock pistol tightly. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 94, Medium Mechanical Construct 1280 words. Chapter 94, Medium Mechanical Construct. Zhou Ning didn't buy this gun just for the mission progress. Although the effects of this cursed supernatural firearm were practically garbage, it all depended on how it was used. In the hands of a person, it might backfire disastrously, but in the hands of a mechanical construct, it could become a deadly weapon. Of course, its true effectiveness remained to be tested. After sealing the mini mechanical warrior back into its card, Zhou Ning took out Damien's ordinary mirror and chose to enter it. What appeared before Zhou Ning was once again a series of ruins steeped in ancient elven style. Following a long corridor for about 20 minutes, Zhou Ning arrived at an expansive ruin. It was a scene of shattered remnants in elven architecture, with a towering magical tower standing in the middle of the ruins. Wandering between the crumbling stone walls were countless black mirror wraiths. Zhou Ning unsealed the mini mechanical warrior. After a brief thought, he raised the revolver and pulled the trigger at the mirror wraith nearest to him. Regarding the behavior of bullets, Zhou Ning still found it strange. He had originally thought the bullets would behave like they did during his first visit here, changing trajectory, but subsequent tests showed otherwise. He could only guess that perhaps Elvis had mastered a deeper level of using the mirror. A bullet burst forth in a flash of blazing light, aimed squarely at the mirror wraith's head. A glaring -345 appeared above the wraith's head, and its figure abruptly vanished only to reappear right in front of Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning activated evasive shot, his figure blurring into an afterimage as he abruptly retreated. At the same time, the mini mechanical warrior, under his command, charged forward and opened fire on the mirror wraith. Only 3 shots were needed to trigger the curse effect. A sizzling sound came from the mirror wraith as black smoke started to pour from its body, as if its flesh was melting away. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a skeleton with stark white bones, with a debuff hovering over its head. Pirate General Victor's curse transforms the target into a walking skeleton. Defense drops to 0. Becomes afraid of sunlight. Loses fear and pain perception. Duration, 30 seconds. Nice effect. Zhou Ning felt a surge of joy. This curse effect perfectly complemented his ripple shot, forming a powerful combo. Now, even if he ran into Harrison Rivers again, a bit of luck could deal him a devastating blow in an instant. With the test complete, Zhou Ning didn't hesitate. He aimed at the now skeletal mirror wraith and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang and a flash of flame, the mirror wraith shattered instantly. Your ripple shot dealt 779 damage to mirror wraith, 50% damage amplification. You killed Mirror Wraith LV-25 Spirit type. You gained 7200 EXP. Zhou Ning let out a breath of relief, and checked the damage to his mini-mechanical warrior. It had been struck twice by the Mirror Wraith, and smoke was already rising from its body. It really was a bit much to ask this basic mechanical unit to handle combat. He resealed the mini-mechanical warrior into its card, and returned to the real world. The earlier test had proven the strength of Pirate General Victor's flintlock pistol. As long as he upgraded the mechanical warrior's combat capability, it could absolutely serve as his main force. After some thought, Zhou Ning opened the control panel. He still had over 70,000 EXP, so he spent 60,000 to raise the level of Wandering Gunslinger by 2 levels. Wandering Gunslinger leveled up to LV4, Agility +3 +0. 5 from Extraordinary Physique Specialty, Stamina +1, Spirit +1. You gain 2 free attribute points. With over 10,000 EXP remaining, he didn't hold back. He opened the Life Skills tab, selected Puppet Alchemy, and chose Formula Derivation. He'd read before that Formula Derivation could fuse Puppet Alchemy with other life skills by consuming EXP to generate new blueprints. The key difference was that this process didn't reset the skill level, it simply required a massive amount of EXP. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning selected to fuse Puppet Alchemy with Precision Mechanical Crafting. Fusion successful. You obtained Blueprint, Medium Mechanical Construct. Medium Mechanical Construct, click to summon a combat specialized Medium Mechanical Construct. Duration, 40 minutes. Cooldown, 40 minutes. Based on the stats, it was stronger than the mini-mechanical warrior and better suited for combat. However, the materials were significantly more expensive. Zhou Ning calculated that the cost would be no less than 60 Vectacoins, 3 times that of the miniature version. Expensive, yes, but if he wanted to boost his combat strength quickly, it was an investment he couldn't skip. Zhou Ning was even considering upgrading Puppet Alchemy to intermediate level. The mini-mechanical warrior had given 7% proficiency. Usually, proficiency gain was proportional to production cost. He guessed that crafting fewer than 10 of these medium constructs would be enough to reach intermediate level. Any extra cards wouldn't go to waste either. Players or the Sunwatchers could easily make use of them. Having made up his mind, Zhou Ning did a quick wash-up and lay down on his small bed. He pulled out the cube he'd bought earlier and began fiddling with it. "You said you knew how to use this thing?" Zhou Ning asked in his mind. "I do, but I forgot," came Molly's amused voice. "I only remember that it's called a Moderic cube, an artifact used by the ancient Moderic people to store data. And I don't know much about the Moderic script. You could try consulting a language expert, maybe they can help." "Great, that's basically useless," Zhou Ning muttered, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Still, Molly's suggestion wasn't bad. Vic University probably had no shortage of top-tier ancient language scholars. The next day was Sunday. Since Zhou Ning had to attend Fatty Allen's coming-of-age ceremony that evening, he didn't have much time. He planned to buy the materials for the medium mechanical construct and begin crafting in the morning, then purchase a formal outfit in the afternoon for the banquet. His schedule was packed tight. So early in the morning, Zhou Ning got up right away. After washing up, just as he was about to grab an umbrella, Molly's cool voice echoed in his mind. "It won't rain this morning." Zhou Ning. He silently put the umbrella back on the stand. Ever since their relationship improved, Zhou Ning had discovered a new use for his live-in grandma, weather forecasts and incredibly accurate ones at that. He took a carriage to the trade district, deliberately avoiding the Golden Oak herbal shop. He browsed various herb shops, alchemy stores, and engineering supply shops. To make the medium mechanical construct, he needed items like spirit-infused silver sheets and yellow crystals. Conveniently, he'd already bought some during a previous trip to the underground market. What he still needed included silver ingots, mithril rods, silver bolts, and various alchemical materials for drawing alchemy arrays. The costs were far higher than he'd estimated. A single mithril rod alone cost nearly 40 Vectacoins. By the time he'd scoured the entire trade district, Zhou Ning had spent 580 Vecta coins and bought 6 sets of materials for crafting the medium mechanical construct, feeling the pain in his wallet intensely. It was nearly noon when Zhou Ning finally returned to the alchemy lab, lugging his large and heavy haul. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 95, Legendary Fame 1466 words. Chapter 95, Legendary Fame. Closing the door to the alchemy chamber, Zhou Ning tidied up the workbench, laid out the materials he had bought, and began the process of crafting a medium-sized mechanical construct. However, just before he started, he froze for a moment and quickly opened the control panel. Just now, without any warning, he had suddenly gained a point of legendary fame. Notice, your fame in the Kingdom of Bryston has reached the threshold. 1 point of legend fame has been converted into legendary fame. You currently have 3 points of legend fame pending conversion. Legendary fame: Kingdom of Bryston. The strikingly handsome wandering gunslinger / mysterious arms dealer, Wayne Sturwell. Legend rank 1. Legend has it that he is an extraordinarily handsome wandering gunslinger. He once helped the Sunwatchers defuse an alchemical bomb crisis, and also single-handedly killed the fire element Archmage Elvis. His marksmanship is one of a kind, elegant and unparalleled, and his background is shrouded in mystery. Rumor has it he's also an arms dealer backed by a secret organization that supplies him with a constant stream of advanced and expensive firearms. Zhou Ning. What the hell? It didn't take long for him to piece things together. He recalled that in the simulator, he had previously earned 4 points of legend fame. The first time was when Vampire Zhou Ning won his 3rd Nobel Prize. The second was when Vampire Zhou Ning led the Howling Assault Squad to help the Allies win World War II and established S. The third was when Pirate King Zhou Ning annihilated the Celestial Dragons and the world government, establishing a new regime. The fourth was when Mad Clown Zhou Ning planted bombs that nearly wiped out the Avengers and stormed S to seize the Tesseract. The criteria for obtaining legend fame were quite demanding, but there had been no effect in the game world after obtaining them. He had assumed it was a mechanic exclusive to the simulator, but now it turned out fame was needed to convert them into actual legendary fame in the game. Now this was interesting. Legendary fame was the hardest attribute to earn in the game bar none. You usually had to save the world or reach the pinnacle of some field to even have a shot at it. With legendary fame, you not only gained the upper hand in negotiations with NPCs and factions, but also received bonus experience gain, 5% per point of legend fame. Of course, it also came with the risk of attracting attention from cultists or even the Church of the Earth, and the Ascetics Church might start noticing him. In a way, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Zhou Ning smirked, stopped worrying about it, and got to work on the medium-sized mechanical construct. According to the blueprint, the construct required 62 silver ingots, countless silver bolts, a mithril rod, yellow crystal, silver plates, and more. As for the firearm, Zhou Ning rather mercilessly stripped the mini-mechanical warrior of its firing capability. Unlike crafting the mini-mechanical warrior, creating a medium-sized construct was a major undertaking. The final product would stand about as tall as a person and contain several relatively complex alchemical arrays. Even with the Tony Stark talent bonus and his expert-level precision mechanics, Zhou Ning found the process extremely taxing. From 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., it took him nearly 6 hours just to complete the core construction of the medium-sized mechanical construct. It stood close to 1.7 meters tall, armored in silver-white plating, with an additional pair of mechanical arms mounted on either side of its torso that radiated a powerful, efficient strength. Clutched in its hands was the flintlock rifle salvaged from the mini-mechanical warrior. The thing looked remarkably like Ultra Magnus from Transformers, formidable and impressive. As Zhou Ning tightened the last screw, a prompt appeared: "You have completed a perfect mechanical creation. Quality, 107. Gain 9500 EXP, due to your extraordinary charisma, the construct's stats have been increased by 15%. Your mechanical creation's quality has improved. Medium mechanical construct type, mechanical creation. Quality, rare base attributes, attack power 57 to 82, defense 9 to 15, HP, 690/690 enhanced weapon, Pirate General Victor's cursed pistol note. A combat-type mechanical puppet that can be equipped with any small or medium-sized firearm. Suitable for combat and defense. Zhou Ning was genuinely pleased. He hadn't expected to trigger a critical success in crafting, and with the bonus from extraordinary charisma, the final product's quality had been bumped all the way to rare, meaning he wouldn't need to upgrade it again for a long time. The hardest part was done. The next step was to draw a large alchemical array to seal the construct into a card. Zhou Ning had done this before, and it didn't take him long, less than 20 minutes, to complete the task with practiced ease. You have created the card, Medium Mechanical Construct. Gain 7,500 EXP. Card, Medium Mechanical Construct, used to summon a combat-specialized medium-sized mechanical construct. Duration, 40 minutes. Cooldown, 40 minutes. Mission complete. Zhou Ning happily picked up the card containing the sealed mechanical construct. The rewards for making this card were generous. Between crafting and sealing, he'd earned a total of 17,000 EXP. Even his proficiency had jumped by 19%, making him feel the urge to keep grinding until dawn. But reason prevailed, he really ought to go out. As a newly minted legendary figure, it was rather embarrassing not to have a proper suit. According to the weather forecast, it was supposed to rain tonight. Zhou Ning grabbed an umbrella and headed out the door, taking a public carriage to a nearby tailor's shop. He bought a refined black tailcoat, white shirt, black vest, bow tie, and dress shoes, altogether costing 30 vectas, equivalent to 6 months of his teaching assistant stipend. Quite expensive. But the results spoke for themselves. Zhou Ning felt like he had just stepped out of a comic book, his looks elevated to another level. He glanced at the time, 4:40 p.m. Closing his pocket watch, he boarded another public carriage headed to Levia Street, in the west-central area of Darkland. This street was near the Darkland fortress, and mainly inhabited by nobles. The West Estate was located at number 15 Levia Street, an extravagant mansion complete with 2 football field-sized gardens. In one of the gardens stood a towering monument over 10 meters high, commemorating the West family's founding patriarch, Duke John West. After showing his invitation, Zhou Ning was respectfully led in by the gatekeepers, who looked at him with awe. Soon, he met the guest of honor, the chubby young Alan West, who ran over with excitement and gave him a hug that nearly knocked him over. "I'm so glad you came, Brother Wayne." Next to Alan stood a middle-aged man with a similar face and a fuller figure. Once the two separated, the man stepped forward and greeted Zhou Ning. "I'm Alan's father, Vernon West. Thank you for saving him. You're even more handsome than the rumors say." Vernon West, head of the West family and the current head. Don't let his bulk fool you, his true power was probably on par with Qian West. Zhou Ning removed his hat, held it to his chest, and gave a slight bow with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment, mister, you're younger than I imagined." After some pleasantries, Alan led Zhou Ning into the mansion. He opened a side door, revealing about a dozen young noble men and women in colorful attire, clearly the second-generation elites of the Kingdom of Bryston. "Everyone, allow me to introduce the man who saved my life, Wayne Stirwell," Alan said with a smile as he made the introductions. "You're the legendary wandering gunslinger Wayne Stirwell. You're even more handsome than I imagined," a sweet-looking noblewoman exclaimed excitedly. The others showed various expressions of surprise and curiosity, all clearly impressed. That's the power of even a single point of legendary fame. Zhou Ning was in a good mood and greeted everyone warmly. No one here put on any noble airs, instead, they chatted with him quite happily. Dinner wasn't scheduled until close to 7 p.m., so Zhou Ning was invited to join them for a few rounds of weather cards. Small blind, 1 roast hen. Big blind, 2 roast hens. Zhou Ning, after all, was a man with intermediate gambling skills. The match didn't last long. After he won a straight flush with light rain, moderate rain, heavy rain, thunderstorm, and downpour, several noble youths folded and dropped out. Alan, busy coming and going to greet guests, barely got in a few hands and lost them all miserably. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, War of the Gods 1312 words. Chapter 96, War of the Gods. As the card game progressed, Zhou Ning discovered something rather interesting. He could not only roughly discern his opponent's cards through observation hockey, but the proficiency of his observation hockey was also increasing rapidly. If character could really be judged through gambling, Zhou Ning figured he was already beyond redemption. And so, everyone present sat in a figurative jail for nearly 40 minutes, embodying what it meant to be on pins and needles at a total loss. It wasn't until around 6:30, when the guests began arriving in droves, that they were finally released from their torment. The noble young ladies didn't seem to mind their brief sentence. Especially Sabrina, Zora, and the other girls, who clung to Zhou Ning as they chatted excitedly about the card game, and Darkland's magic ball star, Evan Harkins. Because the gas stove was on, the room was quite warm, and the noble girls were dressed rather lightly. With their soft voices and sweet fragrances, the scene could easily be described as the embrace of fragrant beauty. As a man with a perfectly normal orientation, Zhou Ning didn't exactly dislike being close to beautiful women, but given the circumstances, he mostly felt awkward. Upon entering the banquet hall, Zhou Ning was greeted by rows of banquet tables loaded with food: foie gras, carrots with tarragon, frog legs in sorrel sauce, truffle guinea fowl pie, and sparkling misty sea wine, among other delicacies. Zhou Ning, who hadn't had a proper meal in ages, almost drooled in embarrassment. Scanning the hall, he soon spotted the chubby kid Alan, who had just left earlier. Alan was walking in with his father, Vernon West, along with a few other middle-aged nobles. Using observation hockey, Zhou Ning picked up on their conversation, which revolved around scandalous affairs among the nobility. That kind of gossip was clearly premium content. Even someone like Zhou Ning, who'd seen plenty, felt like tuning it out after a short while. By 7 p.m., the guests had all arrived. To Zhou Ning's surprise, even Isaac Morton, the head of the Morton family, had shown up in person. Apparently, the West family really did have some clout. At the very least, even the Courage family hadn't dared turn down the invitation. While chatting with Alan, Zhou Ning learned that the adult ceremony for noble heirs involved communing with their ancestors to receive the power of the family creed, but this ritual was conducted in private after the banquet. After Alan's welcome speech, the banquet officially began. Events like this were primarily for socializing, so soon the guests split off into small groups of 2 or 3, and began chatting happily. Zhou Ning wasn't particularly interested in socializing, so he grabbed a plate and wandered between the tables, sampling all kinds of food. Thanks to the advanced alchemy of the apocalypse world, even the plates had warming arrays inscribed on their undersides, keeping the food at just the right temperature and texture. Zhou Ning finally felt the joy of truly good food again. Suddenly, Zhou Ning stopped in his tracks, eyes narrowing. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure standing casually at a table across the room, chatting with several nobles. No doubt about it. It was the noble in blue he had seen at the Green Shade Inn that day: brown hair slicked back, icy blue eyes, a slightly receding hairline, and deep nasolabial folds. He looked just like the man Zhou Ning had seen in that portrait. Controlling his expression, Zhou Ning made no move to stare, and instead casually moved to the far side of the table, plate in hand. Keeping a distance that wouldn't arouse suspicion, Zhou Ning used his observation hockey to identify and eavesdrop on their conversation while occasionally nibbling on food. Sure enough, the noble in blue was being addressed as Baron Rivers. This generation's Baron Rivers was named Harrison Rivers. Finally found you, Zhou Ning thought, exhaling deeply. At that moment, Harrison Rivers was discussing the amendments to the Poor Relief Act with a few nobles. The draft revision had already passed the upper house with a majority vote. It stipulated that only the impoverished housed in workhouses and subjected to hard labor would qualify for assistance. Zhou Ning listened for a while and was just about to move on when, all of a sudden, he felt a chill. Looking up again, his eyes locked with Harrison Rivers in the distance. He saw Harrison say something to the people beside him, then glance in Zhou Ning's direction with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Zhou Ning barely managed to keep his smile from faltering. This must be one of the downsides of becoming a living legend. People suddenly know your name, or start recognizing you through all kinds of channels. It's so damn unscientific. Turning away as if nothing had happened, Zhou Ning's expression turned grave. Now that he had confirmation that the black-robed man was indeed Harrison Rivers, the question was how should he deal with him. The man was powerful, highly ranked, and a close friend of the king. Could Zhou Ning somehow enlist the help of a team of supernaturals or the church? Flipping the perspective, could Harrison Rivers have also recognized him? Perhaps not as the man who fought him that night, but maybe as Wayne Sturwell, the one who had thwarted the Curse God cult multiple times. Either way, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. He only had one life, after all. Maybe this time, he should strike first. Once the banquet ended, Zhou Ning said goodbye to Alan and, with great resolve, turned down a noble girl's invitation to stay the night, choosing instead to take his leave. By then, it had just started to rain. Zhou Ning saw Harrison Rivers board a carriage. Lifting the curtain, the man looked back at Zhou Ning before the carriage sped off into the night. Having already missed the last public carriage of the day, Zhou Ning had no choice but to hire a private one, which cost him for roast hens. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was close to 10 p.m. John was sitting there, completely absorbed in something. Seeing Zhou Ning enter, John immediately waved him over. "Wayne, I got a few illustrators to do some mock-ups of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Come check them out." That fast? Zhou Ning walked over, curious, and picked up the illustrations on the table. He had to admit John worked fast. He'd hired 4 top-tier artists to draw card artwork, all themed around the Harpie Lady deck. Each piece had a distinct style, oozing artistic flair. Zhou Ning browsed through them, and in the end, chose the one with the largest chest. "Knew you had good taste like me." John gave him a thumbs up and grinned slyly. After chatting with John for a bit, Zhou Ning returned to his room. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was just past 10:15. With nothing else to do, he figured he might as well grind out some progress in the game. He opened the game simulation interface. Since he had just done a few 10 pulls earlier, he only had 7 traversal coins left. After some hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spent 530 vectas to recharge 53 coins. He then selected the new map, War of the Gods, and hit Traversal. Preparing for Traversal. Traversal coins -60. Please choose a traversal mode. Direct Traversal. Use Parallel World template for Traversal. As usual, he first selected the second option to inspect the templates. He'd gone all in for this traversal, so there was no room for carelessness. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. The Chosen One of Destiny. 1208 words. Chapter 97. The Chosen One of Destiny. Meanwhile, Harrison Rivers' carriage came to a halt in front of the underground market in the Old District. He stepped down and made his way to a tent near the market's entrance. Lifting the flap, he entered. Inside the tent, it was extremely dark. A middle-aged woman sat in the dim light of a whale oil lamp, wearing a pointed black hat and a long black robe. She was carefully wiping a crystal ball. If Zhou Ning were here, he would have immediately recognized this crystal ball as an unidentified mystical artifact. Harrison Rivers sat down at the table and pushed forward a stack of banknotes. "Here's 700 vectas. Same deal as before. Use the crystal ball to peer into someone's past." He paused and placed a few sheets of paper on the table. Here's their appearance and personal information. The woman glanced at the papers and frowned, shaking her head grimly. Are you trying to get me killed? Using the Leopold crystal ball consumes life force. Even looking into the past of a normal person costs 10 days of lifespan. For someone this significant. If the information is too vast or profound, I could lose more than a year of my life. It's not worth it. 1,200 vectas. Harrison said feverishly. He's just a newly awakened supernatural. There's no way he has any serious background. Don't be stingy with a year or two of life. Once our Lord descends, you and I will both gain eternal life. The woman reluctantly accepted the money and locked it in a drawer. Then, under Harrison Rivers' intense gaze, she closed her eyes and began establishing a mental link with the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, they first saw Zhou Ning's outrageously handsome face. Time then began rewinding rapidly. His casual clothes reverted to the Phoenix battle suit, scenes played backward his fight, with the black-robed man, returning to his classes at school. Eventually, the vision rewound to a conversation between Zhou Ning and a man named John. Suddenly, a strange temporal singularity appeared in the image, indicating a divergence point in Zhou Ning's destiny. For reasons she couldn't explain, the woman felt a deep sense of foreboding. Her hands on the crystal ball trembled slightly. This must be it. Hurry, go in and look. Harrison Rivers clenched his fists, face full of fanaticism. With no other choice, the woman gritted her teeth, gathered her spiritual energy, and forced entry into the temporal singularity. The image in the crystal ball began to shift. They could clearly see the scene jump, leaving the main plane of the Apocalypse continent. They saw a battle taking place. Someone resembling a clown was fighting a group of metallic monsters. They also saw countless metal boxes driving on wide roads, towering skyscrapers, and in the nearby sky, an iron bird was taking off. 3 seconds later, the Leopold crystal ball's vision went black. This indicated the woman had entirely exhausted her ability to pay the cost. How could this be? The woman's face instantly turned pale. She had always been able to easily peer into someone's past using the Leopold crystal ball. But the greater the leap in time and space, the greater the toll on her. Let alone a leap as massive as today, crossing countless timelines and dimensions. In the blink of an eye, she coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Her vision dimmed, and in the next second, her skin shriveled and aged like withered bark. And yet, the Leopold crystal ball continued to relentlessly demand its price. With the last strength left in her, the woman let out a final cry. Within 3 seconds, her entire body turned to ash, leaving only her pointed black hat and robe lying quietly on the ground. At that moment, even Harrison Rivers, usually calm and composed, was stunned. Though he'd known the woman would have to pay a price to peer into Wayne Sturwell's past, he never imagined it would be so horrific. Her life wasn't the only thing sacrificed. Even her soul had been utterly consumed. In the dormitory of Vic University, Zhou Ning was entirely unaware of what had just occurred because of him. He was still making final preparations before his next traversal. He currently possessed a huge fortune of 2,600 vectas. As soon as a good template showed up, he could buy it immediately. After the shuffle, under a pure and clear light, 3 cards flipped open with a swish. The first template was yet again the Spartan warrior Zhou Ning, which had appeared twice before. Worth 15 traversal coins. The second template showed Zhou Ning wearing a silver-white mage robe, juggling orbs of ice, fire, and lightning. His talents were legendary mage gold, elemental sensitivity purple. Personality, curious, driven, and research-oriented. Skills, ice magic grandmaster, lightning magic grandmaster, fire magic master, elemental harmony grandmaster, meditation master. Title, Supplicant Zhou Ning. Price, 1,200 traversal coins. 2 average. The third template showed Zhou Ning in gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt, and a black business suit. Personality, aggressive, ambitious, greedy. Talents, financial genius purple, business savant purple, master negotiator purple. Skills: Finance Master, Business Expert, Negotiation Expert. Title: Wall Street Predator Zhou Ning. Price: 50 Traversal coins. None were worth picking. You have selected Traversal Mode 1. Please choose 3 out of the following 10 talents as your matching criteria. Chosen 1 of Destiny Purple. You are the unique and fated chosen one. In this world, your luck will skyrocket. Don't trust a fart at 70 white. By age 70, don't trust a single one of your own farts. Hardcore Madman Blue, your life will be full of bizarre, surreal, and extreme twists. Yin Yang Speaker White, everything you say will irritate others. Enigma Blue, no one knows who you are. Your name, origin, everything is a mystery. Headless Warrior Blue, born without a head, but your strength and combat ability far exceed the norm. Foolish Rich Air Blue, you're quite wealthy in this world, but your intelligence is on the low side. Trendy Green, you have excellent fashion sense. Charisma Blue, all allies start with significantly higher affection toward you. Divine Favor Purple, in worlds with deities, you will receive divine blessings. Please choose Zhou Ning. This set of talents was excellent. Talents 1, 9, and 10 were all rare and valuable. Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel more confident. As for which support slot to use this time, Zhou Ning didn't choose Tony Stark. Instead, he went with the Grandpioneering option. You have selected talents 1, 9, and 10 match successful. In this parallel world, you are the chosen one of destiny. Your luck is extraordinary, everything goes your way. You naturally attract others and seem to be favored even by the gods. You possess an antique-style ring you picked up at a street stall. If you die in the simulation, the game ends. Boarding the time machine. Traversal complete. Year 127, January 5th. You arrive in a small town. After observing your surroundings, you determine this place resembles medieval Europe. Following some basic body language communication, you temporarily settle in. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Traversing the War of the Gods. 1360 words. Chapter 98, Traversing the War of the Gods. January 7th, Year 125. It's only been a single day, and you realize you're no longer on Earth. Everything around you bears traces of the extraordinary. Even in this tiny pumpkin farming town that's less than 1,000 mu in area, all sorts of non-human races abound, like elf girls who are as stunningly beautiful as movie stars, and voluptuous werewolf girls who are about 1.2 times your height. Elves were one thing, but even the werewolf girls look delicate and refined. You can't help but feel a chill down your spine. You remind yourself to stay focused on your career. You're here to build something great, not to be some wandering playboy. January 9th, Year 125. Today's journal theme is magic and alchemy. You really are the protagonist. After just 2 days, you've figured out some of this world's truths. Its technological level is equivalent to Earth's Middle Ages. Shockingly primitive, but alchemy is absurdly advanced. Alchemy isn't just used for making potions, it's deeply woven into daily life. You find yourself quite intrigued by alchemy. Somehow, potion making here feels a lot like the potions class in Harry Potter. It's fun. January 10th, Year 125. While job hunting, you meet an adorable elf girl who looks a lot like Anne Hathaway. There's an instant spark between you. Her family runs a fairly large chain of alchemy shops. Despite the language barrier, you manage to land a job there and settle in. January 14th, Year 125. Only 4 nights later, you lose your virginity. Half willing, half coaxed, you're ambushed by the cute elf girl in the night. You spend a blissful day together in bed, but whether you took her or she took you, well, that's a philosophical question. January 16th, Year 125. After some physical entanglement and pillow talk, you not only learn the elf girl's name Louisa but also gain a solid grasp of the local language. You find out the country you're in is called the Kingdom of Byron. They worship the goddess of nature and life, Agnes. The god of alchemy and craftsmanship, Edgeworth, and the sun goddess, Selvies, are also allowed to proselytize, though their followings are smaller. Louisa herself follows the god of alchemy and craftsmanship. January 19th, year 125. Today you meet a young knight named Archibald. You hit it off immediately. With his help, you rent a small apartment not far from Louisa's home. January 21st, year 125. You spend 15 copper coins on a lottery ticket and hit the jackpot, 10,000 gold dragons. It's a massive sum. January 22nd, year 125. Now that you're rich, your ambitions as a transmigrator kick in. Naturally, you want to transplant Earth's advancements into this underdeveloped world. It's your stage to shine. You team up with Archibald and Louisa to open a small workshop. Your first goal, invent the steam engine. Although you're no scientist, you understand the principles. Reproducing one isn't that hard. January 24th, year 125. Something strange happens to you today. Your ring starts talking. It claims to be the soul of a long-dead grandmaster alchemist named Goodwin. He offers to teach you a special branch of knowledge called life alchemy, but only if you agree to a contract promising to help him rebuild a body once the materials are ready. At first, you refuse, but his offers are just too tempting. February 1st, year 125. Your first month in this world flies by. According to local customs, everyone must attend church service on the first day of the month. You have no religion, but when in Rome, so you go with Louisa to the church of the god of alchemy and craftsmanship. What happens there shocks you. A beam of holy light descends on you during the service, and you hear the voice of a god, "Stay awake, and awaken wisdom." Suddenly, you recall everything you've ever learned: physics, chemistry, all of it. You gain a new skill, divine blessing beginner. February 2nd, year 125. You meet the regional bishop of the Church of Alchemy and Craftsmanship, Chris Pound. After a chat, they officially recognize you as a blessed one and offer you some support. Talking to Chris Pound leaves you deeply shaken. This seemingly ordinary old man is over 400 years old, and he's just a regional bishop. There are at least 4 or 5 people above him who are even more powerful. You feel like you've glimpsed your glorious future. February 3rd to 20th, year 125. You're granted access to the church's vast library. As you immerse yourself in the sea of books, your soul feels a long-lost sense of peace. Among the books you discover some odd lore. The sun goddess Selves and the nature goddess Agnes are sisters, and they share the same man, the god of war, Broomfield. They even bicker from time to time. So divine drama is a thing too. Like something straight out of Romance in the Rain. You decide to make weekly visits to read. February 12th, year 125. As a transmigrator with full knowledge of modern science, building a steam engine is child's play. When the steam-powered turbine blades begin to turn, Archibald is overjoyed and moved to tears. You, on the other hand, remain calm and collected. April, year 125. As expected, your invention of the steam engine rapidly advances the development of the Kingdom of Byron. In just a few months, you go on to invent steam-powered looms and begin applying steam engines in mines and factories. Your and Archibald's fame starts spreading to neighboring countries. Perhaps future textbooks will say, Zhou Ning invented the steam engine and ushered in the first industrial revolution. May, year 125. Lately, you've been diving deep into Goodwin's life alchemy. The more you study, the more horrified you become. This alchemy is disturbingly twisted. You'd never imagined it was possible to make someone fall in love with you or gain superpowers just by transplanting certain animal organs. Also, perhaps due to your divine blessing, you're not only making huge strides in science, but also rapidly advancing in alchemy. In just a few months, you reach the expert level. Drawing from your memories of Harry Potter and Goodwin's life alchemy, you concoct potions like love potions, underwater breathing potions, and fortune potions. The fortune potion is inspired by the liquid luck from Harry Potter. You're not sure if it works, but that doesn't stop it from becoming Louisa's best-selling product. Wait, Goodwin's life alchemy. Fortune potion. Zhou Ning's heart suddenly skips a beat. Could this simulation world actually be the apocalypse world? If he remembered correctly, Hallwig Guy and the Life Alchemy Society were both tied to Goodwin's life alchemy. And among the four heroes, two recorded names were Louisa and Archibald. Louisa was the founder of the Alchemy Association in the Apocalypse world, and Archibald, known as the Flame of Justice, was the founder of Vic University. And Zhou Ning just so happens to already possess the recipes for the underwater breathing potion and the fortune potion. Could these really be the remnants of his past simulations? The thought is chilling. Continue simulation. May-September, year 125. With support from the Church of Alchemy and Craftsmanship, your research expands from the Kingdom of Byron to the Kingdom of Fauric and even the Northern Kingdom of Odro. During these 4 months, Louisa's shop business thrives. Around this time, Pope Solomon Goss of the Church of Alchemy and Craftsmanship sends a formal summons, inviting you to meet in person in the capital of Fauric Habit City. Both Archibald and Louisa are interested in going, so you decide to journey there together. October, year 125. You arrive in Abbott City, a massive metropolis in the southwest of the continent near the Darkland mining region. The headquarters of the Church of Alchemy and Craftsmanship is located here. But soon after you arrive, you begin to notice unsettling things. Your steam engine, which you built with your own hands, seems to have become a breeding ground for hidden evils. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, The Journey Ends 1334 words. Chapter 99, The Journey Ends. You discover that in Abbott City, the capital of Fauric, the widespread adoption of steam engines and the factory system replacing handicraft workshops has resulted in massive, continuous unemployment. In this city of textiles and diamonds, countless workers become vagrants by the minute. Coincidentally, the Fauric Codex contains a clause stating that any vagrant who fails to find employment within a month can, upon being reported, be sentenced to slavery under the informant. The master has the legal right to force them to work with chains and whips. Das Kapital was right. Every pore of capitalism is soaked in blood and filth. Archibald is extremely troubled by Abbott City's current state, as cultists of the so-called Curse God cult have begun conducting ancient sacrificial rituals in secret. The arrival of the old gods requires a massive toll of the dead, blood, disease, and hatred, and Abbott City, without doubt, is the ideal place for this. Goodwin, residing within your ring, is unimpressed. He believes this is the inevitable course of history. In the eastern continent, especially in the kingdom of Fauric, close your eyes and randomly point to a spot on the map, and it'll be the same story everywhere. Deep down, you find yourself agreeing with him. Looking at Earth, perhaps it is historical inevitability. Reading up to this point, Zhou Ning was now quite certain that this simulation world was without a doubt the apocalypse world. He hadn't expected to have underestimated the Curse God cult. Their struggle against the world, soaked in blood and tears, had begun over 1,000 years ago. Truly unwavering till death. The corners of Zhou Ning's mouth twitched as he continued to watch the simulation unfold. October 12, year 125. While waiting for an audience with the Pope, you temporarily part ways with Archibald and Louisa. Archibald wishes to investigate the old god cultists, while Louisa is busy opening an alchemy shop in Abbott City. As for you, aside from continuing your study of this world, you're especially interested in Goodwin's life alchemy. Beyond its darker applications in altering the body, it offers intriguing aspects such as crafting wriggling little life forms from blood and herbs. These creatures divide, multiply, and perish within seconds, endlessly repeating the cycle. It gives you the feeling of playing a sandbox game. You have gained intermediate life alchemy. October 19, year 125. A week later, you meet the Pope of the Church of the God of Alchemy and Craftsmanship, Solomon Goss. If not for his age, no one would guess he was nearing 500 years old. Supernatural beings in this world truly enjoy long lives. Solomon Goss gazes at you with a complex expression and tells you, the God of Alchemy and Craftsmanship, Edgeworth, likes you very much and sees you as the child of the plane of this world. He encourages you to use your intelligence to invent new things and expand the church's influence. In return, you will receive money, power, and strength. You wonder, do you really look like the kind of person who'd be corrupted by wealth and power? He does have a point. November 7th, year 125. During this time, you meet a new companion, a girl named Molly Cronin. She's a priestess of the sun goddess, and one of her chosen. A very beautiful young lady, and Archibald has been trying to court her. The problem? She's only 16. November, year 125, November, year 126. Over the course of this year, with the full support of the Church of the God of Alchemy and Craftsmanship, you invent movable type printing, develop and improve screw-cutting lathes, and invent a steam-powered sailboat. You even begin researching steam locomotives for high-speed intercontinental travel. Everything goes smoothly. The church even secures you a chance to become a noble. But it's not all sunshine. Archibald does uncover disturbing leads about the curse god cult, and your invention of the steam engine seems to have been the catalyst. Many deaths occur in Abbott City's western district, and several textile factories experience machine-breaking riots. History on Earth has shown you that there are ways to resolve this. If you were king of Fauric, you'd look toward the boundless seas. Expanding to new lands could shift domestic tensions. January 1st, year 127. The first day of your third year in this world. A special day. You meet King Augustine IV of Fauric, a bloated man, yet surprisingly dignified. Even you, a transmigrator, can't help but feel respect. Due to your many achievements and the church's efforts, you are granted the title of Baron and the right to establish a noble house. Then something extraordinary happens, shocking everyone present. During the ennoblement ceremony, a golden holy light descends from the sky. Bathed in divine favor, you gain a miraculous power called family precept. From now on, as long as you and your bloodline abide by the precept, you will gain great strength. After a moment's thought, you establish your family's creed: knowledge is power. In that instant, a flash of lightning seems to pass between your eyes. January 127, December 135. Due to this public divine blessing, more and more followers gather around you. The Church of the God of Alchemy and Craftsmanship gradually surpasses the Earth Church and becomes Fauric's dominant religion. Your influence grows rapidly. You purchase a luxurious estate in Abbott City and hire a capable butler named Brock Braden Reiser. During these 8 years, you live like every chosen protagonist. Everything goes your way. You marry the daughter of a powerful noble, a textbook Western beauty, and have a son and a daughter. Your power only grows. Pope Solomon Goss retires, and your old acquaintance, Chris Pound, succeeds him. Louisa becomes high priestess. The church is now completely under your control. Your other companions have also changed. Archibald is now Abbott City's strongest knight, and has received divine favor from the Earth God. Molly remains a devout priestess of the ascetic church, and you sense she harbors innocent affection for you. As for Goodwin, he's the most frustrated because you've been too busy to practice life alchemy. He complains constantly, and you can only pacify him with empty promises. Moreover, you completely sideline Augustine IV and become the de facto ruler. Under your orders, steamships sail across the seas. Serfdom is abolished, and many unemployed artisans find new work. Social unrest is greatly alleviated. You also win over the neutral ascetic church, and after the new year, you plan to force Augustine IV to abdicate and create the ideal kingdom you've envisioned. January, year 136. On the first day of the new year, as you're on your way to the palace, you are unexpectedly assassinated in a plot orchestrated by royalists, the curse god cult, and another mysterious religious faction. Like many heroes with unfulfilled dreams, you fall just before dawn. Simulation ended. Summary: a life of relative glory. You changed the world through technology and earned divine favor. You were one step away from becoming king and reshaping the world. But you fell just short. Days later, the curse god cult staged a man-made mining disaster, sacrificing 2,000 miners at the Darkland mine to summon the evil god Nyastora. However, your friends managed to seal it beneath the mine and built a city over it also named Darkland. In the era of the four heroes, Darkland was nicknamed Tranquility City in your memory. Though controversial, you were still regarded as one of history's greatest scientists, and among the top 10 figures who changed the course of history. Yet for various reasons, your story was buried in the dust of forgotten pages, unknown to future generations. Rating: SeaWorld Exploration, 41. You earned 18 Traversal coins for surpassing 40% exploration, and an additional 15 coins for your massive impact on world scientific history. Keep up the good work. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone Event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 100, a major haul. 1240 words. Chapter 100, a major haul. Your alignment has shifted. Current alignment: chaotic neutral, lawful neutral. Simulation complete. Host: please make your choice promptly. Option 1, randomly obtain 3 skills or proficiencies you acquired during your past simulations. Option 2, randomly obtain 3 items you acquired during your past simulations. Zhou Ning. To be honest, the first half of this simulation went incredibly smoothly. It was like even the heavens were on his side. Zhou Ning thought he was playing the role of Emperor Roselle from Lord of the Mysteries, or maybe even Napoleon himself, ready to ride the tide of the times, climb to the summit, and make a fortune. But by the end, he was utterly shocked. This was freaking Dong Zhuo. It was a 100% accurate reenactment of Dong Zhuo's assassination scene from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Still, this particular simulation had something odd about it. Unlike his previous ones, this one mirrored many aspects of reality. For instance, the fortune potion, Veritaserum, and love potion. He'd mocked these back when he was gaming in his previous life. Their names and effects were just way too similar to potions from Harry Potter, and even the recipes and methods of preparation were strikingly close. According to the simulator, these were things he'd invented himself during this simulation, which actually made sense. Also, it turned out he was one of the 4 heroes. Even the old lady, Granny Molly, inside his ring turned out to be one of them too. Even though he died early and didn't participate in sealing the ancient god Nyastora, this wasn't a game of mahjong. 3 players were enough to do his part. As a result, Nyastora still ended up sealed underground and Darkland was still founded. Everything just so happened to line up perfectly with historical records. But then the real question hit him: was all of this the result of his crossing over? Or had his traversal never changed anything at all, and he was merely a pawn in predetermined history? After all, the outcome was already set: 4 heroes would seal Nyastora, and Darkland would be established. A brilliant scientist would inevitably invent the steam engine and steam trains, triggering the first industrial revolution. So what if, in his next traversal, he became some Joker-like villain with the goal of destroying the world? Would the ending change? Could it impact the real world? Zhou Ning found himself genuinely curious. As for the reward, there was no real choice, was there? Zhou Ning didn't hesitate to pick option 1. You have chosen option 1. You have acquired the specialty, Divine Favor Beginner. You have acquired the family creed, Knowledge is Power. You have acquired the life skill, Bioalchemy Intermediate. You have acquired a new recipe, Bloodworm Refinement. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. Not only did his panel show a new skill and proficiency, but the previously empty family creed section was now filled. Divine Favor Beginner, a blessing from the fallen god of alchemy and craftsmanship, Edgeworth. Though weak, divine power still lingers. Greatly enhances learning speed. Plus 10% to experience gain, plus 5 to mental, plus 5 to will. Family creed, Knowledge is Power not fully unlocked, activation chant, Knowledge is Power. Mentally reciting it temporarily boosts all skill effects by 40% for 3 minutes excluding life skills. Effect scales with accumulated knowledge. Requires reading at least 2 books per day. Full unlock conditions: noble rank greater than or equal to 5, fame greater than or equal to 5. Bioalchemy intermediate, a branch of alchemy capable of creating life. Use with caution. Zhou Ning let out a long sigh of relief, feeling genuinely satisfied. This divine favor was another elite-level specialty. While it didn't directly boost combat ability, its practical effect was tremendous. To Zhou Ning, it was every bit as good as his other 2 elite specialty. As for the family creed, that was an unexpected bonus. It hadn't even been mentioned during the simulation, yet it provided a whopping 40% boost to all skills. That was equivalent to turning beginner-level skills into advanced ones, and advanced ones into mastery level. Its strength was incalculable. After using up the epic-level Vampire Zhou Ning summon card, he finally had another solid trump card. Then there was the new recipe in bioalchemy. Zhou Ning opened it and took a quick glance. It looked like those squirming little creatures he'd once made in the simulation world using blood and herbs. They even shared the same name as the ones summoned with the Blood Right book from the Blood Realm. It might actually be the same thing. Not very appealing. Although this simulation cost him 30 traversal coins, and the final reward wasn't that impressive, the overall gain far outweighed the loss. Zhou Ning was more than satisfied. On top of that, a long-lost red dot finally appeared on his task list, meaning he'd completed a task. Sure enough, the literary life task progress had reached the full 5,000 and was now claimable. Clicking to receive the reward, the panel popped up a message: "You've completed the hidden quest, Literary Life Part 2. You've received random template reward card X1, 1 skill point, and 50,000 EXP. You've unlocked a new series of hidden quests. Random template reward card, used to obtain a permanently usable random template. Now that's a good item." Zhou Ning's eyes lit up with joy. Unlike the previous 2 one-time use random template cards, this one had no limitations and was permanent. There was a real chance to draw something valuable. If he pulled One Punch Man, wouldn't he just skyrocket to the top? Would you like to unlock the hidden quest, Literary Life Part 3? After selecting yes, a new hidden quest was added to the task list. Hidden quest triggers under special conditions, Literary Life Part 3, deep down, you've always harbored a literary dream. In the next phase of your life, pursue that dream. In both simulation and reality, reach a reading count of 10,000 books current, 5,000/10,000. Quest tip: read 10,000 volumes, and your writing will flow like a god. This is the 3rd step of a long journey. Keep going. Future Grand Literary Master. Quest rewards: random reward X1, golden skill point X1, 80,000 EXP. Just as expected. Even though he'd mentally prepared himself, Zhou Ning still felt a headache coming on. Read 10,000 books, they said, and they meant it. He still had 5,000 more to go. Who knew when he'd actually finish? After tallying up his rewards, Zhou Ning opened the inventory and selected the random template reward card. You used the random template reward card. You obtained template Ordinary Office Worker, Zhou Ning. A beam of black light shot up. The card became 3-dimensional, displaying Zhou Ning in a blue suit, wearing a skull pattern tie in black and blue, his hands in his pockets, staring coldly ahead with an expressionless face. Character: Ordinary Office Worker, Zhou Ning. Personality: calm, methodical, OCD, introverted, hand fetishist. Talents: acting blue, extreme calmness blue. Skills: Killer Queen expert, disguise intermediate. Zhou Ning. Judging by the skills alone, this template was actually pretty solid. But after seeing so many overpowered templates already, this one didn't really impress him anymore. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, one chapter will be unlocked. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.